You'll just need to carry lots of ammo. Sounds like maybe we need to visit Camp Mabry again. Ugh, I hate that place. We left the lake house mid-morning the next day and motored at a gasoline-efficient speed down the lake. With enough water and food in our bags to keep us fed and hydrated for a few days, the pontoon boat held plenty more water and food items, hidden in storage compartments under the seats. We figured we could leave the boat anchored in a cove beyond the easy reach of any passing whites.
That would provide us two places, the boat and the lake house, that were safe and stocked, awaiting our return. You never can be too safe. At least that was a phrase I told myself as congratulations when I felt like I was doing something smart. The rest of the time, which seemed like most of the time, I ran on a full-tilt mix of testosterone and stupid, and didn't deserve any self-congratulating cliches. A thin layer of high, gray clouds kept most of the morning's sunshine off of us. A wind carried bow spray across the deck, putting an unpleasant edge on the chill. Murphy piloted the boat between two rows of widely spaced white and faded orange channel buoys through the winding center of the lake. I sat on one of the bench seats, watching the green shoreline pass by, seeing the empty branches of trees that only weeks before were full of leaves. Houses occupied slices of lakefront property, both large and small. All appeared to be deserted. Even the whites were out of sight. I laid my arm on the rail, hanging it out over the water. I wondered if I'd still had all the sensation in my skin, if I'd need to put on a heavy coat. I wondered what exactly it was about cold sensation on skin that made a person need to dress more warmly. I wondered how the whites would react to the cold spells to come. Would they seek shelter, as I guessed they were doing now? Or would they run around, chasing each other half naked through the cold, until their teeth chattered enough to push them back indoors, to huddle their stinking bodies out of the wind? I noticed Murphy was steering pretty close to one of the lines of buoys. "You dozing off back there?" I asked. "I can drive if you need me to." "I'm thinking about that shotgun thing again," I said. "I thought that was settled." Murphy took a magazine out of his vest and tossed it over to me. I reached out, fumbled the catch, and it clattered on the deck. He shouted, "Don't let it!" I jumped to my knees and trapped the magazine as it slipped near the edge of the deck. I caught it and held it up with a grin full of false confidence. "You need to get active again," he said. "Lazy time has made you clumsy." I pretended to check that the magazine was full as I ignored Murphy's remark. I was getting a little clumsy, but it wasn't because I'd been lazy. I suspected it was the virus affecting my motor skills. "What do you want me to do with this?" "It's for your rifle," said Murphy. "You want me to shoot?" I shook my head, giving Murphy an obvious hint on what I thought the answer to that question should be. "We've only got 300 rounds, right? We need to give you some practice shooting from the hip and see how that works out." "You sure?" I asked. "If it costs 2 or 3 magazines to find out, that's cheap compared to what it'll cost us later if you can't hit anything." I nodded. He was right. Murphy pointed at a buoy bobbing on the waves coming up on our starboard bow. "I'll pass by about 10 feet out." Murphy throttled down. 3-round bursts. We'll see how you do. Then we'll see how far we can get from the buoys and still have a hope of hitting one. I wanted to think I couldn't miss the buoy. It was basically a white plastic tube, probably filled with foam, standing 4 feet out of the waves, maybe 10 inches in diameter. This particular one had a faded orange diamond shape with a speed limit in the center. It wasn't as big as a man, but it presented a target the size of a kid on profile. I positioned myself on the starboard bow of the boat, just past where the side rail ended. I leveled my weapon and squeezed off 3 rounds. The water splashed way out in the distance. Keeping my curses to myself, I fired again. More splashes. Again. With 9 rounds spent,
all sinking to Lake Travis's rocky bottom, I looked at Murphy and faked a smile. I think I missed. He nodded.
Still, I hoped. Maybe I got a few rounds in, but, you know. Murphy raised his own weapon, took quick aim, and fired one shot. The buoy slammed backwards onto the surface of the lake, leaving only a small drifting cloud of white plastic dust to mark the space it had been standing in a second before. "Damn it," I muttered, as I watched the buoy pop back vertical and wobble to and fro before it settled into its previous position. Once it settled into a rhythm on the waves, I fired another 9 rounds. Nothing hit. Murphy sped the boat toward the next buoy. "I'll get closer to this next one." "Closer?" I asked. Murphy shrugged. "We gotta know." What the fuck is wrong with me? I wanted to shout out in frustration. But I knew what was wrong. The virus was debilitating my coordination, and I just didn't want to accept it. I could only hope it would stop before I was an invalid or a brain-fried wight. The next buoy came up again on my side of the boat. We slowed. I fired 3 rounds. Damn it. They all missed. How could I miss from so close? I fired again. The plastic popped loudly, and the buoy fell back into the water. When it popped back up, it splashed me. I fired another burst, and then another. A few hits, mostly misses. I clenched my jaw and glared at the buoy. The boat wasn't moving by then, except for being pushed slowly by the wind. I swung my rifle down in its sling and pulled my machete out, swinging it in an arc at the top of the buoy. The brittle orange decaled plastic cracked, and the machete jammed in the foam. I yanked hard, letting my temper do the thinking. The boat drifted. I lost my balance and fell in. Murphy pulled me out of the lake and retrieved my machete from the buoy, letting me sulk for a while as he motored up the lake. After the wind had blown over my skin long enough to dry it out, leaving me with cold, wet pants and a soaked shirt, I said, "You remember how I told you I used to play paintball all the time, right?" "You mentioned it," said Murphy. "There was this one time I was down in San Antonio with some friends," I said. "There was this indoor course set up in an old warehouse with lots of obstacles and stuff." "Like what?" he asked. "They made 'em out of plywood, little house-like things, and mazes and stuff, a couple of towers. They kept the place dimly lit. They had black lights and strobe lights. Hell, they even had a disco ball." Murphy laughed. "Sounds like a skating rink." "They wanted the players to be able to sneak around inside," I said, to make it interesting. Murphy grunted an acknowledgement. "My buddy Rusty and I were on different teams, and..." I looked back at Murphy. "You've played paintball, right? You know how the guns work?" "Little hopper on top full of paintballs," he said. "Compressed air canister. Sure." I rolled my eyes. A yes or no would have been sufficient. "Well, I'm not sure what happened exactly, but we were playing this game, and it got down to just me and Rusty. I was running down to get behind this obstacle over by a wall, thinking I was going to flank him and shoot him in the back." Murphy laughed. "That's always the best way to shoot somebody." I smiled. Paintball had been fun back in those days. The real shock came when I realized he was thinking the same thing as me, running around the obstacle from the other direction. We both got there at the same time, surprised as hell. "I'll bet." "We both came to a stop," I continued, "and unloaded at each other from like 10 feet away." "Sounds painful," said Murphy. "Those paintballs leave a welt." That's the funny thing. I shook my head to emphasize my point. "He never hit me." "He was a terrible shot," Murphy concluded. "I never hit him either." "Wait." Murphy had been looking out over the bow, but turned to look at me directly. "You used to be pretty good with a gun.
Are you saying you've always sucked? I'm confused. No, I told him, not that at all. I think we surprised each other, and our adrenaline was pumping, and we were so busy trying to shoot as many balls off as we could that our aim went wild. Even from that close, we couldn't hit each other. So your point is that you're excited when you shoot now, said Murphy. That's why you miss? No, I said, let me finish. I think something about the virus in my brain is making me a shitty shot. I think if we get in a situation where I need to be able to shoot something, I may be calm, I might not be. If I'm not, my aim will get worse.
I think I'll be useless with the M4. Those buoys are smaller than people. Yeah, but I need to hit a lot more than 3 or 4 out of 30 shots, I said. And from a lot farther away. Giving up, Murphy nodded. What do you think then? No gun for you? I think maybe a shotgun like you suggested is the best thing, at least for a last resort weapon. Nodding, Murphy said, then we should saw it off if we can find a hacksaw. I'm all for the cool factor of a sawed-off shotgun, I said. Besides that, why saw it off? Sawing it off will make it spread faster, so you'll be more likely to hit what you're pointing at. Any downside? I asked. Sawing it off reduces its lethal range, but that won't matter to you, Murphy laughed. You won't be able to hit anything that's not pretty much standing next to you anyway. I'll update the shopping list. Having made my attempt at humor, I thought to ask, do they make suppressors for shotguns? Yes, but they don't quiet the weapon down as much as you might think. And they're long and bulky. One would make the shotgun too clumsy to do you any good. I removed the suppressor from my M4 and put it in my backpack. It was too valuable to leave with the boat, which is where the M4 was going to stay with one full magazine attached, placed in a bin under one of the seats along the port side. With a weapon added to the stores of food already on board, the pontoon boat would be a great backup plan for whatever crazy shit befell us as we tromped around town. Murphy pulled the boat into shallow water near the bank as we started to survey houses for candidates, something pretty close to shore, no whites around, looking like it might have a shotgun inside. We didn't have any criteria for the shotgun part, not really. I was looking for oversized pickup trucks parked by the houses. In my mind, guns and 4x4 pickups with big knobby tires correlated strongly. No point in risking a house search if the odds aren't in your favor. I didn't ask Murphy what he was looking for. Murphy throttled back on the engine, putting it briefly into reverse before cutting it off, letting the boat drift toward a dock extending out from the shore by a few boat lengths. With the sound of the boat's engine silenced, I noticed the whoop, whoop, whoop of the helicopters moving across the sky on their morning run south. I stepped over to the port side of the boat and leaned out from under the canopy to see. The sound was louder than usual, closer. Murphy leaned out to look up. He pointed. That helicopter is circling back. You think they're coming this way? It sure looks like it. Behind our boat, the white foam of our wake was dissipating in the waves, but would have been visible from afar. Maybe they saw us. Murphy looked from left to right, I think searching for a place to hide. I walked out from under the canopy and onto the bow deck. The helicopter was definitely headed our way. If they come over here and land, it could save us a trip downtown. Murphy shook his head. He was nervous, and I'd learned to trust his instincts. He was seldom wrong. The helicopter descended down near the water 50 or so yards out. Waves flattened as the helicopter pushed a rush of air down. Engine noise drowned out our words. The rotors blew a spray of lake water over the boat and into our eyes. Murphy raised his rifle to his shoulder. With my rifle stowed under a bench already, I raised my machete as I eyed the greenish, dark water, hoping it was deep enough for a dive, hoping I could swim the long distance down shore to the next dock. I didn't know if I'd have to make the attempt, but if I found myself in the water, I'd need to find somewhere to hide.
The helicopter's skids weren't 10 feet above the surface. In the cockpit, the co-pilot stared at us. The side doors of the cargo area were pushed all the way open. Several men in ragtag military uniforms sat inside, some looking out, others bored and staring at nothing. One sat with his legs dangling out in the air from his seat beside a mounted machine gun on the side of the helicopter. Through the passing of a second or two, they all saw us, faces showing first their surprise, then their fear. Shit. "Go!" Murphy shouted. The guy by the machine gun scrambled to get behind it as the helicopter lurched left and started to rise. Murphy jumped out of the boat and onto the dock. The machine gun ripped a rapid series of wildly aimed, panicked bullets. They tore through our boat's deck and aluminum pontoons. I dove for the water as another burst shredded our boat.
Chapter 6. Well, I can't outswim a helicopter underwater, not even on the surface. No surprise. I could swim deep, though, and I knew that all I needed was a little more than 3 feet. Hey, I used to watch TV before the whites made a mess of everything. You can learn some stuff there. What I knew was that about 3 feet was plenty of water to keep me safe from bullets. The other factor in my favor was the pea-green murk of Lake Travis that left visibility near the surface at maybe 5 feet on a sunny day. Thankfully, the sun was still behind a layer of clouds, which meant less visibility. I swam. With my backpack and my machete weighing me down, it was no problem to keep my depth. I spun in a barrel roll as I kicked, getting a long glance at the surface and seeing nothing but glowing green. If I couldn't see the helicopter, it couldn't see me. I still heard its repetitive thumping. I still heard the machine gun fire. I heard rounds splash the surface, and I saw bubble trails emerge from the glow. I let myself sink deeper. After all, you can't believe everything you see on TV. Feeling momentarily invulnerable, I was glad the helicopter's gunner was firing at me, probably the most prominent blur of fast-moving white skin he saw after pulling his trigger. That would give Murphy time to escape. I didn't entertain the possibility that Murphy was laying on the dock full of holes and bleeding. I swam away from the direction implied by the bullet's bubble trails. The gunner had guessed where I was based on how I dove into the water. I wasn't going to come up for air along that vector. I wasn't going to be easy prey. Instead, I turned on a path that paralleled the shore, putting me on an intersecting course with the other dock I'd seen. I didn't think I had enough air in my lungs to reach the dock, but I needed to try. No, I needed to make it. It was that kind of situation. To come up for air with nothing to hide me, a bright, white-skinned head with little hair against the green water, would make me an easy target. The dock was cover. If I could get there and swim below it, I could surface on the other side where the men in the helicopter wouldn't see me. I liked the unrealistic idea of surfacing in the air gap beneath the dock, but those gaps were only under the docks on Lake Austin below the dam. The water there was kept at a constant level when it wasn't flooding. The water on Lake Travis rose and fell by dozens of feet through the course of a year of normal rainfall. All the marinas and docks were built on enormous cubes of foam to keep them afloat on the water's surface, leaving no room for coming to the surface beneath them. The sound of bullet splashes grew faint. The helicopter was so loud it was impossible to tell where it was. The machine gun fire stopped. I pushed on. I needed air, but that was nothing new. It seemed like every time I got into the water anymore, I needed to hold my breath way past the point of comfort. I was becoming very familiar with how far past my perceived limits I could actually push myself. I was way past the point of protests from my lungs, and into that part of oxygen deprivation where my vision was starting to tunnel black around the edges. It was time to surface or drown. I curled into a ball, put my feet in the muck on the lake bed,
and exhaled all of my air as I pushed to the surface. I was only going up long enough to suck in some air, then go right back down again. My shoulder hit something hard, and my head bounced against foam. I'd made it to the other dock, but I needed air right now. I scrambled through the water, grabbing for the dock's edge, found it, and pushed my face above the surface. I sucked in my breath, got a quick glimpse at the sky, and went back down again, moving over beneath the dock.
I found a cable support on the bottom side of the floating structure to hold on to. I needed to keep myself still. I also needed another breath. After holding my breath too long the first time, the second one didn't last. Leaning my head back, I slowly surfaced while holding onto the cable support, putting just my face above the water. I grabbed another deep breath, pushed my luck, and took a second, then went back under again. I listened. The sound of the helicopter's blades beating the air wasn't as loud as it had been a few moments before. I waited. Maybe they were leaving. Maybe they were hovering over the house looking for Murphy. Maybe they were just up higher where they could get a view over a larger area. I had no way to know. I only had a need to breathe and a hope not to be seen when I surfaced. I held my breath as long as I dared. Moving slowly, I came out from under the dock and rose to the surface, looking for any movement, any shape against the grayness of the clouds. Nothing. I took 2 more deep breaths and tried to get an idea of where the helicopter was. Somewhere high above the other dock was all I could figure. In fact, a lot higher. They were leaving. I sank myself back below the dock again and listened carefully. The sound diminished while I continued to wonder, what were they doing? Did they see the pontoon boat's wake from where they were flying? Did they come over to check on survivors? They must have been surprised when they saw 2 whites on a boat. I wondered what was going through their heads now that they'd gotten past their knee-jerk choice to try and kill us. Were they familiar with slow burns and smart ones? They must have thought we were both of some dangerous variety of white. I needed air. I surfaced again and stayed up, looking around. The helicopter was at least a mile distant and flying away. Chapter 7. When the helicopter was far enough away that I couldn't hear it over wind and waves, I climbed up on the dock and looked around. The boards on the dock near where our boat had been were barbed with splinters where the machine gun's bullets had ripped through. I saw no body on the dock and none floating. Good. I saw no pontoon boat. Bad. The bastards had sunk our boat. I looked around on the shore, thinking of calling out to Murphy. Stupid idea. Any whites already on their way to investigate the helicopter and machine gun noise would zero in on my voice, and I'd soon be running from them instead of finding Murphy. The smart money would have been to hoof it down shore and put some distance between me and the scene of the attack. That was smart if saving my skin was the only thing I was concerned about. So, not an option. Just as I knew Murphy wouldn't abandon me, I wouldn't abandon him. Keeping an eye on the trees and lawns, I jogged off the dock and headed toward the house where we'd hoped to find the shotgun. I listened. I craned my neck to glimpse around corners. And there it was. The sound. Whites were inbound. I stopped and waited a second, listening to assess the threat. At least a few dozen were on their way, and the nearest were pretty close. I pulled my machete out. Depending on how crazed they were by noise and hunger, I'd have work to do while looking for Murphy. I crossed a yard, shrunken by the high level of the lake, and worked my way through a copse with all the natural underbrush removed. Thank the previous residents for that. Too many of the natural undergrowth plants protected themselves from tromping feet with thorns. Movement in my peripheral vision on the left caught my attention. 2 whites were on the road, just now coming off the asphalt and angling through the trees toward me. Damn. I guess one of their half-pint brains must have decided that the first moving,
person-shaped thing they saw was the cause of the ruckus. The other was probably a Me Too white, following along because he was too stupid to even come to a wrong conclusion. I looked left and right again as I turned to face my two admirers. Nothing else around, yet. I backpedaled, both to boost my pursuer's confidence and to move into a space between the trees where I had plenty of room to swing my machete. I took a calm breath, focused on my prey, and figured I'd seal the deal with a few words to put them into a thought-free frenzy. "Hey, buddy, I taste pretty good." The first one salivated. The second grunted some kind of weird, happy pig noise. They started to run. When the fastest of the two was within a few steps of me, I did a little matador sidestep and swung my machete up towards his throat. His momentum did all the work. Cartilage crunched. Blood exploded from his throat. He went down.
Surprised by all the blood, the grunter's eyes focused on the wrong things, and he didn't see my backhanded swing slash down on the side of his head until it was way too late to do little more than blink. At my feet, the first one twitched and got on with his dying. The second one dropped in a limp pile of white skin on top of his buddy. I guessed, besides leaving an enormous gash across the grunter's face, probably having broken, if not cut through, his jaw, he was probably knocked out. I glanced back toward the road looking for more whites, saw none, and hacked down on the back of the grunting white's neck. Done. I stepped away from the fresh corpses and surveyed the area around me again. Silent movement 10 feet to my right startled me, and I jumped back as I recognized the big white shape. "Damn it, Murphy, you sneaky bastard. You scared the shit out of me." Murphy chuckled. "We need to get out of sight." I looked around again, assessing, planning. Run or hide? "Those assholes sank our boat." "They shot that house up too," Murphy pointed. "It's got an attic I think we can hide inside for a while." My shoulders sagged as I thought about the last time we'd used an attic for refuge. "I checked it out while those guys were trying to shoot you," said Murphy. "I figured they'd come after me, so I was looking for a good place to hide and ambush them." "Ambush a helicopter?" I asked. "No, man. The dudes, if they landed and got out to come find me." Murphy shook his head to make sure I knew the misunderstanding was all my fault. He pointed at the house. "It's a pretty nice attic. It's even got windows." "Good enough." I nodded toward the house. "Lead the way." As attics go, it wasn't bad. Nothing much was stored there. Indeed, it seemed to have been built out as a hideaway for children or grandchildren, accessible only by a pull-down ladder through the ceiling of the floor below. 3 dormer windows facing the lake let a breeze blow in. The only drawback was a low, awkwardly shaped ceiling. As Murphy and I sat up there in silence, we watched at least 100 whites show up outside, individually and in groups, there to investigate the noisy sounds of normal humans, the helicopter, and the gunshots. They wandered around the grounds. Some walked out onto the splintered dock and looked curiously at the holes. A few found their way inside the house. It took a few hours for most of them to leave. Some stayed downstairs. We didn't know how many. Murphy whispered, "Let's just hang here for the day. We'll give those whites a chance to get hungry. Then they'll take off to search for food somewhere else." It made sense. No point wasting ammunition and taking the risk when an afternoon of boredom would cause the whites to lose interest and move on. "What do you think about the helicopter assholes?" "They don't seem like nice folks to me." Murphy grinned at the understatement. "Why do you think they shot at us?" Murphy chuckled softly. "We're whites." "The world is full of whites," I argued. Murphy pretended to put some thought into his response before he said, "Okay, Professor, why don't you tell me what you think?" "I think they thought we were survivors until they saw us up close. Then I think they deduced that we were smart ones
because we were driving the boat. I think that's why they spent a little extra time trying to kill us. Just like we learned about smart ones, it's worth it to go out of your way to kill them. Murphy rubbed his hand over his chin. He was skeptical. How's that different than what I said? Fuck you, Murphy. He laughed. Keep it down, I scolded. The whites will hear you. Okay, he said. Don't get your skivvies in a bunch. I'll play along. Do you think the helicopter assholes know the difference between slow burns and smart ones? Or do they know and not care? I mean, that's why we stayed, isn't it?
Instead of going out to Balmorhea with the rest of them.
Because normal people are going to hate us no matter what. I said it like a too often uttered cliché, because it was. Nodding, Murphy said, They just proved that. So what do we do now? I crawled on my hands and knees over to a window to look out at the lake while I thought about our options. Murphy took off his backpack and laid it on the floor, leaned back against a wall covered in bright blue carpet, the same shaggy carpet that covered the floor. Here's what I think, I half-whispered. These people need to update their decor? Murphy chuckled. This shit looks like something from the 70s. I hissed, Keep it quiet. I sense a null spot moment coming. I shook my head. Hear me out. Unless I fall asleep while you ramble on about it, I don't think I have a choice. Nope, I told him. I know you're not going to like it, but I think we stick with the plan. Sarcastically, Murphy said, I can't wait to hear why. I thought you were going to fall asleep from boredom. Oh, you've got my attention now. Good, I said with a big fake smile. First off, if these helicopter assholes are going to start flying around Austin shooting at us every time we take our boat out or presumably drive a car or anything, I'm going to get pissed. I don't want to get shot by some machine gun happy chucklehead in a helicopter. I think we need to know what these guys are about. I think we at least need to assess the danger. Do they think we're dangerous smart ones? Or do they just shoot at all whites? Finally, there's the off chance they'll be friendly enough. Tolerant is your best hope, Murphy told me. That they'll have short-term tolerance. Yeah, tolerant, I agreed.
We need to find out if we can at least communicate with them well enough so you can find out whether they're in contact with your sister and the others. Or we need to know if they're a new danger in the neighborhood.
And?
What do you mean, and? I asked.
Murphy shook his head. There's always a hidden and with you. That all sounds too rational, so I'm wondering about the hidden part. You know, that part that warms the null spot cockles. You don't even know what a cockle is. Murphy shrugged. What was the and? I'm still listening for that part. I looked back out the window. There doesn't have to be an and. But there is, isn't there? Just tell me what it is. I huffed. If they're a danger to us, I said. I think I'd maybe like to toss a grenade or two in each of their helicopters when they park them for the night. I don't like being at a disadvantage. Just toss in a grenade, Murphy laughed. Yeah, right. It'll be that easy. No. Of course it wouldn't.
Let's scout out the situation and go from there. That's all I'm saying.
Whatever. Chapter 9. By the time the whites left the house, it was late in the day, and our best choice was to spend the night in the attic. The next morning, we went out on our shotgun hunt. We got lucky. In the second house we searched, we found an old double-barrel shotgun with a pair of barrels so long that I thought the gun might be more effective at poking whites from a distance to keep them away from me. As much as I'd romanticized the lethal potency of a double-barrel shotgun, I'm a big action movie fan, but I've mentioned that before, the damn thing was impractical to the point of being more harmful than useful. The idea of 2 shots, reload, 2 shots, reload, seemed only slightly more effective than my machete. 2 whites I figured I could handle pretty easily with my blade. I'd done that and more on countless occasions. Murphy convinced me that any weapon, as a backup plan, was better than none.
We started searching houses for a hacksaw to shorten the barrel, an idea I liked a lot. A short-barrel hand cannon with a spread I couldn't miss with had an immeasurable movie-based cool factor. It was nearing noon when we were searching through a house that had been somebody's idea of a modern design 40 years ago. Now it was just ugly. One day it would be a collection of concrete piers and rotten wood. The house's garage held nothing except a dusty sedan, no lawn equipment, no skis, no shovels, and no tools. We figured the house was a bust for finding a hacksaw. Nevertheless, we'd already determined it was free of whites, so why not search it? I was rummaging through a cluttered home office with a view of the lake out a big window when Murphy called from another room. I went running through the house with my machete ready, expecting anything. When I jumped through the door prepared to hack, I saw Murphy looking at a tall gun safe hidden inside a closet. The door hung slightly open. I said, "Makes sense." "How's that?"
Murphy carefully swung the door wide open, stepping back as he did so. Why? Why not? You just never know. Craning my neck to get a better look inside the safe, I said, "You know, with everything happening, I'm sure the guy needed his guns handy. Why lock it?" Murphy reached into the safe among a dozen rifles standing in a rack, all tidy, each with a space. He pulled one out, some kind of rifle-looking thing with a pistol grip. He turned to me with a wide grin as he reached the gun out toward me. "Get rid of that old shotgun. This is what you need." I leaned the long double-barrel grandpa gun against the wall and accepted the one Murphy handed me. It was compact. It didn't have the shoulder stock, unnecessary since I couldn't hit a damn thing when I shot that way. I was going to be shooting from the hip, literally. "That's a Mossberg Tactical," he said. "Badass shotgun." "It's a shotgun?" I asked.
I held it up, hefting it in my hands to get a feel for the weight of it. I took a close look at the barrel, which extended maybe 4 or 5 inches past the pump mechanism. I liked it. Murphy said, "Not enough extra barrel on that thing to make it worth sawing off." Nodding, satisfied, I said, "This will work." "That'll have 6 or 8 shots," said Murphy. "I'm not sure." "Better than 2, I smiled. The Mossberg felt like a real weapon. I need to test it out. Kneeling down in front of the gun safe and shuffling some boxes around on a shelf inside, Murphy said, "There's a shitload of 12-gauge shells in here." He started pulling them out and cradling them in his arm. "I think I like this guy," I said, as I looked around at the room. "I hope he made it." Murphy started handing me the boxes of shells. "Load up with as much as you feel comfortable carrying." I set the gun down, shed my Hello Kitty bag, and opened it up. I had room. "What I need is a bandolier for these shells."
"Yes, so does everybody else, Pancho Villa," Murphy laughed. "Keep on the lookout when we're scavenging. Maybe you'll come across something. In the meantime, get in the habit of carrying shells in your right front pocket. You can reload from there. No problemos." The good thing about a 12-gauge is that they're popular and cheap. Everybody's got one. Shells should be easy to find. Murphy pointed at the stacks of ammunition boxes in the safe. Like this. We found another boat later that day that had run aground. Just one more of hundreds, if not thousands of boats on the lake that had loosed its mooring lines and went adrift. It was a ski boat with a half-tank of gasoline and a charge on the battery sufficient to crank the motor. We drove it for a bit before shutting down the motor and paddling our way toward a long dock sticking out into the lake near a cluster of closely packed houses.
The presence of so many houses all but guaranteed that some of their former residents turned white by the virus would still be lingering. We anchored far enough from the end of the dock that no overzealous whites would be tempted to make the jump if they decided they had reason. We needed to get down to the end of the lake,
but didn't want to leave a wake easily spotted by the helicopters when they made their afternoon trip from south to north going back home. Thankfully, it wasn't too late when we saw a single helicopter cross below the clouds. Having seen them pass by twice a day for over a month, I knew that usually one trip was made in each direction each day. The number of helicopters varied from 1 to 3, but on the days when more than one flew, they flew together. As the sound dissipated and the helicopter turned into a black speck before disappearing, Murphy and I started to paddle our boat toward the dock. We were safe to run our test.
Once we were at the end of the dock, I leaned out and looped the bow line around a cleat. I wanted it to be easy to remove, so I didn't wrap it. I climbed out of the boat and looked across 50 feet of wooden planks into somebody's backyard. Dead grass and knee-deep weeds covered the ground between a few tall oaks whose boughs spread widely to shade the entire lawn. The only shrubs grew in a line along the wall of the house. As I looked at the yard, what I saw were only a few tree trunks and no significant bushes behind which whites could conceal themselves. And that was nearly always my first thought when I looked at any area. Where could the whites be hiding? For the purposes of my test, the yard was good, not perfect, but good. Any whites coming would be easily seen a good while before they reached the dock. Bottom line, if my test was going to get out of hand, I'd see it getting that way in plenty of time to get my ass to safety. With my Hello Kitty bag on my back and my pockets full of 12-gauge shells, I took up a position halfway up the length of the dock. I turned to Murphy, who was standing at my side, looking up and down the shore. I said, "I'd feel better if I left my bag in the boat." "Yeah," Murphy agreed. "That would be the smart thing, I guess. But you've swam with it before. If you end up in the water, you'll be fine." I sighed. "Besides, you said you wanted a realistic test," he told me. "We always have backpacks on. That's just the way life is now. You gotta carry your shit with you. Why not run your test while you're wearing it?" Makes sense. Murphy walked a few paces up the dock to put himself between me and the boat. He readied his M4, but kept the butt at his shoulder and kept it aimed at the water. "I'll take him out if it turns out you need a hand. Don't want my null spot to get any more teeth marks on his pretty white skin." He laughed. "I'm not feeling the sincerity." Murphy grinned. "Start when you're ready." I looked at the black shotgun in my hands and got a little bit of an excited tingle. It felt solid, it felt powerful, and it looked badass. I adjusted my stance, leveled the gun, and stabilized my wrist against my hip. I pointed the shotgun at the fat trunk of the nearest oak and fired. The thunder of the gunshot echoed off the house, obnoxiously loud. Instantly, the whites nearby howled. Murphy chuckled. "Your test will be here in a minute. Do you want to shoot a few more rounds before they get here? You know, to get a feel for the gun. Maybe reload, too?" Good idea. I pumped the gun and fired at the tree 5 more times. It was pretty far away, but I know at least some of the shot hit wood. I hurried to reload, moving my hands slowly, putting myself in my calm state as I did. Whites were howling all along the shore, dozens. A few were already crossing the yard, running toward the end of the dock, running toward the tasty, stupid man with the noisy gun. When the first of the whites pounded his feet on the boards, I had 6 shells in the shotgun, and I was as ready as I was going to be. I felt the white's steps vibrate through the dock. An infected girl followed the first one in his sprint toward me. I fired. He lost his balance, spun to his left, and fell into the water. It wasn't a direct hit by any means, but enough of the pellets had hit him to get the job done. The second white, the girl, was a few paces closer when I fired the second time. She caught most of the shot in her chest. Her legs gave way, and she hit the dock with the sound of a large slab of meat. Excited, I glanced back at Murphy. Damn, this works. With a calm face,
He nodded and pointed across the lawn. More whites were trickling into view. Maybe 10 were visible running through the knee-deep grass. I had a moment before some of them would be close enough for me to have any hope of shooting them. I pushed 2 more shells into my new gun and waited. 25 feet of weathered planks lay between me and the end of the dock. It seems like a good length when you say it, but when frenzied whites are running at you full speed across the gap, you realize pretty quick that 25 feet is a lot like nothing. And as the whites on the lawn came closer together, looking to mass themselves near the other end, not just 2, but at least a dozen more whites than I had shells loaded in my shotgun, I knew that I'd put myself into a life-or-death situation. Murphy's well-armed, ensuring presence behind me became an afterthought. The safety of the deep water to my left and right was a small comfort. As soon as a white stepped onto the dock, I fired. My shot killed one following behind him and wounded another. The first white was 2 long paces closer when my second shot blew a large gout of red out of his chest. That left me 3 rounds, and at the moment, no whites on the dock. I finished off the wounded one with a single shot and fired twice more at whites running across the lawn. They were too far out. I missed both. Calm. Breathe. I reloaded. I did it quickly. More whites would be on the dock in seconds. "You good?" Murphy asked, tension in his voice. "I'm good." I pushed in 6 smooth, quick rounds, raised the shotgun to my hip, and fired as a white reached the end of the dock. Got her. My confidence was growing with each burst of red blood from white skin. A group of several more arrived at the other end of the dock. Too many. I emptied my shotgun at them in patient shots, giving the wounded and dying a chance to fall before sending my pellets at those behind. When I was empty, 2 were still clambering toward me over the dead and writhing bodies. The number of running whites coming across the grass was way more than I knew I could handle. I started to reload, keeping my eye on the 2 whites. It was immediately clear that I wouldn't get the shells into my shotgun in time. Everything happened in adrenaline-soaked fast time. I dropped the shells from my hand and pulled out my machete, hacking down in one motion as the first of the 2 neared me. Murphy shot the second, and it fell to the dock in front of me. I chopped down with my machete and lodged the tip into the boards at my feet, took a quick glance at the coming whites, and decided I had time to reload, provided I didn't let my nerves get away from me and fumble the attempt. I didn't. I finished reloading. I killed 4 more whites with 6 more shots. By then, so many of the infected were converging on the end of the dock, Murphy said, "I think we should go." Yeah. Feeling good, I yanked my machete out of the wood. Murphy ran to the boat and I followed. I loosed the bow line and shoved off. We floated out by nearly a dozen feet when a runner jumped off the dock and landed in the water close to the boat. I shot him. Murphy started the engine, and I fired at more whites running up the dock. As the boat started to pick up speed, I relaxed. We were safe. "Good test?" Murphy asked. "I think the shotgun was the right call," I smiled. It was good to have a guy who had some experience with real weapons. "Just keep in mind the noise," Murphy told me. "It's hard to ignore." I sat down in the passenger seat. I know panic is what leads to bad choices when it comes time to shoot. We both know all too well that once the shooting starts, things get bad in a hurry. The shotgun is a last resort. "Don't forget it," he started to chuckle. "Null spot." Chapter 11. It was late in the day, but still light outside when Murphy and I docked the boat at the edge of the lake where the water, a tree-covered slope, and a steep, rocky side of the levee converged. The levee extended the dam a quarter-mile to the southeast, and only ever held water back when the lake was overfilled like it was now. No whites were around. Better yet,
No helicopters full of belligerent assholes were buzzing about to strafe us. Murphy tied off the boat. I left the keys in it, and we carefully negotiated the long climb over the rocks to get to the top of the levee. Still, we were alone, and the afternoon was starting to settle down to a quiet that belied the would-be dangers lurking when dark finally settled. The air was dead calm. Prior to the arrival of the virus, the ambient noise of life was the sound of cars and trucks careening over the asphalt at high speed. It was a sound I'd learned to ignore. I'd recalled noticing when it was replaced by a new, ubiquitous noise: gunfire. I remember that the gunfire peaked a few days after everything went to shit. For a time, it was near constant, sometimes close, sometimes far away. As the virus ate away at humanity, the gunshots grew more sporadic, until a day came when I found myself standing and looking around, sensing something was missing, but unable to figure out what it was. Like the absence of the traffic noise, the absence of the gunshots was hard to figure out. By then, the world's natural sound was that of birds, which seemed to be thriving and tweeting everywhere. House sparrows, cardinals, and doves. Coyotes loved the new order of things, as I heard their howls and yelps nearly every night. The only man-made sound left was that made by whites. I guess when the virus fried their powers of speech away, it left them with the desire to vocalize anyway, howling and yelping like the coyotes, screaming when they were on the hunt or being hunted by other whites. Near or far, their voices were almost always on the wind. None of the loud ones were around when Murphy and I reached the top edge of the dam, and we didn't see any moving nearby. Far below and downstream on the riverbank, I saw some whites trying to corral a small animal. Unless it was able to get into the water and swim away pretty quickly, I didn't hold out any hope for it. Murphy and I climbed down the long, treacherous slope on the other side of the levee, coming off it near the shoulder of Ranch to Market Road 620. Out of habit, I looked both ways before crossing the 5 lanes of asphalt, nearly empty except for those cars and trucks stopped on the bridge. Once across, we concealed ourselves in the dense trees and took a moment to catch our breath. "So far, so good," said Murphy. I shrugged and silently scanned the shadows under the trees around us, expecting a gang of quiet, sneaky whites to be lurking there, ready to ambush us. I knew they were out there. They were always out there. We started down toward the river, following the path of a narrow road that meandered its way through the trees toward the low-water crossing, the place where we had a boat tied off. Along the way, we didn't see any whites, but we could hear them. They weren't many, and they weren't agitated, just regular whites going about their business. When we came within sight of the water, I saw our boat drifting on its tether just as we'd left it 6 weeks ago. Its shine was dulled under a layer of clingy dirt, dust that settled on dry afternoons, turning to mud when the dew settled overnight. "You're expecting trouble?" Murphy nodded as he said it. He was expecting trouble too. Hell, we were always expecting it. I just don't want it to be a surprise. Know what I mean? Murphy grinned. "Where's the fun in that?" He was joking, of course. "You cover me from up here," I said. "I'll head down. If any whites come to fuck with me, well, shoot 'em if you can. If not, and I can't handle 'em, I'll jump in the water and swim downriver a bit. We can hook up down there." "Sounds like a plan." I moved through the trees, crunching brown autumn leaves and hating them for making me noisy. I paused behind thick, gnarled trunks and took my time to look around. We'd gone too long without trouble. That worried me, but nothing happened. I reached the bank, squatted, and scanned the other side of the river before I stepped through knee-deep water to climb into the boat. The keys were dangling in the ignition. All was just as we'd left it. I raised my shotgun to my shoulder, but the awkwardness of the pistol grip made me feel foolish. I lowered it and laid my wrist on my hip as I pointed the gun uselessly at the far shore. I leaned against a gunwale and waved Murphy to come down. He made almost no noise at all as he worked his way through the trees. He untied the bow line when he arrived, then jumped into the boat beside me, shoving off as he did so. He said, "That was easy." Nodding, I replied, "You ride shotgun. I'll drive." Chapter 12. We were out in the center of the river and starting to float downstream when Murphy lowered his rifle, glanced at me, then looked up at the far end of the dam. "We're doing this the wrong way." I looked up at the tall hill on the other side of the river and saw houses built among the trees. I looked at the dam for a clue as to what Murphy was talking about, and then I looked around the boat. "What?" He said, "We need to start working the night shift." "Murphy, have you been smoking some weed I don't know about? You're not making any sense." "Hey man, I'm having an inspiration." Murphy shot me a fake frown. "I'm trying to make a major improvement in our lives." Uh-oh. I cranked the starter on the engine. "Don't start the boat," Murphy said as he came up to sit in the seat opposite me. "Hear me out on this one. I don't know about you, but I'm tired of hiking around and riding boats up and down the river." I scanned the banks as we sat in the boat, starting to drift. Assholes in the helicopter aside, it's safe for us to travel this way, mostly. On the river, the whites don't mess with us. Even when we're walking, they mostly don't mess with us unless we start talking or shooting. Murphy replied, "What I'm saying is, we've got night vision goggles." And? There had to be more to Murphy's epiphany than that. Murphy scooted around in his seat and leaned forward, ready to sell. "What if we had a silent car to go along with our night vision goggles? Then we could go anywhere." "Okay, Batman, I give up," I said as I looked downriver. "Are you saying we should maybe go back to Sarah Mansfield's house and get her Tesla? I doubt it still has a charge on the batteries, but it's electric. It'll be silent." "No." Murphy grinned and pointed out past the other end of the dam. I was watching this video online a month or so before the outbreak. There's this dude, Mitch something or other, who's got a shop right up on 620 just past the dam. "And?" I asked. "His thing was converting old muscle cars to electric." Battery-powered muscle cars? I wasn't buying it. "I swear, man, it's true," said Murphy. "His first car was this old 60-something Mustang he called the Zombie 222. Okay, now I know you're fucking with me." I cranked the boat engine and it started up. "I'm serious." "Uh-huh." I put the boat in gear to engage the prop. "No, I really am," he said. "It's a real thing. He makes these cars and they're fast as shit. They generate like 1,800 horsepower, no lie, and they're quiet. The reason I know you're fucking with me is that nobody, and I mean nobody, would ever put an electric motor in a muscle car. That's pretty much a religious debate in itself." Murphy paused to think. "No, he retired from high tech or something, and it was his pet project. He said he could get more torque out of an electric motor, and he set a speed record. I'm not shitting you." Murphy did seem serious. I dropped my hands from the wheel and rested them in my lap. "So you're thinking we get us an electric car and drive it around Austin at night when nobody can see us or hear us?" "Yeah," said Murphy, slapping a palm on his head. "We've got the advantage of the night vision goggles. I don't know why we haven't been doing this all along." "Me neither," I sarcastically agreed. "Charging could be a problem. Half the time the roads are full of crap. An electric car doesn't offer us any protection." I rubbed my chin. "Anything else I'm forgetting?" "Yeah," said Murphy. "You forgot to apologize for being a dick just because this isn't your idea." I rolled my eyes and started to say something, but realized he was probably right. I sighed and forced an apology.
I turned off the boat engine. Murphy laughed and slapped me on the back, hard enough that I nearly bumped my head on the windshield. "It's just how you are, man. Don't you think I know that by now?" I rolled my eyes again. "Do you remember that map we made when we were at Sarah Mansfield's house?"
Do you still have it?
Murphy shook his head. "Long gone, dude. Too much wear and tear, know what I mean? Too much shit going on." I nodded. "If only we could have laminated it." "Why?" he asked. "A satellite map would show us where all the houses in Austin with solar panels are." "Yeah," Murphy grinned. "All of our gas stations." I started to accept the idea. We could get a network of places around town where we could get a charge if we needed it. I went with a buddy once to look at a Nissan Leaf. They told him he needed to spend like $1,500 to install a charging station in his garage, but if he was out somewhere away from home, he could just plug the car into a regular outlet for 30 minutes or so and get a half charge or 75% or something like that. That pumped up Murphy's confidence in the idea. So we could charge it up anywhere if we had to. I shrugged.
Lots of houses in Austin have solar panels.
"I think we need to go car shopping." "And this electric Mustang is a real thing?" I asked, still a little skeptical. In truth, any electric car would do. Plenty of them were around Austin. The old Mustang, though, appealed to me in a sexy, impractical way that made no good sense. But it felt good to think about it. And that good feeling was something I'd been missing for a while. Murphy picked up a paddle and leaned over the side of the boat, ready to dig into the water to get us to the bank across the river. Google it if you don't believe me. An hour later, with our boat tied to a tree overhanging the other side of the river, Murphy and I were standing at the peak of a cone-shaped hill, looking up and down the length of 620. We were a little less than a mile from the dam, but could easily see the road from our vantage. Plenty of cars littered 620's lanes, but it was passable.
Trash and other things that had once been loaded in cars or hastily packed in suitcases lay on the road, in the trees, or washed into piles in the ditches. The remains of bodies, sometimes whole, most often not, lay all over the place, with broken bones, clothes, and clumps of hair. More frequently, dark brownish stains on the bleached asphalt marked the spots where people had been slaughtered and devoured. "Look," said Murphy, pointing down 620 away from the dam. "Down just past those coyotes in the road. See on the left, maybe a quarter mile? That tan metal building back in the trees there." "Sure." A dozen metal buildings were back in the trees along the road. The sun-faded color of any of them could be described as tan, but whatever. "That one, there, with all the solar panels on the roof," said Murphy. "You're thinking because he makes electric muscle cars he's got solar panels too?" I asked, guessing at the same time that it made sense. "Sure, why not? Solar panels are cheap compared to what his cars cost." "How much?" I asked. "I don't know, 100 to 150 grand, maybe?" "Seriously?" Murphy shrugged. "I don't know. A Tesla is around 90, isn't it?" "I guess." I stared blankly down the road, still not convinced we were doing anything but wasting our time. Murphy had already sold himself on the idea of the car, though. "Fuck it. Let's go steal a $150,000 car if it's there." Chapter 14. Despite the obvious advantage of being able to read signs posted in front of the businesses along the way, we decided to stay off the main road, too much visibility being out in the middle of 5 paved lanes, with so much of the day's light still left in the sky. From the top of the hill, we'd spied an indirect path down a few trails, along several short stretches of dirt road, and up a paved street that would lead us to the shop where Murphy guessed the electric Mustang waited. It didn't look like much of a trek, maybe a half mile, maybe a little more. I followed Murphy down a zigzagging trail off the peak of the hill.
We came out onto a dusty stretch of bumpy road between thick cedar forests on both sides. We passed around a long, slow bend to the point where all we were able to see, besides the dimming sky above, was the dirt road curving away into the trees in front and back. Murphy came to a sudden stop, snapping his M4 up to a firing position and glancing quickly back at me before looking forward again. He scanned back and forth across all the trees. I gripped my machete and raised the blade as I stepped up beside him and stopped. Without the crunch of our boots on the gravelly road to mask the subtleties of the sounds around us, I heard something out in the trees to our left. I hoped it was a noisy armadillo, but knew it was whites. I looked around for movement in the trees far ahead. For some reason, Murphy suspected something in front of us.
I had to believe he was right.
I peered into the dark shadows in the trees behind and beside us. Nothing. I glanced at Murphy. He nodded forward. He whispered, "They're gonna ambush us." "How do you know that?" His eyes passed over my machete as he glanced at my shotgun. "You may need to use that." "Should we go back?" I asked. "I think they're ahead of us and behind us," he said, just as a hail of jagged chunks of white limestone, roughly the size of baseballs, arced in our direction from the trees on both sides of the road. The stones weren't aimed well enough to hit either of us except by luck. Plenty were coming, though. "I guess they've run out of regular people to eat," I said, keeping my calm despite the hail of stones. "And now they've banded together to hunt the weak." "Yeah, Professor, whatever," Murphy said with urgency in his voice. He nodded in the direction we'd come from. "My guess is they'll be weakest that way. I'll lead."
You keep an eye on our rear. One of the rocks hit me in the shoulder, missing my skull by inches.
"Motherfucker." Murphy looked up at the other rocks still coming. "We need to go." Scanning from side to side with his rifle, he hurried but didn't run. I followed, trying to use his massive size as a rock shield, while I kept looking behind and to the sides. The whites, way behind us, in the direction we'd originally been going, yelped and growled. They seemed frustrated that their plan wasn't working out. The tree limbs around us rattled with the sound of bodies brushing past. Thankfully, the foliage was thick enough to keep them from simply running through and engulfing us. The whites were smart enough to set the trap, but not quite bright enough to figure out how to react once Murphy and I took some active steps to avoid being ensnared. Murphy's rifle popped off several suppressed rounds. I looked forward in time to see two whites dropping rocks as they fell.
"Faster," he said, as he picked up the pace. Behind us, where my view of the road was cut off by the arc of the trees lining it, I saw several dozen infected gathering their courage to run after us. A particularly brave white jumped out of the dense foliage to my right. He planted his feet in a defiant pose and snarled at me for all of 2 seconds before my machete cut a gash across his throat. He fell, probably wondering what had gone wrong with his simple-minded little plan to menace us into running back toward the others in the main group. As I watched the bleeding white crumble, I hurried after Murphy, bumping into him from behind when he abruptly stopped. At least a dozen whites were emerging from the trees ahead of us. "I'll take these," I said, stepping around Murphy as I quickly slipped my machete into its scabbard and raised my shotgun. "They're close enough for me to hit 'em, or they will be in a sec."
Nodding my head to our rear, I said, "You've got a bigger problem back up the road." Murphy spun and started firing immediately in a quick rhythm of well-placed shots. I leveled the barrel of my shotgun and let my attackers get a few steps closer and a lot more tightly packed as they came out of the trees and onto the road. I pointed at legs and knees, not looking for kills as much as twofers, hoping to put a few on the ground with each shot, knowing I only had 6 before I'd have to choose between reloading and going to work with my machete. Not worrying about what was behind me, I focused and fired. Murphy would handle his end, or he wouldn't. Either way, it was out of my hands. By my third shot, 3 of the whites coming at me were down, and a few others were hobbled. The whites surged faster, and I fired the last 3 shots in a quick flurry.
A couple of whites stopped, still smart enough to understand the carnage among them. The remaining, those still brave enough or dumb enough to rush, found out just how quickly I could switch from empty gun to swinging machete. I killed 2 almost immediately. It's like the machete was a complete surprise to them. Maybe their brains think slower with the virus, I don't know. But it's like they kind of understood what the shotgun was doing to them, and when they saw me drop it, they figured they was safe to bull rush me. I ran a few steps forward to get past the 2 I'd just hacked. To my surprise, one of them wasn't dead, which I realized about a half-second too late. As I was hacking a running white across the thigh, the dying woman already on the ground grabbed at my leg. I tried to dodge her grip, but I slipped on loose gravel and tumbled, rolling over sharp rocks on the ground, doing my best to spring back to my feet. I earned a few bruises and cuts for the effort. The few whites who were able retreated back into the trees. The dead, dying, and wounded cluttered the road. For a moment, we were clear. I looked back at Murphy just as he was jamming a fresh magazine into his M4. The road back in his direction was littered down its length with bloodied whites. "We gotta go!" I hollered as I pointed up the corridor I'd just cleared. Murphy glanced back, his face fierce. He looked forward. "To hell with these guys!" Keeping his weapon at his shoulder and firing, he started moving. Out in the distance, I heard howls that were repeated across the hills we couldn't see. That was the bill for use of the shotgun coming due. I hurried after Murphy and nudged him from behind. "They're coming!" I raised my machete to take on any whites that might still be alive enough to grab at our legs as we rushed by. Back in the direction I'd cleared with my shotgun, some whites were coming out of the trees again, looking at me and Murphy. They were confused. Their weak quarry had turned out to be something brutal and deadly. At least, that's what I wanted to think. Maybe they were just eyeing their dead buddies bleeding out, fresh meat for free. "Keep it going," I said. "They're starting to regroup." Murphy's rate of fire dwindled as we moved. We were getting out of the thick of it. I hacked at a grasping hand, and a white howled for losing it. "Okay," Murphy said. "You ready to haul some ass?" "I've been ready." "Follow me." He took off at a full-speed run. Standing in front of the shop, shielded from the road by a stand of twisted oaks, I said, "It doesn't look like all that much." "At a glance, neither do you, but nobody complains," Murphy laughed. I said, "You do." "Damn," I cracked myself up. I turned away from him to scan the area for infected. "Don't get your panties in a bunch," he said. "I wore the paisley ones just for you," I teased. Murphy looked around for movement, back to the serious business at hand. He said, "Those whites that ambushed us weren't naked." Nodding, I said, "I'm assuming your point is they weren't part of the naked horde." "Yes, Professor." "Don't be a dick." Murphy chuckled. "When I say that to you, it doesn't change anything, so let's not pretend, okay?" "Whatever." "You know what I'm saying, though, right?" Murphy asked. "That it seems like we keep seeing more and more of them act a little bit smarter as things go along?" "Yeah," Murphy nodded emphatically. "That's exactly what it's starting to seem like." Shrugging to underscore my guess, I said, "Maybe the dumber ones are getting culled out of the population through a higher mortality rate, making the ones that are left, the ones who are a little smarter, more visible to us. Maybe they're just learning. Who's to say?" I pointed at the door. "You ready?" Murphy took one last glance around and stepped forward with his weapon up. "You open it." "I'll shoot anything that comes out."
"If it's not locked." I stepped to the door and gave Murphy a look to let him know to get ready. I turned the handle. It wasn't locked. That was a nice surprise. I swung the door open wide as I jumped to the side and raised my machete, ready to hack whatever came out. Nothing did. Murphy and I shared a glance as we waited. I tapped my machete on the door jamb a few times. No response. I stepped to the doorway, leaned my head in, and said, "Come and get it, dimwits." I quickly leaned back out. Murphy's face turned into a silent question. "What?" I asked. "Are the cars in there?" "Fuck, Murphy, I don't know." "How could you not know? Cars are those big things with wheels and shit." "Damn it," I huffed. "I saw some cars, but I was looking for whites." "I know that." Sometimes you can be so damn difficult. I smacked the door jamb with the flat side of my machete again and leaned in. "Hey, anybody in there?" Feeling a bit bolder, I didn't jump back from the door. I continued to look inside. "Hey!" I yelled. Louder. Nothing. I waved Murphy to follow, and I stepped into the shop. It was too dark to see well with the naked eye, and it was too bright for night vision goggles. A window or two wouldn't hurt. They wouldn't have helped much either, with only diffused twilight sun coming in. Murphy came up beside me, bumping me forward and pulling the door shut behind. "Don't close it," I said. "The only light is coming from the open door." He reached over and flipped a switch beside the door, and the rows of light fixtures on the ceiling splashed a bright light down upon us, down on the neatly arranged cabinets of tools, storage racks, and cars. Murphy closed the door. "Hey man, anybody in here?" Looking around for movement in the shop and not seeing any, I turned the deadbolt handle on the door, hearing the lock slide into place.
Just us now.
With weapons up, we walked along the front wall with the closed garage doors at our back, looking for anything that might be lurking. The shop wasn't a large space, maybe big enough to fit a half-dozen parked cars, with plenty of room on each end for some machine shop tools, storage, and workbenches. The only space we couldn't see into was what looked like an enclosed office area in one corner. The door into that space was open. We checked between the cars. We checked beneath. We peered inside each and saw nothing alive. We went into the office area, which turned out to be something else. It was more of a man cave with couches, beer signs, diamond plate trim, a fridge, empty as it turns out, and cabinets. In the back, down a short hallway, was a bathroom. I knocked on the bathroom door and got no response from inside. I swung that door open and jumped back in surprise as a white-skinned body fell out. Without thinking, I hacked it once across the chest.
"It's dead," said Murphy in a tone of voice that made me think he wasn't entirely sure.
I waited for the body to move, to react. It didn't. It just lay there. "It smells pretty bad," I said. "I wish I would have just left it in there." Murphy stepped up beside the body and studied the face for a moment. "What?" I asked. "Checking." "For?" I asked. "I thought it might be Mitch," he said. "Who's Mitch?" "Dude who owns the place," he said. "You know him?" Shaking his head slowly, Murphy said, "I told you I saw a video on the internet." I rolled my eyes as I turned to leave the man cave area. I walked out into the shop with Murphy behind me. Several shiny cars sat on the floor, some with engines clearly missing, a few others seemingly in working order. Murphy pointed at a late 60s shiny black Mustang with two bright green racing stripes. "That's the car, the one I told you about." "No shit, that's nice." Chapter 16. Besides a thin layer of dust, the Mustang looked to have been parked in the garage overnight, left ready for a quick spin down to the local burger joint the next day. The only thing unusual was a thick cord running out of the back of the car, connected where the gas cap used to be. You think it's charged? I asked, pointing at the cord. Murphy shrugged, walked over, ran a hand down the crease on top of the driver's side fender, and opened the door. Keys are in it. That piqued my interest. Murphy reached into the car and scooted the driver's seat all the way back, then folded himself inside. He grinned at me as I leaned in through the open passenger door window. He said, "It fits me perfect. Not to burst your bubble, racy car boy, but if we take off in this thing, it'll be better if I'm driving." Murphy's grin slipped away as his eyes caressed the black and chrome dashboard. "Because you can't shoot for shit." I shrugged.
Yep.
"Man, you're taking all the fun out of this apocalypse thing." "I know." I walked around to the driver's side as Murphy struggled to get himself out. I sat down inside, adjusted the seat, closed the door, and set my mirrors. With 2 hands on the wheel, I surveyed the dashboard. It's pretty much just like a regular car. Murphy took off his backpack and laid it in the back, then put himself into the passenger seat. He pointed the muzzle of his M4 out the window to shoot left-handed. "Can you hit anything like that?" I asked. "If I say no, can I drive?" "You can drive if you want me on the trigger," I said, getting comfortable behind the wheel surprisingly fast. "I could get used to this." Murphy frowned. "That's what I thought." I reached over and slapped Murphy on the shoulder. "Don't be jealous, man. I'm just the driver. It's still your car since it was your idea to come here and steal it." "Inherit it, you mean?" Murphy ran a hand across the dashboard. "I like this. Does the AC work?" I turned a knob on the instrument panel, and a fan somewhere down inside the engine compartment blew air through the vents, air that quickly turned cold. Leaning up to let the air blow across his face, Murphy said, "What more could a man ask for?" I tried the heat. It worked better than in a normal car. It heated up in seconds without the engine running. I guess that concept of waiting for your idling engine to warm up the car is obsolete with an electric car. Pointing at the gauges, I said, "Looks like it'll tell me how much of a charge I have left. That'll be good to know. Full right now." "Sweet." "I know." I glanced up even though I could see nothing but the car's headliner. The solar panels on the roof of the building have kept it ready for us. "Does it tell you how many miles it'll go?" Murphy asked. "I don't see anything like that." Reading across the instruments, I said, "It's pretty simple. Speed, voltage, and estimated time left on the battery. The video I saw on the internet said this thing will do over 170. I laughed and had to take care to quiet myself quickly. There's no need for us to ever go that fast, so we won't. Bracing himself in his seat, Murphy said, "But don't you just want to see what it feels like?" "You mean right before we run into a road jammed with abandoned cars?" I asked. "Or right before we hit some shit in the road that blows a tire and we lose control and roll the car like 37 times? I don't think so." Murphy sighed. "You sound like my mom." "We just need to be able to drive faster than the whites can run," I told him. "That's it. Besides, going slow reduces our wind resistance and will extend our range. That'll probably be the most important thing to us, going the maximum number of miles on a charge." "Shut up, Professor," Murphy told me. "Let's see if this thing will move." "Okay, get out and unplug the car." Murphy made his way to the back of the car, removed the plug, then got back in. Seeing that I had a good 10 feet between the front bumper and the garage door, I put the car in gear, or whatever passes for that in an electric car since they've got no transmission. At least I assumed this one was like a Tesla in that respect. In theory, it had a simple electric motor with an axle running through it. To go faster, you just increased the voltage. Easy peasy, in theory. There were some unexplained switches, buttons, and a dial on the console behind the shifter, and on the shifter itself, the letters usually there to indicate D for drive, P for park, R for reverse, instead spelled out, "Oh shit." Murphy and I looked at that. Neither of us had any guesses. Oh well. I tentatively pressed the accelerator, and the car rolled forward on a carpet of utterly silent magic. Murphy laughed out loud.
"Dude," I scolded, pointing at the insulated garage door. "If any whites are out there, they'll hear you."
Murphy shrugged. "Fuck 'em. This thing is as quiet as a ghost. I love it. If we take this thing out after dark and use our night vision goggles, the whites will never even know we were there. This is the ticket, man. No more scrounging around for Humvees with no keys that shitheads steal from you the first time you look the other way." With 2 stolen already, I couldn't help but laugh at that. I jingled the keys dangling from the ignition switch, which on this Mustang was a 2-position on/off switch. We'll need to check around the shop and see if we can find another set so we both have one. I turned the key to the off position, then got out of the car. Murphy did the same.
Examining the vulnerable windows on the Mustang and looking at the sleek lines of sheet metal on the hood and front fenders, I said, "You know, just in case, we should weld some kind of metal cattle guard across the grille."
"A brush guard?" Murphy laughed. "You mean a zombie guard?" Yeah, whatever. I walked toward some long metal tubes and pieces of angle iron by the far wall. Maybe we should also attach some strips over the windshield to keep bodies from going through. You know, in case we have to run them down while we're going pretty fast. And on the side windows too, so they can't get in. "Man," said Murphy, shaking his head. "You make it sound like welding some extra metal on is as easy as gluing a model airplane together." I looked at him with raised eyebrows. "It's not." He shook his head. I spotted some kind of big blue welding machine by the stacks of metal. "Really? I mean, I've seen him do it on TV. You just hook up the electric parts and stick the metal together.
Sparks fly. It fuses, right?"
"Seriously?" Yes, I was serious. "It looks easy on TV. Didn't you ever watch that Gas Monkey Garage show? Those guys made some really cool shit." "Sometimes you can be such a dumbass." Murphy shook his head. "Nothing's as easy as it looks on TV. Tell me you know at least that much." "Whatever." I rolled my eyes. "If you don't think we should, then we won't." "Don't put on that whiny bitch face," said Murphy. Ignoring his comment, I said, "That welder runs off electricity, doesn't it? We've got solar panels on the roof to generate power. Maybe they're enough?" Murphy walked over to the welding rig and looked it over. "That's the beauty of this thing. This welder is a combo. It is a generator and welder, and looks like it has a plasma cutter."
"Anyway, if you decide you want to use it, and don't manage to electrocute yourself, and I'll be honest, I think there's a pretty good chance you just might, then I think you'll fuck the paint all up on this beautiful black car, and you'll get some pieces of metal stuck all over it, and it'll look like total shit, and—" Interrupting, I said, "Aesthetics aren't my top priority." Murphy shook his head and said, "And the first time you hit something, your shitty little porous brittle welds will break, because getting it right is a lot harder than it looks. Your arc could be too long or too short. The current could be too high. You could go too fast or use the wrong filler. That's why people go to school to learn how to do this stuff. That's all I'm saying. But you just go right ahead if that's what you want to do. You want to weld that metal over there to this metal over here." Murphy rapped on the Mustang's hood a few times. "You don't even know if it's the same kind of metal." "The same kind?" I asked.
"Do you know if Mitch, what's-his-name, stuck an aluminum hood on this thing so it would go faster?" I shook my head. "Or if that tubing is aluminum?" I shook my head again as I turned away from the extruded tubes. "Fine, you made your point. Let's find some keys and see what else we can scrounge up here." Murphy struck a pose and put on a face of mock surprise. "Oh my God." "Don't be a dick," I smiled. "That's my job." I was just going to say you've hit a milestone in your maturation process, Murphy grinned. I said you don't have to be a dick. I turned my back to Murphy and started rummaging through some drawers of neatly stored tools. You listened to somebody, Murphy went on, comically dramatic. You learned something in a fashion other than the hard way. I think I need to call a newspaper. I can see the headlines already. Nobody reads newspapers anymore.
Chapter 17. Murphy took his time manually opening the garage door. We didn't want to take a risk on the electric garage door opener. Some were pretty loud. Stealth was our new motto. Quiet and invisible. No more macho shoot-em-ups for us. Yeah, right. It sounded good when we discussed it, though. At least we had the car. With my night vision goggles on, I slowly drove out into the night, cringing at the crunch of crushed granite under the tires. Murphy closed the garage behind us and got in through the Mustang's passenger side. Windows up or down? I asked. Murphy spent a moment thinking about it. I said, I know we didn't really talk about it, except that with the windows down, you can shoot anybody that happens to need shooting. I put a palm on the glass. With this dark tint, nobody on the outside can see in, at least not through the side windows. And I think the car will be quieter with the windows up. How do you figure? Murphy asked. The engine doesn't make any noise. Wind resistance, I said. That'll be our biggest noise now. With the windows down, we'll have more resistance, more noise, more chance the whites will hear us when we zip by. Nodding, Murphy said, Stealth is the word. Let's keep 'em up. If I need to shoot something badly enough, I'll shoot through the glass. Chapter 18. Our plan was simple, but then again, they all were when in the conceptual stage. We'd cut across northwest Austin, staying off the highways. That meant we'd take 2222. It cut through the hills with some pretty sharp curves and steep inclines. Nothing our hot rod Mustang couldn't handle, but given the state of the world, who could guess what hazards lay on that route? It was a road we hadn't driven since before the outbreak and before the flood. Hell, some of the low water sections of that road might not even be there anymore. Like many things in life, the 2222 choice was a trade-off of unquantifiable risks. On the one hand, we had an unknown road, the shortest path to our destination. On the other hand, the road we'd driven before was along a highway that would cause us to drive twice as far to get to Camp Mabry. The risk there was the Mustang's battery. We didn't know how many miles we could get out of it. 10? 100? 500? On our way across Austin, we planned to stop by Camp Mabry for a refill of lethal toys before making our way up to Mount Bonnell. A park at the peak of that hill, as it turns out, on property adjacent to Sarah Mansfield's old mansion, would give us a view down on the whole city. If those helicopters were landing in Austin, all we had to do was wait for morning, and we'd get a pretty good idea of where they were setting down. Simple. As it turned out, the trip down 2222 wasn't bad. Like every road in Austin, it had its share of abandoned cars and long stretches where nothing on the road gave any clue that the world had run off its rails.
At the bottom of the steepest hill, though, a pileup of a dozen cars was nearly impassable. That one looked to have been a bad accident, probably having happened during somebody's rush to get to somewhere when everything was just starting to fall apart, and people still had hope that a somewhere existed that was better than where they were. As far as I could tell, nothing was. On the bright side, we did come to one stretch of a half-mile that was slightly uphill and relatively straight, with nothing in the road ahead. I decided to put the gas pedal, though the car had no gasoline in it, to the floor, just to see if Murphy's gushing about the car's performance had any basis in fact. Holy microwavable shit. I've ridden lots of amusement park thrill rides. I've jumped off my share of tall cliffs into murky, deep pools of water. I used to ride an overpowered Japanese motorcycle and came pretty close to killing myself on it, racing on this very road.
I've even ridden in some pretty fast cars that could clock a quarter mile in less than a dozen seconds. This thing, though, accelerated so fast it was frightening. In that second and a half it took for me to realize I was accelerating faster than even my adrenaline junkie needs thought was a good idea. And in that other second and a half it took me to pull my foot off the accelerator. We were already going over 100 miles an hour. Murphy was hollering and laughing, and I was, too, by the time the brakes started to slow the car before a turn that came up on us way, way too fast. He said, "I might have to change my pants." Uh-huh. We made it to the gates of Camp Mabry in a little over an hour and a half, taking great care not to push that gas pedal too close to the floor. In normal traffic, before everybody turned into hungry whites, the trip might have taken 30 or 40 minutes. I felt pretty good about the commute time. I slowed the Mustang to a stop on the road just outside Camp Mabry's southern gate. "You feeling it too?" Murphy asked. Nodding, I said, "It seems like every time we come here, things get fucked up." "Most times," Murphy agreed as he looked around for dangers in the darkness. "I see a few whites down the road, but they don't seem to be looking this way. I don't think they know we're here." "That's good." I looked up the street leading into the center of the base, the memories of the place keeping my foot on the brake. All those thousands and thousands of dead covering that field outside the buildings where the immune soldiers and civilians made their last stand. All the desperate running and shooting to save our lives. "If you're still wanting to go looking for those dudes in that helicopter," said Murphy, "I'd prefer to do it with a few more hand grenades and bullets. If I could figure out how to mount a grenade launcher on the roof, I'd do that too. I'm pretty sure we're going to get into some trouble." "What makes you say that?" I asked, pretending a lot more offense than I actually felt. "Just because those assholes shot at us from their helicopter?" "There's that," said Murphy. "More importantly, you want to do it. That almost guarantees something fucked up is going to happen." "What?" "You know it's true," he said. "I may have to change your superhero name from Nullspot to M&M. M&M? Mayhem Magnet." Murphy laughed out loud. "Mayhem Magnet. I like it." I huffed and rolled the car forward onto the base. The road into the base, the same one Murphy and I had nearly been ambushed on by the naked horde when we were escaping once before, was empty. We saw nothing as we silently rolled over it, a pale strip of sun-bleached asphalt between wide, grassy shoulders and dense cedars. It wasn't until we made the turn toward the bunkers that we saw tire tracks over the skeletons and mashed grass. I stopped the car as I scanned the field, looking for any movement, especially around the bunkers. Somebody's been here. Murphy looked back and forth. "All those thousands of dead whites were over by that building where we found the Humvee," Murphy pointed. "Way past those trees over there. They weren't this many dead here by the bunkers last time." He pointed at the ground. "And look at those double-wide tire tracks. Somebody's been tearing up the grass with big trucks." That concerned me. "You think someone else found our cache?" "It's not a secret," Murphy shrugged. "I don't see any whites around." He pointed at the open gate in the tall chain-link fence surrounding the bunkers. "Why don't you cruise over there, turn this thing around for the fast escape by the fence, and let's go in and see what's left." Avoiding the human remains and the deepest of the ruts left in the soft ground, I crossed the field and swung the Mustang around. I backed it up through the open gate, noticing that the doors on both bunkers were open. The darkness inside kept the contents secret. Once I stopped, just outside the first bunker, Murphy jumped out of the car and raised his weapon, pointing it at the black shadows inside. A moment later, I had the car keys in my pocket and was standing at the rear of the car beside him, machete in hand, ready to defend myself from any white who might choose to come our way. For a moment, we listened and watched. Murphy nodded and moved forward, keeping his weapon up. I followed. As we got closer to the bunker door, I was able to see more and more clearly what was inside. I got more and more angry. Just a few steps outside the threshold, we came to a stop. The bunker was empty all the way to the back wall. Unable to contain my frustration, I spat at the darkness. Motherfucker. The sound of bodies and feet shuffling inside told me immediately what a mistake it had been to utter those words.
Howling followed. A white rounded the corner to my right, stepping into the wide doorway. I didn't even wait the fraction of a second it was going to take him to get all the way around. I hacked down with my machete, cutting through his cheekbone, knocking him half senseless, and slicing down through his clavicle. He stumbled, and the robust, infected woman pushing from behind him howled as she tripped, exposing her neck for an easy kill on my next swing. Beside me, Murphy was stepping backwards and firing. He put 2 rounds in a white coming from the other side. "Damn things must have been up against the front wall on both sides," I shouted as I swung at my 3rd white. "Duh," Murphy hollered back as he killed another. They came around the corner one at a time, apparently having been lined up and leaning on the wall as they sat on the floor. As they ran toward me, their pace was slowed as they stumbled over the bodies of those in line ahead of them. That made the killing on my side of the doorway easy, and by the time my blade got stuck in a skinny man's skull, I was done. Murphy shot 2 more, and we shared a look with the silent question, "Is that all?" It was. Murphy leaned in through the doorway and peeked into the dim corners on both sides. "It stinks in here, man." With my machete out, I headed toward the other bunker. Murphy caught up, and we cautiously rounded the corner in front of the second bunker's entrance. It was empty too. At least, it was empty of weapons and ammunition. 2 whites were peeking around one wall, afraid to come forward. I lunged at them even though they were well out of machete range. They both jumped back, and I turned to grin at Murphy, but didn't say anything. He nodded toward the car. Our trip to Camp Mabry had been a waste of time. Minutes later, we were silently rolling back out through the entrance gate. I turned right and headed west on 32nd Street toward Mount Bonnell Road.
To Sarah Mansfield's house, then? Murphy asked. Nodding and thinking about all the weapons and ammunition that had been in the bunkers on our last trip to Camp Mabry, I asked, "What do you think happened to everything?" "Somebody brought some trucks and hauled it all off." "Yeah," I said, "but who? Does it matter?" "Not at the moment," I admitted, "but eventually it could." It was when I turned right onto Mount Bonnell Road and started heading up the long crest of the mountain. I saw evidence of the fires I'd started with that fizzled gasoline vapor bomb I'd tried to use on the naked horde a few months back. Any trees that weren't black skeletons of wood were partially burned or covered with leaves left brown and dead by the heat. The shells of dozens of cars sat in driveways in front of ashen ruins. Not all the houses were burned. The fire had taken a haphazard toll on the neighborhood, with no discernible pattern. Burned foundations sat next to houses that went untouched. Other houses were partially burned, and some cars seemed to have made it through the firestorm unscathed. One thing, though, was gruesome and satisfying at the same time. The remains of charred bodies, gnawed bones, and shredded clothing were scattered everywhere. I knew that I hadn't killed all of the naked horde, not by far, but I'd killed many more of them than I'd suspected. In that moment, thinking of all the dead, I grew angry with myself. If only I'd built a better bomb, I might have killed enough of them that they wouldn't have been a danger to us when we were trying to load our people in the Humvees to drive out to Balmorhea. If enough of the naked horde was dead on this mountain, then maybe Steph would still be alive.
Repress the memories. That's the ticket to sanity. Forget. When we reached Sarah Mansfield's house, all of the cedars that had hidden it from the road were burned to fingery black sticks, reaching for the sky.
The wall that I'd seen the horde knock down on the video a few months earlier was broken and scattered with the remains of the dead. The acres of green grass that had been kept mowed by those robotic lawnmowers were thick with bones and charred black lumps that used to be people. The house itself was scorched, yet surprisingly intact. Most of the windows were not broken. It appeared not to have caught fire, although all of the tropical plants in the multicolored, glazed pots on the front porch were burned away. I pointed toward the city park that sat just up the road at the peak of Mount Bunnell. I know we were going to cruise on by and head up to the peak, but we could go in and get pretty much the same view from Sarah's roof. Murphy grimaced. I don't want to mess up my shoes and all that shit. Are you kidding me? Murphy laughed. I'm just fucking with you. I think it's a waste of time, but if you want to go in there. Murphy finished with a shrug and a look of disgust. I already had the Mustang rolling into the driveway. Chapter 21. The crunch of bones under the tires made me ease off the accelerator as I tried vainly to steer the car around the bodies. By the time the Mustang rolled onto the wide, round courtyard in front of the house and garage, I'd given up that attempt. Too many bodies, too many bones. Before getting out, as I was looking around in the darkness, I said, "The garage looks surprisingly good." "Scorched a bit," said Murphy. "It had all those solar panels on the roof," I said. "You think they survived?" I shrugged. I hoped. Or at least, as I sat there looking at the garage, I started to hope. I reset the access codes before before. You still remember the number. I set them to my ATM PIN number so I wouldn't forget. Good idea. Murphy took another look around. Let's go see then. We both got out of the car. I stepped carefully through the human remains, trying to figure out which spots of blackened crud were the burnt pavers of the driveway, and which were some part of an infected person who'd been killed by the fire I'd created. Anything remotely soft, anything that slipped under my boot, sent a tingle of disgust up my spine. We crossed over toward the catwalk and the previously impenetrable gate beside the garage. It was hanging on one hinge. The naked horde had managed to destroy it. I whispered, "How'd they do that?" Murphy shook his head and continued to scan the area around us, keeping his rifle at his shoulder, ready to unload on what I'm sure he expected, a mob of naked whites swarming out of the house. We passed through the broken gate and walked along to the point where the catwalk to the house's front door crossed the ravine between the house and the garage. I flipped up the panel covering the keypad beside the garage door. Although the cover was disfigured, it had protected the rubbery silicone buttons from the flames that had momentarily engulfed the whole complex. In a very nice little surprise, the display screen on the keypad lit up. I tapped the keypad with my finger as I nudged Murphy to look. I smiled. He shrugged and turned his attention to covering my back while I strayed off mission. I keyed in my number, the door lock clicked, and with my machete raised, I swung it open. Holy crap! Murphy spun around and pointed the barrel of his rifle over my shoulder and into the garage. "Damn it, Zed," Murphy huffed. "Don't startle me like that." "You're quick when you're startled." "I know," he said. "Look." I pointed into the well-lit garage as I stepped across its pristine floor. "Come on." I waved Murphy to follow. "This place is clean. They never got in here." Murphy stepped inside, letting the door swing closed to a click of the lock. He started a search of the garage, looking for any whites that might be inside. I stopped gawking at the well-lit orderliness and realized I should be doing the same. Murphy passed by the rear of Sarah Mansfield's Tesla, sitting exactly where it was the last time I saw it. I hurried down to the front of the car, near the wall of closed garage doors, and started my walk, paralleling Murphy's path, looking down the row of cars, looking between, looking inside, and looking beneath. We passed the old Corvette. We checked the Mercedes. Once we'd looked over the Humvee, with doors still hanging open and old, dried blood on the seats, some of it Steph's, Murphy shook his head and broke his silence. I can't believe this is all still here. Still staring at the crust of blood on the seat, I thought about the night we'd arrived at Sarah's house. I absently said, I guess that means the solar cells didn't get too damaged by my fire. Or at least all of them didn't. I turned away from the blood and closed the door. I looked back up to the other end of the 5-car garage. I pointed at the Tesla. We could pull the Mustang in and charge it there. I guess, Murphy agreed. We should at least bring it in and top off the charge. I needed to get my mind off Steph. How do you move on without the guilt of trying to forget? How do you forget the painful parts without attaching the brief bits of happiness? I said, this is exactly what we were hoping to find around Austin, right? Houses with solar power where we could recharge the Mustang. Murphy looked down at me with a cautious question on his face. What? He shook his head and glanced at the garage side door we'd come through. What? He sighed. You're thinking about moving back in, aren't you? No. That was the truth. He'd guessed wrong at the meaning of the distance in my voice, the suddenness of my apparent absence. After all of Murphy's prodding to get me moving out of my wallowing self-pity over Steph, I felt like I was letting him down by letting myself get lost in my thoughts about her. I chose a lie and ran with it. Maybe. This was a pretty sweet place when we were staying here. You've been back inside after that naked bunch of shit monkeys fucked it all up? Murphy lowered his weapon and thumbed in the direction of the lawn. Not to mention the corpse farm. Why would you even think about staying here? The place is too fucked up. It's like those ranchers out in the country, I said. The ones that hang the coyote carcasses on their fences to keep the other coyotes away. All of the dead whites outside will keep the live whites away. Bullshit, said Murphy. I don't want to hear it, man. Let's just get the Mustang in here and get it charged. Chapter 22. It only took a few minutes to get the cars jockeyed around in the garage so that our Mustang was backed into the Tesla's spot. In the Mustang's trunk, besides a layer of electronic-looking stuff with hundreds of blue glowing LEDs, the battery system for the car, I guess, were adapters for the car's plug and a long length of thick cord. It looked like we could plug it into just about anything, including the Tesla's power station. Thank Mitch for spending the extra time and work on that choice. We decided that when we left the next day, we'd move the Tesla back to its spot in the garage so we could leave it plugged in. You never know when a fully charged car is going to come in handy. We found a spot outside to stash a garage door opener, just in case, and proceeded warily into the house. To my immense surprise, nothing inside the house was burned. Definitely a good/bad sort of thing. Good in that there was hope the house could be salvaged. Bad in that all of the smart ones who were leading the naked horde had escaped the wrath of my fizzled gasoline vapor bomb. The house stank of old urine, feces, rotting bodies, and mold. My mind started clicking through renovation plans. I knew the house had been built with concrete walls, still visible, and concrete floors. I figured all we'd need to do was throw all the reeking furniture over the balcony and rip up the ruined wood flooring. From there, we could make the place more than livable. It still had running water, electricity, air conditioning, and heating. It looked like much of the surveillance equipment survived the fire, and in a fortuitous turn that I still couldn't believe, the vast wine cellar in the basement had never been fouled by the whites who took over the house. The doors remained closed, and although the glass wall was smeared with all manner of human filth, inside the room was perfect. The right temperature, the right humidity, the right level of light, and no smell. None at all. Whatever kind of system Sarah Mansfield had installed to maintain the atmosphere in the wine cellar was surpassing its design specifications in getting its job done. That made it all the more attractive to slip a bottle of some nice red wine I'd never heard of into my bag. I assumed it was obscure to me, because its price kept it off my radar when I was at the liquor store. That, and it wasn't sold in a box. By the time we made it up to the roof, ground zero of my gasoline vapor bomb, we found evidence of the blast. Actually, we found almost nothing up there. It apparently had all been blasted off to Kingdom Come. That was proof that something big and violent had happened. The charred concrete skeleton of the outdoor kitchen still stood. The metal columns that had supported the pergola stood straight, supporting nothing. All of the lounge chairs, tables, umbrellas, the potted plants, and, more to the point, the bodies of any whites who'd been on the roof at the time of the explosion, were gone. The pool, however, remained perfectly intact, and whatever automated system had been installed to keep the water skimmed and filtered was doing a job just as spectacular as the climate control system in the wine cellar. It was perfectly aqua blue and as clear as Caribbean surf. "I'll be damned," said Murphy when he saw the pool. "Me too," I agreed. Chapter 23. The next morning, after a night spent at a comfortable 72 degrees on an uncomfortable, yet safe, concrete garage floor, Murphy and I were back on Sarah Mansfield's roof. We were splitting a can of Spam, and each of us had a can of fruit. Peaches for me, fruit cocktail for Murphy.
"We need to find some sleeping bags or something," said Murphy as he rubbed at a kink in his neck.
I nodded. It was too bad the whites who'd taken over the house had fouled every piece of anything that might be used for a pillow, mattress, or blanket. "You know, we should check the elevator today and see if it still works." "The mad bomber evaluating his effectiveness," Murphy laughed. I ignored the wisecrack. "I'm just saying, we'll have some time to kill today. I mean, if we're sticking with the plan to drive after dark." "Yeah," Murphy nodded. "It worked great on the drive down here. I don't see any reason to start being more stupid now." "More stupid?" I asked, knowing exactly what Murphy was talking about. Damn near everything we'd done so far was arguably a stupid idea. However, we were both alive. I kept my favorite argument on that topic to myself. Most people weren't alive. "I'm going to jump in the pool and wash myself in my clothes," Murphy said as he stepped up to the edge.
Surprised into silence, I only had time to watch as he plunged in. After a big splash, he stood up on the pool's bottom and shouted, "Damn, that's cold!" I craned my neck to see over the edge of the roof. Any loud sound might draw the attention of whites you didn't know were listening. I turned to Murphy. "I thought you didn't swim." "It's only 5 feet deep," Murphy splashed me. "You could probably use a dunk, too." Shaking my head, I said, "I'll keep watch. Besides, I just had a swim in the lake, with all my clothes on, if you'll remember correctly." "Didn't your mom ever tell you that you should bathe every day?" Murphy grinned. I ignored him and walked over to lean on a wall from which I had a good view of the city. We whiled away the morning doing not much of anything, talking about trivial nothings, pointing at places in the distance where we had a favorite restaurant or bar. We talked about old girlfriends, avoiding mention of Mandy and Steph.
We speculated about what the world might look like 5 or 10 years down the road.
We mostly ignored the carpet of bones and charred, rotting bodies spread across every visible open space below us. We watched the river flow by and listened to the birds in the trees. It was almost peaceful. When the helicopters came, 2 of them, flying from north to south as was their habit, the sound grew up out of the silence. At that point, We stopped talking and simply watched. They flew over Austin's skyline, but before reaching the tallest buildings, they both descended and circled in the area just south of the university. I pointed. It looks like they're going to land on the Capitol grounds. Shaking his head, Murphy said, I doubt it. They're probably just shooting at some more whites like us. No, I said, look. The helicopters sank lower and lower. See that pointy tip just behind that big blocky building? That's the Capitol.
I think they're landing. Sometimes stating your point twice helps it sink in.
Both helicopters disappeared. That doesn't make any sense, said Murphy. It can't be safe down there. Whites are all over the place. Unless the naked horde cleaned them out when they rolled through town. No way, Murphy disagreed. There are too many people in Austin to think those naked fucktards killed and ate all of them. According to Jeff Aubrey's calculations, I said, something exactly like that was supposed to happen. How long has it been now? Murphy shrugged. It's what, late November, early December, maybe? Everything started in August. 3 solid months. A lot of them could be dead. Yet we still see them everywhere, right? Murphy asked. Yeah, I agreed. But nothing like the massive hordes of them we were seeing. Not only that, but back in the beginning, they were like under every mattress, behind every door. Whatever, said Murphy. You're thinking about it all wrong.
Just because we've been holed up in that house up by the lake for a while with no whites around most of the time, you think they all wandered off. We only left that place 2 days ago, and how many whites have we seen? Lots, I said, but no buts, said Murphy. We saw them at the house where we got shot at. We saw them at Camp Mabry. We always see them at Camp Mabry, I argued. That's right. And there they were, just like always. No, I argued, not just like always. Usually there are like 1 million of them there. This time it was a few dozen hiding in those empty bunkers. Fine, whatever, Murphy huffed. All I'm saying is that we keep seeing them. They're out there, a lot of them. As soon as you get to thinking that maybe we've turned some kind of corner, and there aren't that many, then you're going to do something stupid and try to get us killed again. That's all I'm saying. So don't think that stupid shit. I can think whatever I want, I told him, feeling a tad petulant. Then keep that stupid shit to yourself, because I don't want to get munched by a pack of hungry whites, okay? Damn, I forced a smile. Somebody misses Starbucks. Chapter 24. Being close to Thanksgiving, the sun set earlier in the day. Murphy and I rearranged the cars just as we'd discussed, buttoned up the garage, and rolled down Mount Bonnell Road with a full charge on the Mustang's battery and a full charge on our night vision goggles. Unfortunately, we had less ammunition than we would have liked and few hand grenades. Nothing is ever perfect. We had a half moon and not many clouds. Through the night vision goggles, the world looked bright and alive. Coyotes were prowling. Owls swooped silently down from the trees to skewer their talons through inattentive rats. Whites who happened to be looking at the road stopped what they were doing to piece together in their virus-diminished brains what the shiny black shadow was floating quietly past. Only a few made any effort to get close to the road for a better look, let alone a futile chase. We passed Camp Mabry. It was on our way out. We went over the highway, Loop 1, on the bridge, thankfully still clear. That led us through a maze of residential blocks cut through by Shoal Creek. You know where you're going? Murphy asked. I had a pretty clear idea of the destination. I was certain the helicopters had landed down near the Capitol building. Get there, and all I'd have to do was look around for a few minutes, and there they'd be, surrounded by a bunch of assholes with guns. I wasn't sure what would come after that, but if the opportunity arose to punch one of them in the face, well, I wouldn't complain about that. Anyway, that was pretty much my plan. I pointed out over the hood. That way.
Yeah, I know. Murphy heaved an exaggerated sigh. I'm just working my way through this neighborhood looking for open streets. Murphy nodded and started looking down the side streets. I need to make a left if I can, I said. The last 4 streets we've passed were blocked. You're still thinking the Capitol building? Asked Murphy. Yep. We took our left turn, found a north-south road, and made our way down to 15th Street. That wide thoroughfare had remained surprisingly clear, at least up to the point where it clogged with abandoned cars and military vehicles near Brackenridge Hospital. Driving on the clear road so close to our destination left me wary, however. It ran right past the northern edge of the Capitol campus, which is why I made a right turn 3 blocks before I reached the corner of the Capitol property. Hey, Murphy said, pointing down 15th Street as we turned off.
Do you know where you're going?
Don't want to get shot at again in case those assholes are over there on the Capitol grounds. I looked admiringly at the interior of the Mustang. We just got this shiny new car. I smiled. I don't want it to get messed up. Murphy laughed. When we reached 12th Street, I spotted a parking garage, zipped silently in through the entrance, and parked the car on a nearly deserted second floor. I pointed east. The Capitol is about 4 blocks that way. I pointed south. You know what's down there? Is this a trick question? Murphy asked. I shook my head. About 4 blocks that way. Murphy turned his palms up. Should I? The Travis County Jail. Murphy laughed. Where it all started, for us anyway. I looked south and recalled the jail, the riot, and our escape. That was some fucked up shit. It's all been some fucked up shit, Murphy smiled again and got out of the car. I got out, jingling the keys in my hand.
Leave 'em or take 'em?
Murphy patted his jeans pocket where he had the extra key stashed. We've had too much shit stolen already. We take the keys. If some other fucker runs through and needs to steal a ride, he better hope there are more cars upstairs, 'cause he's not taking ours. We headed out. We walked up a hill that ran east along 12th Street, staying in the darkest shadows behind cars and other debris left scattered on the roads by the storms and the post-virus chaos. When the hill crested 2 blocks west of the Capitol grounds, we saw that we'd come to the right place. The Texas State Capitol complex covered a square in the center of Austin, 4 city blocks long on each side. The Capitol building sat in the middle of what were mostly enormous old oak trees shading acres of green grass so thick and soft that it made visitors want to throw off their shoes to feel it between their toes.
The grass on the northern side of the Capitol grounds had been dug up years earlier to bury a massive state office complex connected into the historic Capitol building through what was its basement. They layered the whole thing in a couple acres of concrete except for one giant, perfectly round hole 100 or more feet across and 3 stories deep. The round wall inside the hole was flanked by granite pillars, balconies, and tall windows, through which sunlight poured to irritate the bureaucrats in their warrens. Surrounding the whole complex on the inside edge of the sidewalk had been a decorative iron fence that stood about 3 feet tall, with rows of little gold star spikes along the top edge. All of that iron was now gone, or, more accurately, relocated. Right on the curb, some bunch of somebodies had constructed a rampart, at least 15 feet tall, that incorporated cars, pieces of cars, semi-trailers, metal doors, sheets of galvanized tin, and pretty much any piece of metal that could be scavenged from nearby. Whoever built it had welded all the pieces together to form a fairly smooth wall that ran perfectly parallel to the street. That black iron fence that used to keep tourists off the grass now topped the rampart. The wall was every color of post-industrial ugly, with a wealth of rust spots where the parts had been tack-welded but not painted. Paint was a luxury. Pieces above overlapped pieces below, like shingles, leaving no apparent handholds. As much as the wall looked like a pile of junk at a glance, a second look revealed how formidable it was. No one would be scaling it without a rope. I suspected from the look of the pieces of cars and trucks incorporated into it, nothing short of an Abrams tank could knock it over or crash through it. At odd intervals along the top edge of the rampart stood what appeared to be deer blinds. Inside some of them crouched men with rifles. The rifles had the now familiar bulky suppressors on the ends of their barrels. "You seeing what I'm seeing?" I asked. "Yep," said Murphy. "The hillbillies made themselves a fort. I wonder how they managed to get that built." I looked up and down the length of the wall as it paralleled the street. Even through the night vision goggles, the sight was a familiar one. 4 lanes of asphalt and concrete covered completely in the remnants of humans. Clothes, shoes, bones, and bodies in various stages of rot. The carpet of the dead was not still. Among the corpses crawled rats, dogs, and even the brain-fried infected, so desperate for food that they were gnawing bits and bites of flesh off the decomposing bodies. "They've been killing a lot of whites down here," said Murphy. "More than up at Mabry, I think." Pointing at all the pieces of clothing among the dead, I said, "I don't think this wall was here when the naked horde came through town." Murphy shrugged and put on an innocent face. "Jealous?" "What?" I shot him an angry look. "What does that mean?" "These guys held out. We didn't." Shaking my head and recalling how easily the naked horde had knocked over the wall around Sarah Mansfield's compound, I said, "You know as well as I do that if 500,000 naked whites rolled up on this place, everyone inside would be dead now." "Whatever you need to tell yourself." I huffed and looked back at the wall. Murphy said, "So, what's the plan, Batman?" Without looking away from the wall, I said, "I'm going in." "Couldn't you think of something stupider than that?" "Sarcasm?" I asked. Murphy shrugged. "It works." "I'm not going to walk up to the door and announce myself." "Good," Murphy chuckled, "because you never know when you're dealing with the valiant null spot." Ignore him, ignore him. Peering at the dark deer blinds atop their flimsy metal pole frames, I said, "That one is empty. I'll bet they don't have enough guards for all of them." "Or they're asleep," Murphy said, looking around behind us. "Or having dinner. Or maybe that guard is on the other side of the wall taking a dump." "More than just that one is empty," I said. "Besides, if they had enough guys, then they'd have enough guys for the night shift. All of those guard towers would be full." "Okay, Sherlock," said Murphy. "If I say you're right, will you get on with telling me your plan?" Chapter 26. Diversion. Is it the oldest trick in the book? Maybe. Under normal circumstances. Who am I fooling? What do I know about normal circumstances with respect to military operations? Nothing. I guess where I'm going with my line of thought is this. I think people with military training expect diversions when they think an attack is imminent. Why? Because they work. The diversion worked on Monk's Island. That's why we used one there to rescue, or failed to rescue, those people from Jay Booth and his crazy fucks. My thoughts about getting into the Capitol grounds undetected depended on a diversion I thought should work for one basic reason. The mix of military men, and whatever the rest of them were, didn't expect an assault from an intelligent, organized enemy. They expected half-wit whites. By the evidence of all the rotting corpses outside their walls, they were adept at handling those. Perhaps they didn't even see whites as a threat anymore, just a nuisance. They must never have encountered a naked horde. Anyway, that was the basis for my reasoning as I snuck toward the grounds of the governor's mansion, which covered a city block adjacent to the southwest corner of the Capitol grounds. At the intersection on the southwest corner of the mansion, an area where the guards in the deer blinds wouldn't be able to see me, Traffic barricades, burned-out vehicles, bones, and spent brass bullet casings were everywhere. Rifles and pistols lay rusting on what remained of corpses under shreds of uniforms. As I crossed the intersection, I realized our days of scavenging weapons out in the open were over. Only those guns protected indoors were likely to be operable. The fence along two sides of the mansion had been almost completely knocked over, and weeds had grown waist-high through the wrought iron. Highway patrol cars were parked at odd angles on the formerly lush grass.
The governor had clearly tried to make his stand in the mansion with as many state police as he thought necessary. Or maybe just all the ones he could gather. Too bad for him. Unless he'd fled out the back door when the mob of whites that knocked down the fence showed up, he was likely dead for his bravado, and so were all the policemen who'd died protecting him. Under the dark night shade of the trees, I reached the wall of the two-story plantation-style mansion and stopped to listen. Only birds in the trees and the breeze through the leaves made any sound. Having taken a tour of the governor's mansion with one of my freshman high school classes, in an old life that seemed like a different nightmare, I knew the rough layout of the place. I also knew the decor had plenty of overstuffed furniture, hideous wallpaper, and lots of useless, decorative, flammable crap everywhere. I only hoped that after the 2008 fire and subsequent renovation, most of that flammable stuff had been replaced with more equally useless, flammable crap. Climbing into the darkness of the mansion through a first-floor window, I was pleased to see that my memory hadn't failed me. I found myself in the library, which stood 2 stories high with a walkway around the perimeter of the second floor that provided access to the floor-to-ceiling bookshelves on all 4 walls. Half or more of the books had been scattered through the room, as though a wind had blown them into dunes of sand with book-sized grains. The furniture was splintered, shredded, and overturned. Brownish spots and splatter were everywhere. It was clear that when the whites overwhelmed the police outside, the monsters had poured in through the windows, and the battle continued inside. Brass shell casings, their shine lost, lay among the clutter on the floor. Grenade blasts marred and scorched the floor and walls. I wondered for a moment why the mansion hadn't burned a second time, but figured that during the renovations 7 years ago, a more robust fire suppression system had probably been installed. Looking at the ceiling to see sprinkler heads 2 floors up, I further guessed that those systems were now not functional. No water, no electricity. No luck for an old building that was going to rot into nothingness anyway. I hefted the gas can I'd collected along my way to the mansion and had filled 2/3 full with scavenged gasoline and diesel fuel. I dumped some of the wickedly aromatic liquid onto piles of books against 2 of the walls. Having decided that I was only going to light 2 or 3 rooms before retreating, I hurried about my business and doused the couches in an adjoining room after pushing them against the walls. I definitely wanted the old wooden walls to catch fire. Lastly, I poured the remainder of my can over the desk, shelves, and furnishings in the governor's personal office. Knowing that office was definitely going to burn left me satisfied for reasons I didn't completely understand. Maybe in my mind, the governor was the kingpin on top of a pyramid of authoritarian fucksticks whose boot heels had been repressing me my whole life. Maybe I just hated authority because my parents were a pair of belt-happy repressive pricks. Maybe I never grew out of my 3rd-grade fascination with flames. After leaving the gas can on the governor's desk, I went out into the central hall where curiosity got the best of me as I looked up at the grand staircase covered with a layer of human remains so thick it was almost impossible to see the individual steps. All up and down the wall, bullet holes had torn through the plaster, leaving gouges with shards of the underlying wood sticking out. Stepping between the rotting bodies, I followed the course of the battle up the stairs and wondered how many policemen had been standing on the upper landing, shooting into the mass of screaming monsters as they flowed up toward them. It reminded me of the house in East Austin,
where Murphy, Mandy, Russell, and I had been trapped when the whites were rushing up the stairs to tear at our flesh. Once I reached the landing at the top, I saw that several sets of tall double doors made of thick wood had been broken off their hinges by the weight of the whites pushing them to get at those inside. I thought about the terror those within the rooms must have felt as those seemingly impenetrable doors flexed and creaked. Then the oaken doors shattered, and the real screaming started as the last of the bullets failed to stop the wild-eyed hungry. It was a horrible tale, one that had been replayed over and over in nearly every home in the city, the country, maybe the world. I looked at all the bodies in the governor's bedroom, scattered among the shredded mattress, the overturned dressers, and the torn curtains. With one of several lighters I kept on me at all times, lighters were a handy thing to have, I lit the shredded mattress and watched the fire take hold before running downstairs to touch a flame where my gasoline was already soaking in. The library was the last room I lit before jumping out the big broken window I'd come in through a short while earlier. Peeking and sneaking, I worked my way through the governor's yard, past the police cruisers, corpses, and fence. Few things were done in a hurry when whites were about, especially when a bunch of assholes with rifles and a helicopter were just a block away. When I reached the street, flames were visible through the broken windows on the south side of the mansion, and whites were starting to peer out from the buildings where they lurked, and from the inside of abandoned cars where they nested. I was half a block away when the first of them screeched and ran toward the fire. I smiled. Diversion created. Chapter 27. The night vision goggles gave me an advantage when jogging through the dark streets. I saw most of the whites up ahead long before I was close enough for them to hear or see me. Nearly all of them were easy to avoid. Some forced me to take a detour. That being said, they might have left me alone, but that was always a gamble. You never knew which anachronistic behavior of someone acting normal would set the whites off. Running car engines, talking, and shooting guns were the top three that nearly every white recognized as a sign of edible normals. Toting a gun, using a flashlight, or wearing clothes too clean and tidy seemed to be a trigger for a few. Other whites, as I'd seen too many times, were something akin to bullies. With their gangs of toadies, they might attack anything, person, animal, or another white, as long as the numbers were in their favor. With me alone, and exhibiting classic prey behavior of running in the dark, I was advertising myself as being in a vulnerable position. I could only hope that any problems that arose could be solved with bluster and blade. At the northwestern corner of the Capitol grounds, I slowed and stopped behind a burned-out car. Across the street, near the corner of the junk puzzle rampart, partially concealed by low mounds of corpses, I spied Murphy. He was squatting, keeping himself concealed, signaling for me to come. Straight down the street I saw past the intersection at the southwest corner of the Capitol campus. Whites were in the road on the far side of the governor's mansion from the Capitol grounds. Some were loitering. Some were running toward the fire, which, by then, had engulfed the old white plantation house. Hundreds of them were howling. More were silent. Infected voices were crying out from other directions. The whites were aroused by the noise. The city was coming alive. I found it interesting that the whites down there hadn't ventured onto the streets adjacent to the wall around the Capitol grounds. Did they understand that to be a killing zone? Were they all capable of learning? Matters of concern. I scanned down the length of the wall, letting my gaze linger on the deer stands where, shortly before, guards had watched. All the deer stands nearby were empty. To me, that seemed exactly the kind of move a short-handed military commander would make when he believed he had an advantage in intelligence over his enemy. He'd sacrificed strength at the perimeter positions, where no threats existed, in order to fortify himself where the danger did exist, the growing horde of whites around the governor's mansion. By virtue of them still being alive, the men inside must have understood the absolute necessity of preventing a breach in the walls. A breach would lead unavoidably to them being overrun and killed.
That being said, I also knew that any commander smart enough to still be alive would be smart enough to always watch his flanks. So though he'd moved his strength to the southwest corner of the Capitol complex, he most certainly had eyes watching the other walls. I sprinted across the street and slid to a stop next to Murphy. I whispered, "We in?" He nodded and noiselessly pulled back a flap of tin, creating a gap in the wall wide enough for me to slip through. I was more than pleased to emerge on the other side of the wall into a hedge of ragged bushes, with a car on one side and a dumpster a little ways to the left, both components of the wall. Murphy squeezed in beside me and slowly let the tin flap spring back into place. I sneaked forward to get a glimpse down the length of the inside of the wall. Whereas it had a smooth front, necessary to prevent the infected from climbing it, the back was a hodgepodge of all the things of various sizes that had been used to construct it. I looked carefully at the dark windows of the Capitol building. I saw nothing there. But that didn't mean there was no one inside looking back. Murphy tapped me on the shoulder and pointed along a row of trees headed toward the buried annex behind the Capitol. I nodded and whispered, "Ready to run?" "Dude." Murphy grabbed my shoulder as I started to stand and pulled me back down. "Put your gun in your hands so you're carrying it like a guard. Jump up real quick like, and we'll walk together along the wall, back that way." "Ah," I smiled. "In case somebody inside sees us. In the dark, they'll think we're a couple of them." "Ready, genius?" Murphy asked. We got to our feet and walked, making a show of looking at the wall, pointing and pausing. "What do you see down there?" Murphy asked, nodding his head back toward the southwest corner of the grounds. Looking back as we walked, I said, "I see at least a dozen dudes with guns, but with the trees and stuff in the way, I can't tell for sure." "Look again." Murphy nodded more emphatically. I looked back and shrugged. "Dudes with guns, what do you see?" "No helicopters." I stopped and turned to stare for a second. Damn. Maybe they're on the lawn on the other side. Murphy shrugged and moved on. "Maybe they aren't here," he went on to mutter. "Maybe we should get the fuck out of here the way we came in. We're here now." "You know what else?" Murphy asked. Sarcastically, I said, "I love guessing, but why don't you just tell me?" "No bodies." That put a stop to my sarcasm. I snapped my head around as I scanned the grounds. Murphy was right. No bodies, no bones. None of the usual detritus left when the dead had been scavenged for all that was edible. I said, "I guess they cleaned the place up when they moved in." From where we were, off to the west side of the Capitol building, we headed across the grass toward the rear. We passed through a cluster of brass sculptures, children frolicking on the grass. It made me wonder how long it would be before that scene became a reality again. Past the sculptures, we rounded a tall hedge and came to the edge of the spacious plaza that covered the underground office complex. There, between two long rows of skylights, were parked two helicopters. Murphy nudged me roughly with his elbow and all but pushed me in a new direction as he quickened his steps. I was already hurrying as I turned my head to see the danger. We came to a stop behind a small square building built to house the elevators that Capitol employees rode up from down below. "What?" I asked, as I noticed chips out of the concrete wall. Bullets had hit it. Brownish stains not completely washed away by all the rains told me that some of those bullets had found their mark. Nodding back in the direction we'd been going, as he looked at the darkness on the backside of the Capitol, Murphy said, "3 guys are over there smoking." Fuck, I chastised myself.
I hadn't seen them. He peeked around the corner of the building and pointed. Right there, you can barely see them past the row of skylights, by that stairwell. He leaned back, and I took a quick look around the corner. Sure enough, there they were, glowing green in the night vision goggles, with bright points of starlight shining from their lit cigarettes. Got him. What are you thinking? Murphy walked to the other side of the little elevator building and looked in the other direction.
I think if those guys are together, it's because they're bored of standing around by themselves and looking at the back of the wall.
Seeing where Murphy was going with that line of thought, I said, You think something's not guarded right now? Murphy nodded. We walked side by side across a long, wide piece of empty plaza to a small elevator building that mirrored the one we'd just been hiding behind. The whole plaza was built that way, one half a mirror image of the other. I glanced back at the smokers more than once. I saw them looking at us in longer and longer glances, but after each glance, they apparently satisfied whatever curiosity or suspicion they had about us, and they went back to their conversation and cigarettes. From a distance in the dark, Murphy and I did look like them. We made a left turn at the elevator building and walked together toward another small house-like structure, the entrance to one of the stairways that led down into the office warrens.
It stood on the opposite side of the plaza from where the 3 guards were killing time. Like its counterpart, where the 3 men loitered, this one was set back into a square concrete alcove, presumably to protect those coming and going, at least momentarily, from any rain that might be falling, with space to open and close umbrellas. With no more than idle curiosity from the guards, we arrived at the alcove. Hidden from view from nearly every direction, I tried the solid metal door to the stairs while Murphy kept lookout behind us. Locked. Damn. I tried the door again, jiggling it quietly. Damn. Locked? Murphy asked. I sighed. Try it again, he said. Shaking my head, I said, Why? I jiggled it again anyway. What's the plan now? He asked as he peeked out around the wall. The door clicked inside and swung open. I tripped over my feet while stepping out of the way and caught myself on the doorframe halfway to hitting the ground.
Looking down at me, wide-eyed and slack-jawed, a guy in a half-assed military uniform stared. Chapter 28. Pointing and angrily waggling his finger, the guy in the doorway said, "You dumbasses! Go back to the front wall!" Then his face changed. He knew I didn't look right, but for some reason he wasn't making the logical leap to what the color of my skin implied about me. Maybe it was the moonlight that threw him off. I tried to get my feet beneath me while not knowing what to say back to him. "Move, dumbasses," he ordered, waggling his finger again. He looked away from me and eyed Murphy as the expression on his face changed. Something was clicking in his brain. I said, "No habla de Spanish." "What?" The guy looked at me again, with his lip cocked up in an Elvis sneer, and he shook his head. "You stupid?" With his attention focused on stupid me, the guy didn't see Murphy swing his fist. The punch threw his head back as he crumbled and rolled backwards down the stairs. I rushed inside, hurrying down the stairs after the tumbling asshole. As the guy hit the first landing, I pounced on top of him, pressing my hand against his mouth and putting my knee over his throat. The door above clicked shut, and Murphy hustled down the stairs, stopping beside me. "Nice punch," I said, looking up. "He's out." Chapter 29. Interrogation seemed like the best option. Why not? We had the guy. We couldn't leave him in the stairwell. We wanted answers, and he surely knew more about what was going on at the Capitol than we did. With little effort, Murphy lifted the guy and threw him over his shoulder. From a tour I'd taken a few years back, I knew the annex was full of offices, conference rooms, hearing rooms,
and plenty of open spaces where the light flowed in from the skylights above to make the subterranean space more palatable. I'm thinking now that a capital tour for a 20-something guy sounds like a pretty sucked way to spend a Saturday, but hey, it was free.
Me and my buddies had been drinking since before noon. Damn near anything is entertaining when you're hammered, especially when every ornament and every architectural feature looks like a phallus. Swear to God. Taking advantage of the perspective, we even took turns posing for photos by a particular design on the terrazzo floor that looked like a giant pink penis. That was funny as hell, until a security guard came to investigate. There. That's my excuse for voluntarily killing a Saturday in a government building. Thankfully, I hadn't been so wasted that I forgot the whole day. Well, parts later that evening never resurfaced in my memory. That's why I never figured out which one of my buddies barfed on my couch. As it was, I had a pretty good understanding of the Capitol Annex layout. I led the way downstairs. Shoes, eyeglasses, and the remnants of cell phones lay scattered on the stairs, along with random crap out of a girl's purse or some guy's briefcase. It was clear to me the whites had caught and killed people in the stairwell. The bodies were gone, but the evidence remained. 3 stories underground, I opened the stairwell door into darkness. The feeble moonlight coming in through the skylights over the hallway didn't provide sufficient light. Only the night vision goggles allowed me to see anything clearly. "Anything out there?" Murphy whispered as he bumped into me from behind. "Not sure," I said, scanning the darkness a couple hundred yards to my left, where the long, wide underground hall terminated at the foot of the Capitol building. To my right, an equal distance away at the bottom of the round atrium, 3 floors below ground level, sat one of the helicopters. All around on the lowest floor, in the hall and under the balconies, were stacked boxes that had a familiar look. "You need to see this," I said, glancing back at Murphy. He leaned around the edge of the open door. "Anybody down there?"
Nodding, I said, "I don't see any movement, but there's a light way down there past all the boxes." Murphy peeked and then stepped back inside the stairwell, hefting the unconscious dude to keep him from slipping off his shoulder. "How'd they get the helicopter down there?" I stepped into the stairwell with Murphy, letting the door close quietly behind me. "The only way they could do it is if some pilot with big balls flew down through the circular atrium. Seems kind of crazy, but I guess it's secure." "What were those boxes?" "I think ammo and weapons," I said. "Those looked like boxes we saw at Camp Mabry in the bunkers. I think they're using this floor for an ammo dump." Murphy pushed the door open and leaned out far enough to get a good look. He came back into the stairwell. "Why store all that ammo here? Why are they setting up house at the Capitol?" I shrugged. "Why did a bunch of assholes in a helicopter shoot at us and sink our boat?"
Why did they build a stupid fort around the Capitol building?
Fuck, Murphy, I don't know.
Don't get your panties in a wad. Murphy pursed his lips and asked, "What's the plan then? You want me to haul this dumbass back upstairs and ditch him?" I took a moment to think about it. "Let's go up a floor. With the helicopter and the ammunition down there, guys are bound to be down here sooner or later. The 2nd floor seems to me like the best place to grab some state senator's office and have a talk with this guy when he comes around." Chapter 30. Bodies, reeking and rotting, were still on the floor on level 2. At least, what was left of them. The floors were cluttered. I guessed the 2nd level wasn't being used by anyone. We found an unlocked door, walked right through the outer meeting room, and commandeered the inner office. Using a flashlight pointed at the ceiling for illumination, I looked at our prisoner. With all of the network cable Murphy and I could pull from the computers around the office, we had him wrapped tightly in a rolling office chair. He'd come awake as we were tying him up, and he wasn't happy. "What's the deal here?" I asked him. The guy spit some blood onto the floor and sniffled up some of what had been draining from his nose. He didn't answer my question. Instead, he asked me,
in jumbled speech that was hard to follow. "Why you don't tell me who you are and what the hell you're up to?" Murphy moved to punch him in the face, but stopped before doing it. The guy flinched and turned his head. Murphy chuckled. "You macho boys crack me up." "Fuck you," said the guy. Murphy punched him in the face. The guy's head snapped back, and more blood flowed. I glared at Murphy. The guy laughed. "The thing I wondered about you whiteskins is—" The guy seemed stuck on finding the next word. "Do you know stupid you are?"
I wanted to hit the guy myself, but I wasn't sure if he even understood what he was trying to say. He forced another laugh. "You must be Einsteins of the white-skin world. You got guns and shit. You still talk, but you have to miss those days when you had a whole brain." He spit some blood at the floor, but mostly at me. "Come on, man. I smarter a lot than you. Let me go. Leave. I forget it too." Murphy leaned and half whispered in my ear, "This dude's an idiot." "You know that knot hurts, right?" The guy looked at me. "I'm Survivor. Black eyes, no pain." He grinned through bloody teeth. I took the flashlight and shined it into the guy's eyes. I pulled it away and shined it in again before aiming it away. "Shit, Murphy, look at this." Murphy leaned in close. I said, "His eyes don't dilate." I repeated the experiment. The guy said, "Survivor, black eyes, no pain." "You had the virus?" I asked. "Fuck you, dumbass," he answered. Murphy balled a fist. "No pain," the guy grinned again.
Murphy shrugged and said, "Unless you want me to knock out all of your teeth, you'll quit being an asshole and tell us what we want to know. It might not hurt, but you'll sure miss the teeth when they're gone, I guarantee you that much." "Not telling," said the guy. "Jeez," I laughed. "You act like you've never seen a movie in your life." I stood up and started to pace. "That's the way this shit works. We tie you up, you protest. We beat you. You get all macho. We beat you some more. In the end, you tell us what we want to know. That's just the way it is." I sat back down in front of him. "It's not like you're hiding any government secrets or anything." I stared at him for a moment longer and said, "We don't want to beat you, man. I'm Zed. This is Murphy. You got a name?" The guy glared at me. "Dude," I said, "being an asshole doesn't get us anywhere. Just tell me your name, or I'll make one up for you." He glared some more. I huffed. "Fine.
"You're Marvin. Cool?" "Marvin?" He got a sour look on his face. "Call Don." Murphy asked, "Who's Don?" "Don," the guy told him. "Don," I said. "Look, here's the deal. It's not like we're Russian spies or anything. Some bunch of dipshits in a helicopter shot up our boat. We followed the helicopters down here, and lo and behold, we find you. A slow burn, I guess." I pointed at Don. "We're just trying to find out what's going on." "Slow burn?" Don asked. "Survivor. Survivor." "Whatever," I shrugged. "Is that what you call yourself, a survivor?" "I am," he said. "We all survivors." "Cool," I said. "Why aren't you white like us?" I asked. Don looked me up and down. "You a white skin." I laughed. Murphy grabbed his crotch and said, "I've got your white skin." Still laughing, I looked over at Murphy. I thought it was a Mocha Frost tea bag. Murphy found that pretty funny. I turned back to Don. We needed to get serious again. I said, "You got the virus. That's why you have the dilated eyes, and you don't feel much pain. But it didn't affect your pigment." Don shook his head. So you're saying any survivors that lose their pigment are whiteskins? I asked. Even if they're still just as smart as you? You know, just so I understand. Shaking his head and letting his anger show, Don said, All whiteskins is stupid. Cannibals. Whiteskins is whiteskins. Why? I asked. What's the difference between you and me besides skin color? We both survived. Don pulled a face and said, You stupid. You cannibal. No whiteskin's smart. What about us? I asked. That seems to confuse Don. You first whiteskins I seen could talk. Some talk nonsense. Some we train, like dogs. Not smart. I stepped back and paced around a bit. Murphy sat on a desktop and looked at me. I think he's lying. No lie, said Don. I looked at Murphy and said, Yeah, I hate to agree with Don, but I don't think he's bright enough to lie. Unless that's the lie, said Murphy. The act that the virus made him stupid. Murphy looked at the door and then looked back at me. We should get out of here. I don't have a good feeling about this. I slowly shook my head. I needed to learn more about what was going on, if Don was telling the truth. Hell, Don had to be telling at least a partial truth. He was clearly a survivor of the virus, but in a form we'd never seen before. I asked, Where did you live when the virus hit? Don pursed his lips, reluctant to answer. Do you think it matters? I asked. Maybe. I rolled my eyes. Okay, here's what I think. Murphy started laughing again. Oh no, it's Professor Zed time. He yawned and looked at Don. You should have talked. Whatever. I shot Murphy a withering look. Back to Don, I said, You guys had to have gotten all these helicopters from Fort Hood. You can pretend that's a secret if you want. It doesn't matter to me. My point was that in Austin, we haven't seen any like you. I put a finger on Don's chest. I'm wondering if in different parts of the state, I don't know. I thought about it for a minute. Why would people up where you're from survive in a different way than we did down here? I survivor, said Don. You meat. Chapter 31. Further interrogation of Don turned out to be a waste of time. He didn't tell us anything that we couldn't figure out for ourselves by just sitting on a side street and watching the Capitol grounds. When my patience ran out, Murphy was kind enough to punch Don on the side of the head hard enough to knock him out again, sending him and the chair crashing to the floor. We left him in the back office with the doors closed, lying on the floor, still tied to the chair. I figured if he wound up stuck in there for a couple of days, eventually somebody walking in the hall might hear him holler. If not, well, I figured he would eventually work his way out of his binds. At least, that's how I rationalized it. I didn't want to think we'd left him to die of thirst while tied to a chair in a remote part of the Capitol. Murphy said we should either kill Don or get off the Capitol grounds the way we came in. Any other plan, according to him, was stupid. Nevertheless, Murphy reluctantly followed me down the hall on the second subterranean level, moving quietly toward the main building. The clomping of boots coming down the stairs out of the Capitol alerted us to stop and squat in the deep shadows near the walls. We waited and listened. The boots came closer. They were on the level below us, and had we looked over the balcony, we would have been able to watch them pass right below. That wasn't necessary, as they were talking as they walked, making their position easy to track just by the sound. Justice Baird said 6, bring 6, one guy told the other as they passed below. We never take them out at night, said the other guy. Did he say why? The first guy laughed bitterly. You want to ask Justice Baird why? No, the second guy muttered. Where are we supposed to take 'em? The first guy said, out front.
He wants him to haul some of those deer blinds to the front wall so we can put more guns out there tonight. They're not that heavy, said the second guy. We could haul them ourselves. Why? The first guy laughed. We got white skin labor. Why not use it? They die when we work 'em too hard, said the second guy. Laughing as they walked out of earshot, the first guy said, We can get more. Murphy and I stayed put and silent while we waited for the two to pass through some doors down past the helicopter. Once they were inside, we hurried off. At the end of the hall at the main stairway leading up into the Capitol building, we stopped. Which way, Batman? I huffed. Stop calling me Batman. You don't like Null Spot. I pointed upstairs. I think we should stay off the main floor. Why are you so interested in scoping these dudes out? Murphy asked. Are we thinking about joining these yahoos? Because if that's your plan, that's one thing. If not, well, you know what I think. I pointed back up the long hall we'd just come down. You think those guys are talking about slow burns like Russell used to be? Nodding, Murphy said, Yeah, that's exactly what I think. Seems like they're using them for slave labor. Why, were you thinking something else? I shook my head and started up the stairs, slowly and carefully. The Texas Capitol building looks quite a bit like the United States Capitol, except that it's made of sunset red granite, so it looks pink from the outside instead of white. The interior is laid out much like the U.S. Capitol, with a high-domed rotunda at the center of two main wings, the Senate chamber at the east end and House chamber at the other. Murphy and I had just reached the landing on the Capitol's ground floor when some of the tall wood and glass doors at the front of the building swung noisily open on heavy bronze hinges. I rounded a turn and bounded silently up the next flight of stairs with Murphy on my heels. The sound of voices on the second floor prompted me to continue running past that level and up to the third floor. Hearing nothing but voices echoing up from the floor of the rotunda, we stepped into the third-floor hallway leading down the length of that wing to the house gallery. We tucked ourselves into an alcove in front of a large door and stopped to catch our breath. Murphy leaned close to me and whispered, I hope you have a plan to get us out of here. Don't sweat it, I told him, feeling certain the place had insufficient security to keep us in. I pointed at a bullet-riddled door across the hall and motioned Murphy to follow. After stepping lightly across the wide hall, I grabbed the door and swung slowly, hoping the old, ornate hinges wouldn't creak and echo through the hall and up to the rotunda dome, then back down to the people who'd entered through the front door. Those people were down there arguing about something, but an out-of-place squeak of tarnished metal might interrupt them. Thankfully, the hinges were well lubricated, and we entered quietly, pulling the door closed behind us. The office was huge, with old windows that stood from waist height up 8 feet tall. The square wooden desk in the middle of the office was of similar proportions and probably of a similar age. Its expansive top, large enough to park a small car, was clear except for smears of dried blood. The rest of the office was a shambles of shell casings, brownish-red stains, torn clothes, and bones. The clothes and bones were proof that the normal people who'd made their stand here had lost. At least that's the way it looked to me. I supposed that some could have lived, abandoning their dead to scavengers who came later. Evidence of death was everywhere, in everything. Worth notice were the places I came across where it wasn't apparent that someone had died there. Murphy walked over to one of the tall windows and peeked out into the fire glow between the blinds. Hey, he whispered, impatiently waving me to come over. I crossed over a pile of books that had fallen out of the shelves on the wall, taking up a place beside Murphy to look out the window. The governor's mansion was in full blaze, and the flames were spreading to the old oaks on the property. The streets on the far side were filled with the infected, thousands and thousands of them. They were surging up side streets and pulling back. They looked like they were trying to get up their nerve to rush the walls. "That's weird," I said. "Yeah," Murphy agreed. "It's like they're afraid of this place." Shaking my head, I said, "I wonder what the trick is. You think it's just conditioning, like training a dog?" "Man, I don't know." He looked back at the door and looked around the room. "I don't get a good feeling about this place. I think these dudes are whacked, and I think they're stupid." "How's that?" I asked. "Look out the window, man." Murphy pulled the blinds apart. "It's only a matter of time before all those whites figure out they can tear down that wall. We got through, and it wasn't that hard." I nodded. "Hell," Murphy said. "If the naked horde comes back this way, these guys are fucked. They'll never get those helicopters out before they get overrun." Murphy shook his head and rubbed his face. "It's like they're all kinda psycho-stupid or something. Who the hell sets up a fortress in the middle of Austin?" He gestured at the noisy mob out in the streets. "In the middle of all that?" He had a point. I said, "It doesn't make any sense." I looked out the window at the mass of whites glowing red in the flames on the other side of the wall. Plenty of soldiers were out there. Well, not plenty. Relative to the number of whites on the other side of the wall, the number of soldiers was laughable. I said, "Those guards in the hall didn't sound as stupid as Don." "Maybe they're immune," said Murphy. "Maybe they didn't get the virus like Don did." "Maybe." Don did say they were survivors, though. I took the implication to mean they'd all caught and then survived the virus. "Maybe this Baird guy we heard those guards mention wants to be the next governor of Texas or something. Maybe he's trying to reestablish the government in Austin by taking over the capital." "Newsflash, Johnny Genius," said Murphy. "There's no more Texas, just people like us." He pointed at the soldiers out on the lawn, in their deer blinds, standing by their Humvees, or watching the wall. "I guess people like these fucktards. A few normal people who are being smart and hiding out." He looked back at the horde in the street. "And them. Lots of them." As much as I agreed with pretty much everything he said, some small part of me wanted to believe that the government was coming back, that order was returning. I shook my head and stepped away from the window. "What?" Murphy asked. "Nothing," I said absently. Did I really want to go back to my previous life anyway? No. This life sucked most of the time, but so did the old one, just in different ways. I went back over to the window and looked out. Could these yahoos really be the start of the effort to rebuild? "Yeah," I said. "I don't know what's going on here, but it's going to go bad eventually, and all these knuckleheads are going to wind up dead." I slapped Murphy on the back. "You were right. Let's get the fuck out of here." Chapter 32. As we left the office through the bullet-riddled door, we heard yelling echoing up through the vast space under the Capitol dome. Murphy and I paused and shared a look. I'm sure he was thinking the same thing I was thinking. Don had gotten loose and alerted his comrades. Time to test my confidence in my assertion that the assholes were too few and the Capitol complex too large to prevent our getaway. I leaned out of the door's alcove to see what I could see up and down the length of the building. The third floor was clear. I listened for a moment. I asked, "Hear anything up here?" Murphy shook his head, but continued to scan from side to side. I left the cover of the alcove, ran on light feet through the hall until I was near the edge of the balcony that circled the rotunda on the third floor. Getting down on my hands and knees, and then onto my belly, I got close enough to see the round, decorative terrazzo floor with the state seal at the bottom. Thick stone balusters carved into decorative shapes by the prison laborers and Scottish stonecutters who built the Capitol offered pretty good cover, especially with the nighttime shadows inside the building. Below, I saw a half-dozen armed men surrounding 4 others with hands bound behind their backs. The 4 with hands bound were wearing desert camouflage fatigues and boots. Looking disciplined, even with no helmets and no hats, they wore nothing on their belts. They stood not quite at attention, but straight up, except for one. He had a familiar odd curve to his stance. The 6 surrounding them had the ragtag appearance of most of the other guys we'd seen in the Capital Gang. Some wore military clothing with t-shirts or sweatshirts. Some of them slouched. They fidgeted. They were a rabble. The guy I assumed was in charge stood in front of the 4 prisoners, ranting on about something. In the large space with the echoes coming back down from the dome above, it was hard to make out more than an occasional word of what he was saying. Murphy leaned in close to my ear and whispered, "Not our business. Take off your null spot cape and GTF." I nodded, but didn't move. Wait, what? I looked at Murphy. GTF? Get the fuck out of here. He nodded dramatically toward the stairs. I whispered, "You're missing some letters in your acronym." "Fuck if I care." I looked back down at the soldiers on the rotunda floor. Something about that one guy with the unusual stance was familiar, and I needed to figure out why. I got up on my hands and knees and started crawling to another place on the rotunda balcony, one that would give me a better view of the prisoners below. "Zed," Murphy hissed. "Zed, what the hell?" He pointed down the hall away from the rotunda. I ignored him and continued. Once I arrived at the spot I wanted, I lay down again and looked. A second later, Murphy was by my side. "We can get down the stairs at the end of the hall and make our way into the annex on the basement level." Then I saw it. I pointed. "See that dude there with the soldiers, the one who's not quite standing straight up?" "Sure," Murphy glanced perfunctorily. "Unless that's the brother you never had or something, we should go." Shaking my head, I whispered, "Doesn't that guy look like Sergeant Dahlhover?" "No," Murphy told me. "It's not him. Top is like 100 years old. He's out in West Texas. That dude down there is 30, maybe." Murphy nodded emphatically toward the stairs again. "GTF." "I'm not saying it's him," I squinted to try and make out the face. "It looks like him is all I'm saying." "What you're saying is never all you're saying." Murphy sighed dramatically and shook his head. "You know they have guns, too. This isn't going to be like shooting whites. It's not even going to be like shooting at Jay Booth and his bozos. We're outgunned." I said, "I wonder if maybe that's Dahlhover's son." "Top never said he had a son," Murphy told me. "Not one word about his family." Still, the more I looked, the more I convinced myself that the guy down there had to be at least related to Sergeant Dahlhover. The resemblance was uncanny. "Maybe the virus is affecting your vision," said Murphy. "But that's not his son. Not unless he takes after his mom, because that dude doesn't look like Top." The guy downstairs came to a loud conclusion and pointed. Some of his ragtag band led the 4 soldiers away. I looked at Murphy and said, "That may not be his son, but it's got to be his nephew or something." Murphy shook his head. "I hate Null Spot." Chapter 33. We trotted down the hall, silence more important than speed. I led the way into a stairwell just outside the house chamber and looked down the gap between the stairs. Shit. I leaned quickly back and whispered to Murphy, "Someone is down at the basement level." He leaned close to the edge and listened. He looked at me and shook his head. I peeked over the rail again and saw a light down near the bottom, moving lower. I continued watching until it disappeared into the long basement hallway that ran the length of the building. "We're cool now," I said, turning back to Murphy. "Lots of people around, though." Murphy looked at me and started to say something that I knew would have been rude, but chose not to. Instead, he waved me forward, and I led the way down the stairs, staying close to the outer wall to ensure that, if by chance some of the ragtag bunch of assholes entered the stairwell, They wouldn't see my white skin in the moonlight coming in through the windows. At each landing, I paused for a moment to listen. At each floor, I stopped for a peek up and down the hall before proceeding.
Once at the basement level, I took some extra time in examining the long, dark hallway. I saw no light in the blackness, save the little that came down through the stairwells. I gave Murphy a look to let him know to ready himself. I took off at a run. It was a nervous 100 yards, as I expected the guy we'd seen with the flashlight to come out of any of the doors ahead at any moment. He didn't. At the corner leading up to the central stairs, I turned a little too hard and slipped on the smooth, waxed floor, landing with a slap of skin and a clatter of metal as my machete bounced and the shotgun barrel hit. I clenched my teeth and squinched my eyes shut involuntarily, hoping somehow to catch those sounds in the air and drag them back before the wrong ear heard. I held my breath and listened. Murphy reached down and grabbed me under the arm, yanking me to my feet, seemingly without slowing down. While I was still trying to catch my balance, he was already bounding down the stairs, waving for me to follow and mouthing, "Hurry the fuck up." I did. The stairs coming down from the Capitol's basement led to the underground annex, where I suspected Baird's ragtag men had led the soldiers. Murphy reached a landing and stopped as he peeked around a corner. I came to a stop with my back to the wall as I looked up the stairs toward the Capitol basement. I listened. Murphy glanced over at me. He grinned. He was as much a junkie for the adrenaline as I was. I smiled back and suppressed a laugh. Whoever had been on the basement level with the flashlight was either confused and looking around in the darkness, or frightened and peeking around corners for noisy ghosts. I whispered, "Are they down there?" Murphy nodded. "About halfway up the length of the annex, down on the bottom floor." "You want to follow along on the second floor?" I asked, knowing we could take quick peeks over the rail to see them all below. "Gotta stay quiet," Murphy told me before rounding the corner. Running on our toes to keep the noise down, I pulled away from the wall for a few steps and took a quick glance over the railing. Indeed, the ragtag soldiers were leading the real soldiers down toward the helicopter. Murphy pulled up to stop at a side hall. Coming up beside him again, I said, "That's where those other guys were going to get the white skins." Murphy said, "Maybe they've converted some rooms down there into holding pens or a jail or something. Do you remember what's down there? You're Mr. Capital Tourist, right?" I pointed. "Some big-ass conference rooms are past the helicopters. If they've got a bunch of whites stored somewhere, it'll make sense to put them in one big room," Murphy said. "Easier to keep them corralled that way." "Makes sense." Murphy took off again, running silently to the next crossing hallway. From there, we saw directly out into the round atrium. Plenty of moonlight flowed in, casting us in much more light than I felt comfortable with. I crept back further into the hall's shadows when I spotted loitering movement below and across the atrium. At least one guard was over there. I knew they had to have someone guarding the helicopters, even though I hadn't spotted them earlier. "What do you think?" I asked. "You know the place," Murphy conceded. "You're the mighty null spot." "Valiant," I muttered. "The valiant null spot." I pointed down the hallway into the darkness. "If we go that way, we can loop around. Judging by where the stairwells came up on the plaza, I think there might be some stairs back around there we can use to get down to the bottom level and maybe sneak up on the guards from behind." "Behind?" Murphy asked, shaking his head. "It's not like the guys will know which direction to guard in." He pointed all around. "There are stairs in every direction." "At least we won't be coming down the main hall," I told him. "That seems to be the route everybody uses when they come and go." "And when we get down there," he asked, "then what?" I shrugged. "Do we ever know?" I took off at a run into the darkness. We found the stairs, just as I'd deduced. We made our way down to the lowest level undetected,
crept silently up a short stub of a hallway, and I peeked around a corner at a moment of complete luck. 2 guards were standing less than a dozen feet away, looking across the floor of the atrium toward the main Capitol building as they stood between the helicopter and the stacks of crated munitions. Both men had rifles. I pulled my head back quickly, my nervousness clear on my face. I raised a finger to my lips so Murphy would know to stay quiet, and I raised 2 fingers more and pointed toward the corner.
I motioned Murphy back toward the stairwell that we'd just used to enter the hallway. Once inside, with the door quietly closed behind us, I whispered, "I've got an idea." Chapter 34. Murphy, never shy about telling me just how bad my ideas were, made every effort to tell me about this one. Unfortunately, he didn't have a better idea. So I said, "Unless you've got something else to say." "Yeah," he answered. "We're guessing the supposed Dahlhover relative is in one of the conference rooms right around the corner." "That's where the guards are," I told him. It made perfect sense to me. Murphy glanced up through the stairwell. "Guys were up there too. Were they guarding people hiding in the bushes?" "Yes," I told him, pretending complete seriousness with the lie. "Whatever." Murphy shook his head and looked around. "Fine. But one more thing." "Yeah?" I asked.
We're gonna run over there and bust those soldiers out because you think one of them kinda looks like Dahlhover's son."
Murphy rolled his eyes at that one.
"The thing that gets me is this. You don't know if these hillbillies around here are the good guys or the bad guys. And you don't know if the soldiers are the good guys or the bad guys."
"The good guys or the bad guys?" I interrupted. "This isn't a cowboy movie."
"People that want to kill you or not," Murphy explained. I understood that perfectly clear. "What if they all want to kill us?" Murphy asked. "And they all might. You know that's true, right?" I nodded. I couldn't argue. In fact, I more than half expected it. Still, I felt loyalty to Dahlhover, and if there was a chance the soldier was his son, though I felt pretty damn sure it was, then I had to get him out of a jam. If he wanted to kill me, well, he'd have to do that some other time.
I said, "We'll bust him out. And if you don't get a warm fuzzy, we'll go our separate ways once we're over the wall." "Warm fuzzy or not," said Murphy, "you know as well as I do. Matter of fact, you keep preaching it to me. Us and normals don't mix. It only takes time. Before long, things go to shit." I nodded. True enough. "We'll bust him out, then we'll split up." With all of Murphy's objections tabled for the moment, I explained the plan. It was simple. They all were. Well, maybe not all of them. The ones that had a chance of working were. In complicated plans, things always went wrong. From inside the stairwell, I yanked the door handle once to loudly rattle it against its frame before pulling it open. A little louder than natural, I said, "I hear what you're saying. I just don't see why he always picks on us." "It's because you won't stop talking all the time," Murphy said, playing his part in the charade. We were already a few steps into the dark hall. "If he doesn't like me," I argued, "why doesn't he man up and tell me? That's all I'm saying." One of the guards that had been in front of the 2 conference rooms leaned around the corner for a quick peek into the hall. Seemingly satisfied, he didn't linger. In the dark, it was hard to see that Murphy and I wore lighter skin than normal. "Maybe you're not listening when he talks to you." Murphy looked at me with a question on his face. I nodded. It seemed to be working. "What if—" A desperate cry echoed from up the hall. Murphy and I both froze. The cry came again. Shit. It was Don. "What's that?" I asked Murphy as I hurried to get to the corner. Murphy said. "I don't know. A cat?" Don hollered again, trying to get someone to come and help. I rounded the corner and saw the 2 guards.
They'd taken some steps in the direction of Don's yelling, but they were waiting, hands on weapons, deciding what to do. One of them glanced at me.
"What's going on?" I asked, as he turned to look back up the hall. Then I saw him tense as he turned quickly back to me. It was only a few long strides to reach him. Just as his mouth opened to say something, I lunged. Words came out, but I hit him with a shoulder in his midsection and drove the air out of his lungs with a loud oomph. We collided with the other guard, and all three of us went down in a tumble of arms and legs. They cursed, they punched, elbowed, and kicked. I absorbed the blows and tried my best simply to keep them entangled on the ground. A moment later, one froze, and then the other did too. I saw the barrel of Murphy's M4, held in just one of his hands, pressed to a guard's face. In his other hand, his pistol was pressed against the other guy's cheek. Nodding, Murphy said, "Yeah, you figured it out. Now stay that way. If either of you moves, bam! You got me?" Don wailed again from down the hall. I disentangled myself, taking the guard's weapons and sliding them across the floor before I stood up. "Somebody help me," Don called. I glanced up at Murphy. He looked disappointed. It had been my choice to leave Don alive. I wondered if I would be able to afford the cost of that kindness. I told Murphy, "Don't say anything." One of the guards started to plead, but a hard glare from Murphy shut him up. Running footsteps echoed up the long corridor. Murphy said, "Let's get this show on the road." "You got these guys?" I asked, pointing at the prone guards. Murphy nodded. I bounded over to one of the conference room doors, hoping I was right. I yanked it hard. It didn't open. I glanced back at Murphy. Locked. Murphy pushed his M4 against the guard's head so hard that the man's head made an audible thunk when it hit the floor. "Keys now, motherfucker." I guess the guy understood Murphy's tone of voice as well as I did. There would be no second request. The guard wasted not a second in digging into his pocket, retrieving the keys, and sliding them across the smooth floor toward me. Murphy shot me a quick grin before turning his angry glare back at the two prone guards. I picked up the key ring. 4 keys. Ugh. "Which one?" I asked. Murphy pressed his barrel harder against the guy's head. "The brass one," he answered. "The Schlage." I looked down at the keys. 2 were brass. Only one had the brand name written on the side. It was a Schlage. Murphy said, "They're coming." I unlocked the door and swung it halfway open when the smell hit me with a mix of outhouse and body odor. The conference room, with seating for maybe 100, was full of whites. Shit. I pushed the door closed and jammed the key back in the lock. "Wait," I said aloud. "Wait what?" Murphy asked. "Whites," I told him. I ran over to the doors for the other conference room. "Good ones or bad ones?" Murphy asked me. I looked over at Murphy. "What?" Murphy wasn't asking me. He was asking the guys on the floor. "Good," the compliant guy answered. "In here?" I asked, as I put the key into the lock on the other door. "Guys," he said, "Aggies." "What?" Murphy asked. The compliant guys stammered through an explanation as I opened the second door. I looked back at Murphy. "They're here." Come on, I hollered into the room as I waved. The 4 soldiers inside the room jumped out of their chairs and ran toward the open door. I let go of it as I stepped away. Glancing past the helicopter and up to the second level, Murphy said, "They're up there. Things are going to get exciting pretty quick here." "You two," I said to the disarmed guards on the floor. "In there." I pointed at the room the soldiers were coming out of. "Now," Murphy growled. The 2 guys on the ground quickly got up and hurried into the room, pushing past the 4 soldiers. I looked at the one I figured to be Dahlhover's son and said, "Dahlhover?" He looked at me, completely confused. "What?" "Your name,"
I explained, though I already knew I'd screwed up. He would have known the name if it had been his. Fritz, he said. I'm Parker Fritz. Told ya, Murphy laughed. I handed Fritz the keys. Lock those guards up. I pointed at the weapons on the floor as I glanced at the others. Get those. We're busting you out. Two of the soldiers jumped to grab the weapons. The third simply stared at me. He said, You're normal? Get a gun, dumbass. I pointed at the 2 rifles and 2 pistols being picked up by the others. Everybody gets one. Fritz turned back to me, handing me the keys. I didn't want them. I pointed to the other door and said, Unlock that one and prop it open. Careful, it's full of whites. Whites? Fritz asked. You mean infected? He was already putting the key into the lock. Yep, I told him. I think they're the docile ones. I looked up the hall. If not, well, run like a motherfucker because things will get real interesting real fast. Know what I mean? One of the soldiers with the rifle asked, What next? Which way? Chapter 36. Hey, you. I looked down the hall. 2 guys were leaning over the railing on the 2nd floor looking at us. Oh, fuck it. I swung my shotgun in their general direction. They were way out of range, but if they were only half as far, I'd have had no chance of hitting them anyway. I pumped out 3 blasts. I looked over at Murphy while pointing at the helicopter. You wouldn't know how to fly that, would you? You watched too many movies, dumbass. Murphy laughed as he started toward the stairs we'd used to sneak up on the guards. The escaping soldiers were following Murphy. Fritz had the door open, and 2 of the infected were already coming out. Not urgent, not chasing, just curious. I almost wished for the crazed ones.
100 of them loose inside the Capitol would aid greatly in our escape. I rounded the corner, running first at full speed, then starting to slow. Murphy was in the doorway of the stairwell, looking up. The 3 soldiers were slowing down as they neared. In the time it took for me to cover the distance, Murphy stepped out of the doorway, pushing it closed. They're coming down! I looked up at the ceiling, getting my bearings and thinking the only way the other guys could be coming down already was if they were at the top of the stairs when I fired the shotgun. I recalled the smokers we'd seen on the plaza. Damn crappy luck. They must have been outside the top of that very stairwell. More voices bellowed from down the long corridor leading to the Capitol. Orders were being shouted. Men were coordinating an assault. Reinforcements were coming. Things were going to go from exciting to dire pretty quickly. Fritz ran up beside me and pointed at 2 metal doors on a wall that I'd assumed contained a janitor's closet. Through there, he said. 2 of the soldiers ran at the doors and slammed them hard. They didn't budge. As they stepped back, I saw immediately that the 2 doors had been spot-welded down the abutment. Shit. I stopped, turned, looked up the hall, took a long, slow breath, and thought through the situation. I turned to Fritz. Where does that hall lead? He pointed. The building next door. He pointed toward other corners of the underground complex. Corridors connect to all of the neighboring government buildings. This one's welded, said Murphy. I guess in case anyone hadn't noticed yet. How many grenades you got left? I asked. 4. Murphy was already pulling one off. Find cover, Fritz ordered his guys. I turned and followed Fritz's soldiers down a side hall. A second later, Murphy came running around the corner and stuffed himself into an alcove in which most of us were already huddled. The grenade exploded with a bang, near deafening in the confined space. For a moment after the blast, all was quiet. Feet stopped running. Voices stopped shouting. Or maybe my ears were stunned into a temporary deafness. Let's go, Fritz shouted. I guess I still could hear. Fritz ran up the hall. His guys took off after him. Murphy looked at me for a second with a question on his face.
I thought we were in charge. He ran, and so did I. Rounding the corner just ahead of me, one of the soldiers lurched sideways. I heard gunshots and saw blood splatter from his skull in one simultaneous instant of horror. I shouted, "Motherfucker!" but didn't slow, jumping over the dying man as I ran. The two metal doors, welded shut a moment before, now swung open, a little cockeyed, but open nevertheless. Dust filled the hall and made each of us cough as we entered the cloud. Murphy ran between the doors, and Fritz pushed him to the side as I followed. I raised a fist to pummel Fritz for what I at first thought was an attack, but I heard him yell at Murphy, "Give me a grenade!" Murphy ducked behind one of the metal doors. I pushed through the gap and pressed myself against the other side of the hall, taking advantage of the door's thick steel. Guns were blasting. Bullets were pinging against metal and ricocheting off the concrete. Murphy gave Fritz a grenade. Fritz pointed up the hall to where two of his men were kneeling, aiming their rifles back down our way. He said, "Go. I'll give these guys something to think about." Murphy looked at me as if for permission. I waved him to go. Fritz got behind one of the bent doors and pushed. I copied him with my door. When a gap of about a foot remained, the bent doors stuck. Fritz cursed. Gunshots rang through the hall, pinging all over the doors. Fritz threw himself against the wall. "Dude," I shouted, "what are you trying to do?" He held up the grenade, pin out, spoon depressed. "Close the doors so I can wedge this thing in the gap." Shaking my head, I said, "Fuck that." I bounded over to his side of the wide hall, grabbed the grenade, and spun around as I tossed it with all my might through the gap. I turned back around and shouted, "Run!" Murphy, crouching by the kneeling soldiers, took off to get further up the hall. He'd been around me enough to know that run meant run like a motherfucker. Fritz hollered, "Run!" The two soldiers got up and took off as we passed them. Fritz slowed to look back. "Don't," I told him. I was aiming for that helicopter. Oh. The grenade blew. Another explosion followed. A massive blast rocked the whole complex and sent us sprawling on the smooth floor. I was already clambering to my feet as I skidded. The others weren't far behind. Some kind of ordnance started firing off, sounding like a loud string of firecrackers. We reached the far doors maybe a few hundred yards distant from the pair we'd blown open. Thankfully, they were not welded, and we pushed through as another powerful explosion sent a shockwave down the hall to knock us off our feet. "Holy fuck," I shouted as I mounted some stairs. I had no idea where I was going. Like anybody with things blowing up behind them, I didn't care. I only wanted to get away. At the top of the stairs, I pushed through another door and came out into a glass-walled lobby. Out across a street strewn with rotting corpses stood the Capitol complex's ramshackle metal wall. We were on the outside. Inside the wall, roiling up into the sky, was a massive ball of red fire and black smoke. The Capitol, the wall, the surrounding buildings glowed in its illumination. So fixated was I on the immensity of the explosions, I didn't realize the others had stopped beside me. "Thanks," Fritz told me through his panting. I looked at him, thinking at first he was being sarcastic because one of his men had taken a bullet through the skull. I started to say something harsh in return, until I realized I was being the ass. Fritz was sincere. I said, "Sorry about your guy." The other guys said a few quick thank yous. "Where to next?" Fritz asked. I pointed up a street going west. "We have a car that way, maybe half a mile." Even as I said it, whites were coming out of buildings, walking, gawking, and running. Murphy waved in the direction I'd been pointing. "That escape route is off the list." "We need to get away from here," I said, as if anybody needed me to help them with that deduction. Pick a direction with no whites and nothing burning, and let's get moving. Murphy started to jog across the lobby. The rest of us followed.
Chapter 37. We burst out of a pair of doors on the northwest corner of the building. 15th Street ran between us and several empty parking lots across the street. Empty except for a scattering of whites moving toward the fire at the governor's mansion, or the noisy, exploding fire burning out of the atrium in the buried office annex. Murphy raced to the corner of a building to the west with all of us in tow. Way too many of the whites in the parking lot saw the soldiers with us and immediately understood what was happening. Normals afoot. Damn! I pointed at the whites changing direction to run at us. I readied my machete and drew my pistol. We arrived at a pair of glass doors on the new building. They were locked. Murphy stopped, thinking about the next step. The soldiers looked out at the whites with their skin illuminated in the red flames. The soldiers raised their weapons, fear in their eyes. "Murphy!" I shouted. "Put a few shots through the glass!"
We can't stay out here. Murphy stepped back and fired 3 rounds, sending a spiderweb of cracks through the glass. He rushed at it, breaking through in a shower of jagged little pieces. "Let's go!" Fritz hollered, leading the other 2 soldiers to follow Murphy. I went in last and followed the line of the others past a desk in the lobby, past the elevator bank, down a hall and to another door, a metal one with a fire exit sign above. I hoped the battery on the alarm was dead. I hoped no whites were outside the door. Murphy hit the door without slowing much, pressing down the locking mechanism with his weight. We all piled out onto the sidewalk. A gang of whites was coming around a corner to our right. Murphy immediately raised his weapon and fired. Choices about silence weren't available to us. The infected were too many. Fritz and both of his soldiers shot their weapons. I raced into the mob, swinging my machete and shooting at any white who got too close.
A path opened up in front of me, and I hoped the others fell in behind me. Gunshots echoed off the building's walls. Explosions poured flames into the sky at the Capitol. Blood splattered in the air, and whites screamed in horror, or glee. It all sounded the same to me. When the mob thinned, I cut a left turn down an alley, looking for another door. Actually, I was just running in the direction with the fewest whites. A huge explosion shook the night behind us. Another fireball billowed up, casting more red light and sharp black shadows. I hacked my way past a few whites, spotted a fragile-looking wooden door on an old brick building, and bull-rushed it, hoping for the best. I hit the screen door first, barely noticing it as the half-rotten wood of the other door behind it shattered, mostly. The bottom quarter held firm, and I tumbled into some restaurant's kitchen full of rancid, slick oil and rotted bodies. I got to my feet as the others piled in after me. I adjusted my night vision goggles on my head to see through the cramped kitchen. The soldiers behind me were shooting back out the door. That couldn't last. They'd run out of ammunition soon. All they had was in the magazines loaded in the rifles. Damn. I cursed myself for not thinking of that. I cursed them for not thinking to strip the guards of their ammo when they picked up the weapons. I ran out of the kitchen through a swinging door, past a waitress station, and into a jungle gym mess of upturned chairs and tables. I kicked and shoved at the furnishings. I climbed over more as I made my way toward the door. Behind me, the shooting stopped. I turned to see the 2 soldiers come out of the kitchen, followed by Fritz. A pause later, I called, "Where's Murphy?" "He's coming," said Fritz, as he worked his way through the jumble. I made my way to the front door, which had already been busted open by looters, vandals, or maybe just whites. I turned and waited. Shit, where's Murphy? Just as I took my first step to go back, Murphy burst out of the kitchen, breathing hard with a big grin on his face. God damn, that motherfucker can smile through anything.
Before Murphy had taken more than a few steps into the morass of dining room furniture, two whites fought with each other as they tried to squeeze themselves simultaneously through the kitchen's swinging door. I raised my pistol and shot, once, twice, again and again, until I finally got lucky enough to hit both. Murphy looked back. "Glad you can hit something." He raced out into the street to follow the others. I chased on his heels. Fritz was across the street already, trying to kick in a locked door. The two soldiers were nearly over to him. A horde of whites, several hundred strong, was running and screaming down the street from our right. Helicopter blades reverberated in the sky above. I looked up as I ran. What the hell? The helicopter passed overhead and arced off to the left.
Another helicopter hovered a few blocks away. The door Fritz had been working on broke open. Screw the helicopters. I turned to run full speed across the street and through the door. Shit. More whites. They were elbowing and kicking one another as they pushed themselves to get out through the door Fritz had just broken down. The room on the other side of the door had to have been full of them. I stumbled, trying to stop myself. One of the soldiers was down, screaming and fighting. Several whites were on him with jaws snapping. Fritz emptied his pistol into the whites attacking his man. The other guy unloaded at those coming out the door. Murphy was already there beside them, taking aim up the street. The whites on the soldier were dead or twitching by the time I dropped to a knee beside Fritz as he tried to staunch a pulsing gush of blood coming from the wide-eyed soldier's neck. "We gotta go!" Murphy hollered. He emptied a magazine and quickly pushed a new one into his rifle. "I'm out," the other soldier said, panicking. "Take my shotgun," I told him, handing it over. Looking down at the bleeding man by our knees, Fritz shouted, "He's dead!" He wasn't dead, but he was bleeding so profusely, it was clear he was going to die. I stood up, looking away. We were going to abandon the guy. It was necessary, the only thing to do. Trying to drag him off so he could bleed out a block or two up the road would almost certainly get more of us killed. But goddamn, it felt so wrong. The soon-to-be-dead soldier reached out and grabbed my ankle. Shit. I looked up at the coming horde. Time was almost gone. I looked down at the guy as he mouthed something. Fritz was on his feet. Murphy passed his pistol over to Fritz. We were all armed again with loaded weapons, for the moment anyway. I dropped to a knee again and leaned in close to the soldier, now hoping he'd just die and make it easy on all of us. Still, it felt like a shitty thing. He mouthed again. I couldn't make out his words over all the noise. I leaned close. "We've got to move," Fritz shouted, stepping away. Murphy kicked me. "Come on, dude." "Grenade," said the guy. His mouth silently said it again. He wanted a grenade. I looked up at Murphy. He still had several. "Murphy, give me a grenade," I hollered. "Right now." Without pause, Murphy yanked one off his Molly vest and dropped it down to me. I pulled the pin. Guessing the dying soldier's thoughts, I pressed the grenade into his hands. He held it tight in a grip we both knew wasn't going to last. He tried to smile through the blood in his mouth and the fear in his eyes. He didn't want to die. Who the fuck did? "Thank you," I told him as I jumped to my feet. I looked at the others as I started to move. "Run!" We raced up the length of a short block. The grenade exploded behind us, and I turned to see. The horde had reached the soldier. At least a dozen were lying in the street around him, now writhing and screaming with pain instead of bloodlust. "That way!" Murphy shouted, and led us all onto a side street. For the moment, I saw no whites. Murphy took another turn into an alley behind a sprawling bank with a half-dozen drive-through teller lanes. Two whites loitered in the middle of the alley, looking around like they couldn't figure out what all the commotion was. like they couldn't figure out what they should be doing about it. Murphy shot them both down. Thank God for the suppressor on his M4. He pulled up to a stop beside a dumpster that was pushed up against the bag's back wall and looked up. With no whites in view for the moment, it only took another half-second for everyone to guess what Murphy was thinking. We clambered onto the dumpster. I was last up, still safe. Murphy was already helping Fritz onto the roof. "Come on!" Murphy looked at me. He cupped his hand into a stirrup. I stepped in, and he lifted as I jumped. Just like that, I was halfway on the roof and scrambling to get myself all the way over the edge. As soon as I fell over the parapet and hit the gravel roof, the other soldier came climbing over. Fritz was already leaning back over, reaching down. I jumped up beside him and reached for Murphy. He grabbed our hands and climbed up, rolling over the wall and coming down in a tumble of elbows, knees, and bruises. Holy crap, that was intense. Murphy got up on his knees, his eyes as wide as his smile. I peeked over the low wall that surrounded the roof. Whites were already back in the alley. More were up the street. I couldn't see the road out in front of the bank, not without standing and risking being seen from below. I said, "I think we're safe for the moment." From our vantage point, we could see one, then the other helicopter angling toward the place a few blocks away where the soldier had detonated the grenade to buy us some time. I looked that way and put thoughts of the dead soldier out of my mind. One more death on a long, long list. At least his was over in one painless instant. On his knees beside me and looking up at the sky, Murphy said, "We can't stay here." He pointed up at the helicopters. "I don't know if those assholes are looking for us or just hunting whites, but if they happen to see us on the roof, things will go to shit in a hurry for us." I looked around and said, "I sure wouldn't want things to go to shit for us." I put a smile on my face to support the joke, but it wouldn't stay. Fritz pointed up at the helicopters. "They are looking for us." Chapter 39. Murphy said, "I guess we missed some things when we were vacationing at the lake house." A helicopter passed on the other side of the building next door. We scampered to hide ourselves on the opposite side of a large air conditioning unit. Pointing at the helicopter and looking at Fritz, I asked, "Who are these guys, and why do they want you so bad?" "Who's Dahlhove?" Fritz asked, drilling me with his eyes. "Hey, interrogation boy," I said to him, letting some of my tension turn to anger. "Don't cop that tood with me. You can jump your bad little ass back off the edge of the roof and fend for your fucking self." Fritz's expression didn't change. "Be cool," Murphy told us. Fritz's soldier put a hand on my back and said, "Thanks for getting us out of there, man." He leaned the shotgun on his knee and put his other hand out to shake mine. It might not seem like it, but we really appreciate it. I nodded non-committally. "Sorry about your guys." He shook his head. "We take the risk every time we go out." He looked back to Fritz. Fritz looked at his soldier, then back at me. He said, "We do appreciate what you did. I don't know why you did it, that's all." A band of howling whites ran past the bank, heading for the fires at the Capitol. I looked Fritz up and down. "I thought you were somebody else." Murphy laughed and said, "I told you, man." "Who is this Dahlhove guy?" Fritz asked. "I didn't think you were him," I said. "I thought maybe you were his son or something. I'll be damned if you don't look like a younger version of him." "He's a friend of yours?" Fritz asked. I nodded and looked out at the circling helicopters. "They've figured out we're not over there, and they're starting to look around." I looked back at Fritz. "If they really do have a hard-on for you guys, we need to get off this roof." Diesel engines rumbled out of the distance, and I half stood up to see out into the street in front of the bank. 3 armored Humvees were speeding past, heading toward the spot where we'd lost the last soldier with the grenade.
I looked back at Fritz.
Jesus, did we just piss off the whole army?
Fritz shrugged. We should get going. It seemed like every white in the city was coming out into the streets. We all went to the edge of the roof where we'd come up. I leaned over and looked up and down the alley. 3 whites were trotting in our direction. I nodded at them. Murphy took the cue and laid his rifle across the parapet and aimed. Don't, said Fritz. I've got a suppressor. Murphy motioned toward the device attached to the end of his rifle barrel. It's not the noise, said Fritz as he looked up into the sky. There aren't any lights down here except for the fire at the Capitol. Muzzle flashes might reveal our location. Shit, Murphy admitted. You're right. I holstered my pistol, put a hand up on the top edge of the short wall, and jumped down onto the dumpster, machete ready. When my feet banged the dumpster lid, the 3 whites found a purpose for their lives and sprinted toward me.
Fritz warned me with a grunt and half a syllable. I got this, I told him. Murphy started his climb off the bank's roof. The first of the infected leapt at the dumpster from a few paces away. He landed halfway on the lid, and I hacked down across his neck just as he grabbed at my leg. His grip went slack, and he slid off as the other 2 reached the dumpster, grasping and screaming in voices that shrank. I think the sight of me frightened or confused something in their slow brains. While they were trying to figure out whether or not I was a white like them, I hacked the hand off a female and chopped the other white across the face. That one fell, but the female kept after me with renewed conviction. I finished her with a blow on the side of her head that opened her skull and sent a spray of blood and brain matter onto the tan brick on the side of the bank. I looked up at Fritz and the other soldier, as if they needed instruction.
Let's go. A moment later, we were jogging down the alley, staying close to the walls and taking advantage of the big dumpsters and trash cans to keep us out of view from anything passing by on the street. We managed 5 or 6 blocks without incident, staying quiet while putting some distance between ourselves and the last place the helicopter assholes thought we were. The farther we got from the Capitol, and the more the fires burned down, the less red and yellow light illuminated the streets. The sound of gunfire and explosions from back at the Capitol steadily increased, giving us some cover for any noise that we were making. The sound also drew in every infected from around the center of the city. The battle for the Capitol building was underway. 6 or 7 helicopters were in the air by then, shooting down at the whites. Armored Humvees and armored personnel carriers rumbled through the streets, back and forth, going to no destination that we could determine, shooting everything that moved. Maybe they were just out hunting whites. Murphy led us into a building that had apparently taken a beating during the initial breakout. Most of the glass on the first floor was broken out. Burned-out cars were parked bumper to bumper on the surrounding sidewalk, creating an ineffective wall. In the lobby, the remains of hundreds of dead lay on the floor. Splattered, dried blood stained the walls. Outside of a door that had been torn off the hinges, we waited by a stairwell. How the hell did that happen, I wondered. The door was steel and heavy. Murphy quietly walked into the stairwell, listened, and scanned up and down between the flights to see what he could see. He shook his head to let us know the place appeared to be empty. He motioned us all to come in close. He whispered, "I think we need to find a place to hole up for the night." Fritz looked over the burned-out cars and asked, "Do you think we're too close to the Capitol?" Murphy shrugged. "How far is far enough? Can they search the whole city for you too?" "No," said Fritz. "They don't have that many guys. Besides, they need to defend the Capitol." I said, "It's dangerous out on the streets." Sure, it was obvious. We all knew it, but it needed to be said. We looked around at each other and came to a silent consensus. Murphy led us up the stairs. Standing in what used to be somebody's living room up on the 8th floor, looking through a set of tall windows on the exterior wall, I saw the Capitol in the distance between 2 other tall buildings. I said, "I think they're giving up." Murphy was in the kitchen rummaging through cabinets and pulling empty containers out of the pantry. Be nice if they'd left us some food, he said. I took a quick glance around the apartment.
It was orderly, for the most part. No one had fought for their lives within the apartment walls. No human remains were scattered on the carpet, leaving the stink of decay in every permeable fabric and cushion. That was our primary reason for selecting it among the other apartments we'd peeked into on the 8th floor. It was the first one where the owner appeared to have bugged out of town. His body was probably on some other street, or his bones were being gnawed on by rats as they lay in the wreckage of some car. Fritz came over to the window to look at the Capitol in the distance. "You said you had a car close by, right?" Shaking my head as I pointed off toward the northwest, I said, "Way up over there." I looked around at the dark streets far below. "I didn't realize we ran so far. I think that's 6th Street down there." Behind me, the soldier with my shotgun laid it on the coffee table, sat down, and started monkeying around with it. Cleaning or disassembling, I wasn't sure what he was up to. I said, "Don't get too attached to that. I'm keeping it when we go our separate ways." He looked offended, stood up, and reached the shotgun toward me. I waved it away. "You keep it for now." Murphy leaned on a kitchen counter. "I'm going to check some of the other apartments on this floor and see what I can find." "I don't think that's a good idea," I told him. "We don't have much water," he argued, "and we didn't bring any food with us." The guy with my shotgun said, "I'll go with you." I turned around, looked at Murphy, and said, "Don't leave this floor, okay?" "Yes, Dad." Murphy headed for the front door with the other soldier following behind. I rolled my eyes and looked at Fritz. "What's your deal?" I pointed at the Capitol building, still glowing in the light of the fires burning around it. "What's with these guys? Are they the army or what?" Fritz leaned against the glass and crossed his arms. He looked at me, started to say something, then stopped. He was perplexed. "What?" I asked. He took a moment. "Your skin." I looked down at the scars on my arms, bites that had healed. "What about it?" I asked, trying to decide whether to feel proud or self-conscious. "You look like them," he said. I looked down toward the street. "The infected?" "Of course, the infected." Fritz nodded. "You say that like you haven't seen this before." He shook his head. "I have, in the infected. Not in somebody like you. You seem normal." "That's because I am," I told him. He leaned close to see my eyes. "And your pupils, they stay dilated, just like the others?" Not comfortable having Fritz so close, I leaned back. "Yeah, and my temperature runs a little hot. What of it?" Shaking his head, Fritz said, "I haven't seen one like you, that's all." "We're everywhere." I waved a hand toward the city. "I haven't seen one," he said. "I guess you live in a different neighborhood," I told him. "I've run into a few." "Like you?" Fritz asked. "You clearly caught the virus. You recovered and now you're normal. Mostly." I started to say yes. There had been Russell and Nico, the guy and the girl in that house up by the lake. Jerome the liar, as Murphy would have called him. Crazy Mark. All those insane smart ones. Shaking my head, I said, "A few. Me and Murphy have come across a whole variety of infected. I guess some are like me." "Here in Austin?" Fritz asked. That seemed like an odd question. "Of course. Where have you been through all of this?" I asked. "Here?" Fritz shook his head. He pointed east. "Back by Houston." "How are things in Houston?" I asked, digressing, though not intending to. "A mess," said Fritz. "Like here. What isn't burned is overrun with infected. Most of it burned, though, before the floods." "I think most of East Austin burned too," I said,
as I craned my neck to look toward that part of town.
I couldn't see anything but darkness and dimly lit silhouettes of buildings. Looking vaguely east, Fritz said, "We saw that when we were coming into town."
"From out east near Houston?" I said, to emphasize the ambiguity Fritz had left me with. He hadn't said exactly where he was from. "How long have you been here?" "A couple of days," he answered. "And there aren't any like me in this unnamed town you lived in." "Not a one," said Fritz. "They're either white and totally crazy like most of them, or they're like the dudes with the helicopters, survivors, but whacked." "Whacked?" I asked. "Not quite all there in the head," said Fritz. "Most of them are kind of normal, but not really. It's like some of their brain wiring short-circuited. They tend to behave irrationally, impulsively, too often violently." I laughed at a thought and said, "Zombie light?" Fritz smiled. "You could put it that way." Something made a low, pounding sound.
Both Fritz and I stopped talking and looked toward our open apartment door.
The sound pounded again, somewhere out in the hall. On the third pound, a door crashed open. We were already moving toward the door when an infected voice howled, lone and sad, hungry and vicious. Somebody cursed. More infected wails joined in a chorus of rabid need. Bodies stumbled over furnishings and bumped walls. More cursing. I was running by then, and I rounded the corner coming out the door. I saw Murphy down the hall. He was on his back on the floor with a foot wedged in some broken section of the door he'd just kicked in. The soldier with him had one hand on Murphy's foot, trying to wrench it free. The other hand held the shotgun out to the side, useless. An infected hand reached out of the doorway and grabbed at the soldier's sleeve. The soldier jumped away, half dragging a skinny infected guy out through the door. "Shoot him!" I yelled as I sprinted toward the end of the hall.
Fritz ran along behind me. Murphy stopped trying to wrestle his leg free and pulled his rifle around to shoot.
I saw a flash from the end of his gun as the infected started to push through the door. The soldier was struggling to wrest his arm free. He was no help to Murphy now. He had his own life to save. I screamed some angry sound, so loud that the whites coming through the door ceased what they were doing for half a moment and looked to see what was barreling up the hall toward them. My machete was out, and I had a pistol in hand. I didn't dare shoot as I ran. I had not a hope of hitting. I realized it didn't matter if I hit anything. I shot twice into the ceiling, freezing all of those whites in place, wide-eyed and hungry. The noise was the important thing at that moment. I fired again, and their attention turned away from Murphy and fell on me, the dumbass, noisy human with a gun. At least, that's how their simple brains worked. Gunshots necessarily meant normal people.
Normal people were food. I knew they'd figure out quickly enough that Fritz's comrade was the tastiest and closest of the human morsels in the hall, but that didn't matter. That deduction would take their slow brains a few seconds to process. By then, and I was there, in machete range, hacking through the forearm of the infected waif grasping the soldier's sleeve. The waif howled a new kind of scream, not so much pain, well, maybe something like that, but lots of frustration. I kicked him in the face and sent him into a daze as I hacked an enormous woman through the neck. The soldier had the shotgun up by then and told me to move. I stepped out of the doorway, and the shotgun blasted 3 rapid rounds. Murphy took advantage of the diversion to yank his leg free, got his feet under him, and pointed his M4 into the doorway as the soldier fired a few more rounds. Seeing that Murphy was ready to shoot, I raised a hand to stop the soldier from firing any more. Murphy went to work, killing the last of the whites climbing over the dead in the apartment's entryway. I was already running toward the nearest of the building's central stairwells. Fritz was behind me, keeping up, asking, "Where are we going?" I pointed at the stairwell door. "I need to know if anybody is on the way." "Gotcha." He knew I meant the infected. We reached the door, and I pulled up to a stop in front of it and pointed down to the far end of the hall. "You check that one." I opened the door a little, peeked onto the landing, saw it was empty, and stepped inside, keeping quiet feet and listening for noise either up or down. Shit. Something was down there. Not in the stairwell, but in the building. Shit. I stepped out of the stairwell. Run? Take our chances and stay? The infected were coming. I didn't know how many. I only knew they weren't at the moment coming up the stairwell I'd just stepped halfway out of.
Looking back up the hall, it was apparent that Murphy and the other soldier were done. "Hey!" I hollered, while trying really hard to limit just how loud. Murphy and the soldier both looked at me. I pointed up at the exit sign above my head and told them, "Check the stairs down there." With a quick nod, the soldier took off at a run. Murphy came my way. I turned to check Fritz's status. He'd just arrived at his stairwell. I had a second to think, and all my deductions came down to one simple thing. Our anonymity was lost. Whites were coming. It was time to get the fuck out of Dodge. Fritz opened his door by maybe a few inches before he pushed it closed and turned to run back my way. The fearful look on his face sealed it. "They're coming!" he hollered as he ran up the hall. "Whites?" Murphy asked as he came to a stop beside me. "Or assholes?" I smiled and almost laughed. I guess it could have been the helicopter assholes. I looked past him. The other soldier was standing with the door open, trying to indicate that the stairwell was clear. I asked, "What do you think, bud? This one or that one?" Murphy looked over his shoulder, looked down at Fritz, and glanced at the stairwell door I was holding open. He thumbed up the hall, away from Fritz. Good with me. I turned, waved at Fritz, and said, "Your guy's clear. Let's go." We ran. We bounded down the stairs so fast we all earned bruises hitting the walls at the switchbacks at the bottom of each flight. None of us broke a bone or sprained an ankle, real risks at our reckless speed, but risks that needed to be taken. We knew the infected were on the way up to the floor we'd just left, if they guessed the right one once they finished climbing their stairs. We didn't know how many whites were in the building on the lower floors. That made the stairwell a potential death trap, and the only way we could mitigate the risk of being inside was to minimize the time we spent in there. We were all gasping for air when we hit the bottom. We stopped, stood in the near blackness, and listened. Howls echoed in the building, but none yet in the stairway above. The whites were running, and they were searching. The shotgun blasts told them meat was on the table. They were manic to find it. It was only a matter of short moments before they entered the stairwell above. Murphy put a hand on the door to exit the building, looked at us and said, "I'll peek out. If it's clear, we'll go. If not. I wasn't sure we had any choice in the matter. Going back up to hide in one of the apartments wasn't likely to end well. In fact, it was certain to end badly, with the infected already scouring the building. Shooting our way out was a double shit hemorrhoid of a plan, but we'd been doing it all night. We could only hope the odds weren't going to catch up with us. The door creaked on its hinges. Murphy looked through his night vision goggles into the shadowy night. He pushed the door open a little wider and stuck his head out. Above us, maybe 3 or 4 floors, a door slammed open against the wall, and infected screams filled the stairwell. Fritz and his soldier pushed. Whether they meant to or whether it was an innate reaction on frayed nerves, I didn't know. Murphy tumbled forward, pushing the door wide open and muttering curses as he tried to keep his footing. We were committed. I followed them out. Being last, I closed the door as silently as I could, not wanting to alert the whites upstairs that they were so close. "There's some about a block that way," Murphy pointed. I looked to my right.
A scattering of whites was down there, not yet paying us any attention. I looked left. Some were that way, too. Every infected bastard in the city was awake.
Why didn't they just run toward the Capitol instead of loitering around to fuck with us?
Maybe it was the smoke filling the streets in a haze that turned everything a shade of gray in the darkness. That could work to our advantage. "Come on!" Murphy waved to us to follow and took off at a jog onto the street between a tall pickup and an overturned delivery truck. He paused at the rear of the pickup to look left and right before hurrying forward. We were running, crossing an intersection on the diagonal. All up and down the streets, whites were out. Most seemed to be loitering with no place in particular to go. The darkness, though, was just as much a hindrance for them as us. Well, for Fritz and his man, anyway. Murphy and I wore the night vision goggles. Unless we talked, made another stupid human noise, or got too close, we were probably safe. Safety is such a relative concept. Hurry.
Murphy dodged a bus stop bench that had been dragged out into the street, bounded onto the far curb, took another few steps, and hurtled through a shattered plate glass window on the front of an overly fancy barbecue restaurant on the corner. Fritz made the jump, and so did his man. I was sure I could hop over the short wall through the broken window, but I stopped instead and turned as I crouched, looking up and down as well as across the street. I paid particular attention to the door on the side of the apartment building that we'd just exited. No raging mob of whites was pouring out. Satisfied for the moment that we were in the clear, I climbed through the broken window, careful to put my boot down slowly on the shards of glass, trying to reduce the noisy crunch. Murphy and the soldier were already across the dining room and through a door that led into the kitchen. Fritz stood in the doorway and silently waved for me to follow.
Getting across the dining room wasn't quick, but it was difficult to do quietly. It was another mess of chairs, tables, silverware, and broken plates on the floor. Broken plates on the floor? Who the hell serves barbecue on a plate? In Texas, it lays on a sheet of butcher paper with an optional puddle of barbecue sauce. I shook my head and muttered, "Damned Californians." Or maybe the owners were just from Dallas. At the door, Fritz pointed to a narrow, dark staircase. When I got there, I looked up and saw nothing but stairs. I led the way, as I was sure it had to be pitch black to Fritz's unaided eyes. I whispered, "Grab my shirt and follow." Up we went. At the top of the stairs, a door opened to an office that seemed to take up a good part of the space on the front half of the building. A storeroom and another office occupied the remainder of the space on the back half. The storeroom looked to have been cleaned out.
Not even canned goods were left on the shelves, although torn boxes and other packaging covered the floor almost knee-deep. I crossed over to a half-open door, the place I guessed Murphy and the other guy had gone. I peeked inside and saw them at the other end, past the messy desks, trying to look out the windows without getting too close. I went over to stand beside them while Fritz silently closed and bolted the door behind us. Safe. Kinda. Down in the street, whites were running. They were coming from the direction of the apartment building. One of them must have seen the door closing from up there on the stairs, and they chased through it once they got the door open. Now they appeared frustrated as they slowed and glanced around. They'd lost us. As long as they didn't put their pea brains together and figure out how to organize some kind of systematic search, we were safe. Murphy chuckled softly. That was fun. Yeah, Fritz agreed. He was being sarcastic. He didn't understand that Murphy wasn't. I said, "I'm going to go check the back of the building for a fire escape, maybe look around quietly for a water heater, and see if I can score something to drink." "And food?" Murphy said, completely ignoring the quietly part. I said, "The storeroom looked like it had been ransacked already, but I'll check." "I'll come," said the other soldier. "By the way," I asked, "before we have to run halfway across Austin again, you got a name?
Gabriel Billings, he answered. Call me Gabe. I'm Zed. That's Murphy. Come on. Chapter 42. Dinner, or breakfast, whatever people on the night shift call the meal they have right before the sun comes up, was a thoroughly dented gallon can of beans we found under the shredded paper products in the storeroom. We washed it down with the remnants of the water from the water heater. It had evaporated down or seeped out so much that the dissolved minerals gave it a taste of crushed aspirins and gritty rust.
It was what we had. After we ate, we divvied up the day shift guard duty, and Murphy went to sleep on the floor as the sun started to illuminate the sky in the east. Gabe sacked out as well, leaving me and Fritz to keep an eye out for dangers. The night vision goggles really help at night, huh? Said Fritz as we watched whites on the street. Yeah, I said. It gives us a pretty good advantage. What about the white skins? Fritz asked. Do they still attack you? Do they know the difference? I explained to him all the rules I'd learned about slow burns and whites. It turned into a pretty lengthy conversation, as he seemed to take as much of an academic interest in the subject as I did. I explained that we'd found an electric car that, combined with the darkness, allowed us to travel the streets at night, so that Murphy and I were starting down the path to becoming night creatures. We had all the advantages at night, and none during the day. It only made sense. Fritz told me what he knew about white behavior, which, as it turned out, wasn't that much. He knew about the suppressors and how much they helped in controlling the infected. It seemed like anybody still alive pretty much knew that. It was almost a prerequisite. I know you guys said you rescued me because you thought I was someone else, Fritz said eventually. I don't get why you betrayed your guys because of that. Why didn't you check to be sure first? Our guys, I asked. What are you talking about? The ones at the Capitol. Fritz pointed vaguely in the direction of the Capitol building. The Survivor Army. You guys really were with them, weren't you? I laughed. You think we were with those knuckleheads? Fritz nodded. Why else would you be there? I smiled and went back to watching the whites outside on the street. Murphy thinks I'm an idiot, I said. We were staying up by the lake and saw the helicopters coming and going. I wanted to check them out. I looked out at the sky. I guess I thought, maybe hoped, sort of, that civilization hadn't completely broken down. I guess I thought maybe these guys were down here reestablishing order, rebuilding. Fritz was perplexed. Is Murphy that cynical? Does he think you're an idiot for hoping for that? No, I shook my head, and my smile melted away. He never really said it, but he thought I was an idiot, because every time we hook up with normals— Normals? Fritz asked. Immune people. Every time we hook up with them, things go to shit. I put on a frown and shook my head. They don't like us. They think we're virus-carrying, troublemaking, cannibal monsters. I turned around, grabbed the edge of one of the desks, and scooted it quietly closer to the windows so I could sit on it and keep an eye out. Are you guys with a group of others, then? Fritz asked. Others like you? I shook my head. Just me and Murphy. Have you seen lots of others? He asked. Some, I answered. Not as many as I'd hoped. I pointed toward the Capitol. That bunch of yahoos from last night is the first time I saw more than— I was reluctant to reveal anything about the people on the island, and especially about the ones who drove off to Balmorhea. They're by far the biggest group of normals we've seen. It's too bad they aren't normal, said Fritz. Yeah, I agreed. Too bad about that. What about you? I asked. You were pretty cagey about where you're actually from. I sighed. I guess that's the way it is now.
I recalled how I'd been reluctant to tell Nico about the group I was with after he and I had escaped from Nancy and Bubbles. I guess it makes sense, to protect your people. Yeah, Fritz agreed. He shrugged. He looked around as he thought about it. Finally, he said, I'm with a bunch from a university back east. You and Murphy should come back with us. Shaking my head and smiling, I said, I think you missed the part about regular folks not taking a shine to people like me and Murphy. We're not like that there, said Fritz. Everybody's like that everywhere, I argued. Tell me you're not that naive, please. Shaking his head, Fritz said, I'm sure we've got people back there who won't want you around. But that's not what I'm asking exactly. I'm not asking you to come live there. I laughed. Fritz, what are you even talking about then? He said, You've heard of the Corps, right? I nodded. In Texas, everybody knew about the Texas A&M Corps of Cadets. It was a student military organization. They dressed up in uniforms, marched a lot, and had nice boots. With Texas A&M being a rival of my alma mater, the University of Texas, I guess a lot more could be said, but the luxury of game day rivalries was another memory slipping into the oblivion of things turned trivial and forgotten.
Fritz said, When things were going bad, back at the beginning of the outbreak, the Corps decided it was their duty to protect the professors on campus from the Whites. That's what you called them, right?
Yeah, I confirmed. Whites. How'd that protection thing work out? I tried not to show my certainty that it had failed entirely. I'll tell you what, said Fritz. I've been around a good part of East Texas since the outbreak started. I'm going to say, compared to that, we did pretty good. We quarantined nearly 60 professors in one of the buildings, then set up a perimeter to defend it. Didn't the Corps guys get sick? I asked. Fritz nodded. Look at me. Do I look like I'm a college boy? He laughed. I graduated 10 years ago. I used to build houses. I had a wife and 4 kids. I didn't ask about any of them. The answer to those questions was always the same. Just like everybody else, the virus nearly annihilated the Corps, at least the students on campus anyway.
When they saw the way it was going, they put out the call to alumni. Those of us who could came. Going there to protect our intellectual heritage seemed like a better thing to die for than staying in my empty house protecting my flat-screen TV and my pantry. I went. I laughed at that. Yeah, I guess it was kind of like that in the beginning, wasn't it? Enough of us showed up who were immune, said Fritz, and enough of us survived long enough to learn how to fight the infected. We managed to keep it together. Now we've still got the 60 professors holed up in that one building. They haven't been exposed yet. That's why they're all still alive. We've got just over 100 volunteers, half of us from the Corps at one time or another, and we protect the professors. So why are you all the way out here in Austin? I asked.
The professors, some of them are doctors and biologists and stuff. Don't ask me the details. I have a construction science degree. They're working on a cure.
A cure? I asked.
Well, a vaccine, said Fritz. If we want to have a chance as a species, we need to find a way to inoculate our children against the virus.
Makes sense, I nodded.
I volunteered to go out and collect blood samples for their research, Fritz said.
Why? I asked. Shoot off a gun and they come running. Seems like the samples come to you.
Shaking his head, Fritz said, The docs say the virus mutates too fast. That's why you're different than the other whites. We don't have guys like you back in East Texas. There are too many strains. We need to find a vaccine or a series of vaccines that will fight all the strains of the virus.
So why do you need me and Murphy to go to A&M then?
Blood, said Fritz. We need to get samples of your strain of the virus.
Chapter 43. I tried to tamp down the derision in my laugh. You just run around Texas trying to talk brain-fried whites
Into taking a ride with you back to College Station? No. Fritz didn't seem to pick up on how stupid I thought his endeavor was. We had a Humvee that we drove. Armored? I asked. I already knew, though. Everybody who was still driving was in something with that level of protection. That is, unless they had a stealthy, quiet, electric hot rod Mustang they drove around in the dark. Weird how that made me feel like a superior badass. I tried not to smile. Yeah, said Fritz. I guess you figured that out too. I nodded. We had a little refrigerator built into the back between the seats, he said. One of the engineers back in College Station put it together. As far as the samples, we got those using pretty much any method we needed to use. Not much catch and release, I guess. I half smiled at my witticism.
Most times we'd shoot 'em and get a sample real quick, said Fritz.
Through that effort, we came to understand that different outcomes meant— Outcomes? I asked. You know, said Fritz. The crazy ones, survivors, people who recovered completely, and now, people like you. At first, the thinking was that different people responded differently to the virus. I guess that's true to a degree. I don't know. The doctors figured out that lots of different strains are out there. Sounds like dangerous work, I said. Fritz nodded. We lose a guy or two nearly every time we go out. Jeez, that was bad. I asked, how many times have you been out? 5 or 6, said Fritz. Not exactly sustainable. Fritz shook his head and looked absently out the window. It's necessary work. One day people will want to have kids again. Murdering your kids when they turn white and crazy is the hardest thing a man ever has to do.
If we can find a vaccine, it's worth whatever price we pay. I didn't ask Fritz to expound on that. The sudden blackness in his mood told me all I needed to know. I guessed that he'd been forced to kill his own children when they turned. God, that must have sucked. We didn't talk for a bit after that. The sun slowly rose in the sky. Murphy snored. Gabe stirred and woke frequently. When he did sleep, he mumbled and squirmed. Nightmares. It didn't take Sigmund Freud to guess what those were about. Finally, I asked, so what was your beef with the knuckleheads at the Capitol? Why'd they lock you up? We came across them a couple of days ago when we arrived in Austin, said Fritz. It was our first trip here. We were out east of town and saw the helicopters. Same with us, I said. We drove right up to the gates, said Fritz. We didn't have any reason to believe they were anything other than a well-organized group of survivors. It wasn't until they let us in, took our weapons and locked us up, that we knew they were a different kind of survivors, the kind that aren't quite right in the head. I nodded. The guys looked normal enough at a distance. It wasn't until you were close enough to see their eyes that you knew for sure, and then only when the light was bright. I said, me and Murphy were hiding up on the 3rd floor of the rotunda when those guys were yelling at you downstairs. That's the first time we saw you. What was up with that? Fritz half chuckled. That was Justice Baird doing the yelling. I shrugged. The name and title meant little to me besides what I'd heard when Murphy and I were on the 2nd floor of the annex and the talking guards walked by beneath us. The way the line of succession works in Texas, said Fritz, is if the governor dies, the job goes to the lieutenant governor, then the Speaker of the House, then the Attorney General. The Attorney General? Seems like a weird line of succession to me, I said, realizing I should have paid more attention during my high school government class. It gets better, said Fritz. After the Attorney General comes Chief Justices of the Texas Courts of Appeal in order by the number of their district. I shrugged at the seeming arbitrariness of it. Then again, I guess any such system was. Justice Baird is from the 3rd District, said Fritz. He thinks he's the legal governor of Texas. No shit, I laughed. That guy who was yelling at you in the Capitol Rotunda? That's our new governor? Fritz nodded.
Legally, for whatever that means anymore. Is that why he's at the Capitol? That's what I understood, said Fritz. He's trying to legitimize his power by sitting on the king's throne, so to speak. Wow. That was interesting. So why did he want to lock you guys up? He was going to execute us at dawn, said Fritz.
Being the governor and us being in uniform, he told us he was our legitimate commander-in-chief, at least until the President of the United States turned up. I told him my duty was to the core and to protecting the professors at Texas A&M. And he didn't like that. I guessed the obvious. Exactly, said Fritz. He said he was going to send one of us back to College Station to lay down the law, that he was the boss, and they all worked for him now. The rest of us were going to be hanged over the fence. I asked, is Baird a survivor, or is he normal? Survivor, said Fritz. It was full dark again by the time Murphy nudged me with his boot. Get up, sunshine. I rolled over on my back, looking up at the underside of a desk. Apparently, I'd been squirming a bit in my sleep. What time is it? Night time, Murphy grinned and turned away. Leftover beans for dinner. Get 'em while they're cold. Room temperature, really. I leaned out from beneath the desk.
Fritz and Gabe were also up. That made me the slacker. I groaned and crawled up off the floor as the talking between Fritz and Gabe suddenly stopped. Murphy sat down in a chair near them. I looked over. What? What? Asked Murphy. You guys stopped talking, I said, as I picked my pistol up off the floor, ejected the magazine, saw it held bullets, and made sure that the safety was off. I sheathed my machete and adjusted my gun belt. I picked my Hello Kitty bag up off the floor and sat it on a desk so I could grab it and go at a moment's notice. That's often the way it went. I was ready to face another night. The guys were still silent and looking at me. Nice bag, Fritz pointed at my dirty pink and white pack. Why not something more manly? I asked. Less... Fritz threw his fingers out as if in silent surprise. Less dazzling. Murphy grinned silently. It's my good luck bag. I noticed a clean and empty plate sitting beside the bean can. They were all finishing up plates of their own. I figured the plate to be mine and helped myself to a big serving.
Murphy leaned back on a creaking chair and said, What's the plan, Batman? I shrugged, as if I hadn't already thought it through. It's dark. I looked out the windows at the city. Things have settled down. I'd say Fritz and Gabe can go find their way back to College Station, and we go get our car and go back to Sarah Mansfield's place. I'd wanted to say home, but the word home didn't seem right. Sarah Mansfield? Fritz asked. The Sarah Mansfield? Murphy nodded. Sweet place up on... I shook my head and glared at Murphy. Up on a hill. Murphy pointed west. You guys live with Sarah Mansfield? Fritz asked. Is she as pretty in person as she is on the screen? She was, until Zed killed her. Murphy laughed. I didn't laugh. Maybe I should have. I wasn't in a good mood. I pasted on a fake smile.
All I remembered about that night was hacking down a woman who'd been so brain-dead that she was following her robotic lawnmower around the yard. Was she even a danger? I had to wonder. Was she infected? Asked Gabe. I nodded. Of course. I may be asking too much, said Fritz. But is Sarah's place big enough that we could maybe crash with you guys if we're back in Austin again? Murphy grimaced and shook his head. The place is big enough, but you might not like it. Zed blew it up. You must really hate her movies, said Fritz. I didn't blow it up, I snapped back, sounding like a teased teenager. It's a mess. The naked horde came through.
I thought of all the bodies on the lawn and throughout the house. It smelled of burned flesh and rot. "Oh," I asked, "have you guys run into the naked horde yet?" Fritz said, "Murphy filled us in while you were asleep." "That's a dangerous bunch," I told him.
There are a lot of smart ones in the group, and the rest are vicious as hell.
I put a spoonful of beans in my mouth and sat myself in a rolling office chair. Looking at me, Murphy pointed a finger at Fritz. "Don't know if homie gave you the recruitment talk, but he thinks we should go to College Station with them. You know, and get a job." "What are you talking about?" I asked. "Not a job, exactly," said Fritz. I chewed and said nothing. Fritz said, "Zed, when you and I talked last night, I told you we lose guys nearly every time we go out to collect samples." I nodded. "Gabe and Murphy were talking about it last night, and it occurred to them that you and Murphy can go out among the infected without any risk." "Without any risk?" I laughed. "You saw him chase us last night, same as you." "After the shots were fired," said Fritz. "I didn't mean without risk. I should have said less risk." I shook my head. "It sounds like you guys are trying to do good work out there at A&M.
I don't think Murphy and I would fit in there.
"Because you're infected?" Fritz asked. "Because we're whites," I told him. "I told you that won't matter," said Fritz. "You'd be doing us a great big favor. Hell, if we find a viable vaccine, you'd be doing humanity a favor." "Humanity?" I asked. "So far they haven't treated us much better than the whites." "Not everybody is an asshole, Zed." Fritz got up off of his desk. "You know that, don't you? There's always been good people and bad people before the infection. After the infection, it doesn't make a difference." "I heard that," Murphy confirmed. I nodded, focused back on my beans, but said nothing for a bit. Finally breaking the silence, I said, "I'll think about it. Just don't get your hopes up." I looked over at Murphy. "What do you think?" "I don't have any plans," he smiled and shrugged. "I have half a mind to find a Humvee, a bunch of diesel, and drag your dumbass out to Balmorhea." I glared at Murphy and pursed my lips.
"Balmorhea?" Fritz asked. "What's out there?"
Murphy looked guilty for a moment, and then glanced up at me. "The cat's out of the bag now," he looked at Fritz. "We had some people that went out there." "People?" Fritz asked. "Slow burns like you?" Murphy shook his head. "Normals, people who are immune." "How many?" he asked. "Why is that important?" I asked suspiciously. "A few or a lot?" Fritz asked. "I need to know whether it's worth it to go all the way out there for samples." "Some." I made it clear with my tone that was all the answer I was going to give. "Well then," Fritz stood up and paced around while he rubbed his hands together. "If you guys are going your way and we're going ours, you wouldn't happen to know where we can find an up-armored Humvee, would you?" "I know where there's one at the bottom of Lake Austin," Murphy laughed.
"The last two abandoned ones we saw were up at the northeast corner of campus."
I got up, walked around the desk, opened a drawer, and found a pen and paper. "I'll draw you a map, along with what I think might be the best way to get there." "How far?" Fritz asked. 3-4 miles, I guessed. A little farther than we've got to go to get back to our car. It took a few minutes to draw out the map and explain it to Fritz and Gabe. After all the questions were out of the way, we each checked our gear and prepared ourselves to leave. Gabe stepped up in front of me and reached out with the shotgun. "Thanks," he said. I looked at the gun. I looked up at Gabe. Without it, he'd be defenseless. With it, well, shooting was only a last resort, but it came in handy when you needed it. Still, he had no white skin, no night vision goggles, no machete, no pistol, and no spare hand grenades. As much as I was scolding myself for the stupid charity of it, I said, "You keep it." "I can't," he said.
"We both know you've got nothing," I replied. If you had anything, a good knife or even a water gun, I'd keep the gun. I looked around. I can always find another. I hoped. Rust-free guns were getting harder to come by. Under a shower of Gabe's gratitude, I emptied my pockets and bag of shotgun shells. Without the shotgun, I had no immediate use for them. Sure, I could have held on to most of them, but choosing to carry something was always a complicated choice. In the equation of the decision was the amount of weight that would slow you when running for your life. It was a big factor. Fritz and Gabe thanked us a final time and headed for the door. Fritz undid the bolt. I nodded at Murphy when the other two weren't looking. I wanted them to go first. I wanted them to leave the building ahead of us and head off in their own direction. Somehow, in my mind at that moment, it decreased the chance that they'd follow us. I wasn't overly worried about them following and eventually harming us. It was just getting harder to trust. Fritz went out of the office with Gabe on his heels. Murphy followed with me in the rear. Fritz turned onto the narrow, dark staircase, navigating by flashlight. With the other three in front of me, I was halfway down when the group came to a sudden stop, with feet stomping heavily to catch balance and shoulders bumping walls. Fritz gasped. I was already moving backwards up the stairs. I didn't need to wait to learn why Fritz gasped. I didn't need to know why he'd stopped. All surprises anymore were dangerous ones, and nearly all dangerous ones were whites. Crossing 3 steps at a time, I leapt to the second floor, pressed myself against the wall, and turned to point my pistol. Murphy's bulk nearly filled the entire stairway. I saw elbows, knees, and feet hurrying and clomping as the first of the infected howled below. Murphy sprinted past me and headed through the door to the back office and toward the fire escape. The surprised moans from 100 infected throats grew to a hungry wail. Gabe passed me by, and Fritz came up beside me as whites shoved and wrestled their way past one another to be the first up the stairs. Shit. Tiny fractions of a second grew manageable under the rush of adrenaline. Would Murphy get the window open quickly enough? Would it matter? I didn't know whether the 4 of us could pile out the window and onto the rusty old fire escape before the first of the infected got their hands on me, thinking I was Fritz or Gabe. Should I shoot the first 3 or 4 coming up the stairs? Would that delay the rest of them as they clambered over the falling bodies on stairs slippery with arterial blood? Should I toss a grenade and run? Both of those last 2 options were certain to buy me time, but at what cost? The noise would alert every white within a few blocks and turn this one problem into a much larger predicament. I gave a thought to the machete, even as I unsheathed it. I could hack a few, maybe more, but the opportunity for escape would disappear almost as quickly as it arrived. Once I started hacking, once the whites decided I was adversarial food, I might never be able to disengage from the melee quickly enough to get to and through the window. Or I could step aside, let them see my white skin, and hope they would leave me alone while I sacrificed Fritz and Gabe. Hope? No, I couldn't do that. I went with my only choice: hack the horde, then escape. I glanced at the window 30 feet to my left, through a back office, over an obstacle-cluttered floor, around some desks, and barely visible through an open door, signaling my plan to Murphy and the others. As soon as the window was open and the last of my friends was passing through, I'd run. I slashed the first white through her face at the farthest reach of my blade. It wasn't a killing cut. It wasn't meant to be. Her hands instinctively flew to cover her face as she screeched and fell, tripping up 2 others behind who were trying to squeeze past one another shoulder to shoulder. I poked one in the larynx and took a short swing across the other's cheek. The larynx-cut white toppled onto the bleeding woman in front of him on the stairs. The one I'd hit in the cheek lost his balance and fell as he spun on his back, his feet in the air,
helping block those behind. He was nearly in grasping distance of my boots, so he earned another hack, and blood gushed from his chest. I cut a fourth in the back of the skull as I heard Murphy's big voice yell, "Go!" With no hesitation at all, I turned and ran. All I heard were howls and the bumping and stomping of 100 crazed whites, trying to mount the stairs at the same time.
All I saw was the door and the window across the room. At the doorway, I grabbed the door jamb with one hand as I tried to round the turn at full speed. I passed a desk. Out in the moonlight, through the tall windows, I saw Murphy on the fire escape, urging me on as he raised his rifle. The paper-strewn floor turned out to be more treacherous than I'd expected, and I lost my footing, banging my head on the desk as I tumbled onto the floor. For a second, all I saw was black, then stars. Then everything seemed confused. Murphy's suppressed rifle was firing. Whites were screaming. The window near where Murphy was standing was shattered, its glass all over the floor. How did that happen? Murphy was yelling something. Fritz was leaning back in the open window, hand outstretched, hollering urgently. The wall on the other side of the room popped as bullets passed through it. Then, just as quickly as everything had shifted out of the realm of rational purpose, it came back into focus. I knew I'd knocked myself senseless for a few moments when my head hit the desk. I knew the whites were pouring up the stairs. Murphy was shooting them in the doorway and shooting through the wall to clog the hall with their bodies and slow them before they got to us. The last thought to occur to me, damn, it should have been the first, turned into action just as soon as it came to mind. I clambered shakily back up to my feet as I moved toward the window. Fritz grabbed my sleeve and pulled me off balance as he dragged me through the door. He shouted, "Are you okay? Are you okay?" I was nodding and trying to get my feet under me. He spun me around and positioned me by the ladder. "Go! Go!" I glanced down as I started to climb. Good. At least the fall from the second floor won't kill me. At the bottom of the ladder, Gabe stood with his shotgun, looking up and down the alley. He was ready to slaughter anything that moved. It occurred to me that he didn't understand that by pulling the trigger, he'd better be ready to die as well. Or maybe he had just given up hope. My feet hit crumbly old concrete. I staggered, and Fritz dropped down beside me, trying to balance me again. "I'm okay," I told him, pointing at the rough footing. "I slipped. I'm cool." Murphy was on the ground a half-second later, his face inches from mine. "Can you run?" he urgently asked. I nodded. We hauled ass up the alley, Murphy in the lead, Gabe behind, Fritz at my side nursing me along, although I didn't feel like I needed the help. I put a hand to the side of my head and felt a pretty damn big lump growing there above my ear. A quick glance at my hand as I pulled it away revealed red fingers and a palm covered in blood. Thinking tangentially about the equipment soldiers took with them into the field, it occurred to me that perhaps I needed some protection for my head. Hell, even a bicycle helmet would have done the job. I said, "I guess that's why they wear helmets." Fritz glanced at me, worried. I opened my mouth to explain that I wasn't babbling nonsense, but decided we had bigger problems to deal with at the moment. Murphy turned left, coming out of the alley. Two whites were rummaging through an automobile across the street. One of them looked up and took a few long seconds to understand that what he was seeing was running warm meat, uninfected meat. He jumped to his feet on the hood of the car and gleefully yelped. As he lunged onto the street to come at us, 2 bullets from Murphy's rifle caught him in the chest, knocking him back onto the hood. The second white took a bullet to the head as he looked at us from the driver's seat. We ran through the intersection. The howling of the white mob echoed off the buildings. They had to be coming down the fire escape. We needed to be out of sight before they came out of the alley, or we'd be in trouble. As it was, the howling was contagious. When one howled, all around heard. All around knew what it meant. Meat was afoot. More howls. We passed onto a stretch of sidewalk between a parked tractor-trailer and the wall of an old warehouse converted to a bar. For the moment, we were only visible from the front and the rear. We cut another left turn into an alley, and for a second, no whites were out in front of us. Some were several blocks back in the alley, hanging around trash cans and dumpsters. All around us, the infected wailed. It was one of the ways they worked cooperatively to capture their prize. They were searching. A metal door on the right was hanging open, swaying gently on the light breeze. Murphy ran in and we all followed. Once inside, Murphy slowed and softly said, "Bolt that door." Gabe pulled the door shut, sealing us in near blackness. I pulled my night vision goggles down over my eyes and saw out through the storeroom and into an art gallery with colorful, abstract art hanging on the walls.
The color, though, was lost. It was all shades of green and black. The deadbolt clinked into place as Gabe whispered, "Got it." Murphy stuck his head out into the gallery and looked around. "Hey!" he called. We all froze, waiting for a result. Nothing. "Hey!" Murphy said again. Still nothing. He came back into the storeroom, urgent but not panicked. Looking at me, he said, "How are you? Can you run?" "I'm good," I told him. Murphy looked at Fritz. Fritz shook his head. "No," I said, "I'm good. Not 100%, but I'm in the game. Rock on, Mighty Murphy." He grinned. Gabe said, "We should hide here." Murphy shook his head. "We can't. The whites are riled up. They'll be running through all the buildings around here looking for us." He slapped Gabe on the shoulder. "Those fuckers love the taste of uninfected virgins." "What?" Gabe spouted, clearly not expecting to be teased. But that was just Murphy's sense of humor. Murphy looked at me one more time. "If you're good, then we'll go out the front. If not, we'll stick you upstairs in a closet or something and come back for you later. You'll be good even if they find you." I touched a hand to the bloody wound on the side of my head again. I held my hand up where Murphy could see as I hefted my machete in the other. "I may have gotten a good whack, but I can still kill plenty of them. With all the blood, though, the hungry ones will think I'm injured and weak. That makes me a target." Word. Murphy loved his outdated slang. We left the art gallery and crossed the street, climbing through the remains of the front door of a small printing company. We passed through the lobby, through another door, past a few empty offices, and onto the production floor where big machines rusted in the 10 inches of water pooled on the sunken floor. A portion of the roof had collapsed, I guess during the storm. Many roofs on commercial buildings in Texas are flat, or pretty close to it, with parapets that stand up several feet all around the edge, hiding mechanical equipment and giving the impression of a much taller, more impressive building. I suspected the drains on this one had become clogged, with somebody's remains, perhaps. During the hurricane, the roof had simply started to fill. Unable to support the extra tons of water in the new upstairs swimming pool, the roof collapsed. We had to wade through the water to get to the back door, which stood at the top of 4 single stairs on the rear wall of the building. The door looked to be intact. Going through that door put us out onto another street. Whites were out, but those who were moving seemed to be going in the opposite direction, to an area several blocks away where the whites who'd spotted us were still searching, howling, and squabbling. We passed 2 more blocks, sneaking through buildings and doing our best to stay behind cover when outside. We were heading south, away from the direction we'd all wanted to go, but also away from the latest mob of whites who'd wanted to put us on the dinner plate. We found ourselves crossing a wide road clogged with hundreds of cars, some abandoned while trying to head west toward one highway, others left there by drivers headed east toward the other highway. Whatever traffic mess had been on the road prior to the hurricane, the floodwaters had made it worse by floating many of the cars and pushing them into piles. Among the piles were trees,
pieces of house walls and roofs, appliances, and the bones of the dead. Murphy paused along the edge of one pile, pointed south past rows of giant cypress trees, and whispered, "The river is right over there. Maybe it's time we found a boat and floated out of downtown. We're gonna get killed if we stay here." He looked at me.
Even the valiant Null Spot's luck doesn't last forever.
"The valiant Null Spot?" Fritz asked. I ignored him and said, "If we can find a boat washed up in the trees, I think that's a good idea." I looked at each of the others for consensus. Gabe and Fritz nodded. Why not? They probably would have gone along with anything, just happy that Murphy and I hadn't ditched them yet. I'm sure they felt like they could take care of themselves, but Murphy and I had the night vision goggles and the firepower. Whites nearby were making some noise, bickering over something, perhaps a rotted body in the jumble of the flood aftermath. Murphy led us off the road. Among the trees, even more debris had accumulated, so much, in fact, that we couldn't cross through it to get to the river. Well, we probably could have at the risk of injury, while making so much noise that we'd certainly draw the nearby whites.
We instead chose stealth, walking in single file as Murphy led us along a path that roughly paralleled the river, looking for a way to get through the mounds of debris between us and the water. It was treacherous going. Even the relatively flat path we traveled was scattered with sharp pieces of metal, bent and torn from cars, shards of glass, some small, some several feet in length, and sticking out of the piles, ready to slice the leg of anyone passing by who wasn't paying attention. As we moved, the number of jagged, injury-threatening pieces of metal sticking out into the paths seemed to grow in number. So much so that I started to wonder if something peculiar in the topography had caused the receding waters to settle the debris in such an odd, spiky fashion. I also noticed that more and more pieces of the metal bore stains of the blood from the last white who'd come this way, running at a speed too reckless. We came to a bend where the debris had been pushed up onto some structure that hadn't collapsed under the pressure of the waters flowing over it. We found ourselves standing in a crescent-shaped clearing over 100 feet from end to end, with no apparent way to get out save climbing over the dangerous debris. Murphy pointed to the old Seaholm power plant. The building had been derelict for years. He said, "City of Stin." Fritz looked puzzled. "What?" I looked up at the side of the building and read, "City of Austin Power Plant." "Old joke," said Murphy, pointing at the giant retro-style letters mounted high up on the 3-story wall. He grinned and looked at me. "I know you know what I'm talking about. You've been to the bars down here plenty of times at night, I'll bet." I looked up at the building and smiled. "You tell 'em." Murphy said, "Gather round, kiddies." "Don't make a career of it," I said. "We got shit to do, you know." "The grumpy Null Spot," Murphy chuckled. I looked around for danger. Murphy looked at Fritz and Gabe.
"It's nothing. Lights behind the A and U in the sign were burned out forever. So at night it said, City of Stin instead of City of Austin. When we were drunk and talking shit, it seemed really funny that the power plant wouldn't change their light bulbs." "Interesting," said Fritz. "Don't humor him," I said. "It only makes it worse. Tell him you don't give a shit. Trust me." Murphy said, "I'm his only friend." That got a laugh from Fritz and Gabe. Did I say that when the tension is high, any joke will do? Murphy looked at the piles of flood debris around us. Should we go back? He looked up the trail we'd followed to get there. I pointed to one end of the rough crescent shape. I'll go that way first and see if there's a safe way over. Would one of you go the other way? Fritz said, "I've got it." I continued, "Murphy, you and Gabe stay here and keep an eye out back up the trail.
In case a white or two are following."
"Got it, boss."
Murphy raised his rifle to his shoulder
and pointed it down the path we'd taken between the mounds. Fritz took off, cautiously looking, stopping about 20 feet down the path to make an attempt to climb up and over the piled debris in front of him. I hoped we wouldn't have to do that, but said nothing. It might be the only way through without doubling back. Then again, we weren't in a hurry. We weren't being pursued. At the moment, we were safe, and no whites knew our whereabouts. I walked along the path as the depth of the junk seemed to thicken underfoot, getting noisier. I had to step more and more gently. The jagged pieces of metal sticking randomly out from the sides seemed to squeeze me along a narrower and narrower walkway, making me feel very uncomfortable. If a white did come over the mound on either side, I'd be hard-pressed to defend myself without getting injured. Not by them, but by the debris. Nearing the end of the crescent, I was nearly ready to give up and turn around when I spotted something curious. A break in the junk along the wall of the building that had stood against the flood. I saw a concrete wall and a steel door. Why not peek inside? Maybe a window on the other side of the building would provide a path through the mound. That was my hope when I holstered my pistol, lifted my machete, and stepped up to the door. Slowly, quietly. Of course, everything I did was quiet and slow, especially if I wasn't being chased by a herd of snappy-jawed whites. I turned the knob and pushed the door open, expecting to see jostled, moldy equipment. What I saw was some kind of electrical cabling snaked up out of a large round hole in the center of the floor. All the cables spread out along the floor and ran up the walls to big switch boxes mounted there. More importantly, some dim light down in the tunnel somewhere made it glow bright green through the night vision goggles, while it silhouetted a thin, white-skinned girl with short, spiky hair and big, dark eyes, piercings, and tattoos. Chapter 47. The sight of the girl startled me, and I involuntarily took a half-step back as I gulped. That gulp was all the time I needed to recover, raise my machete, and step back forward to cut her down. That dim light down the tunnel gave me pause. I wondered, as I swung my machete at the female white, whether that light in the tunnel was an anomaly in the night vision software, or whether something was down there that shouldn't have been. In that moment, as I paused, the girl stepped back. She didn't howl. She didn't bare her teeth. She didn't lunge at me. She raised her arm in a useless defense and tried to stifle her scream as she mouthed, "No!" I turned and let the machete whoosh past her as I pulled up on my swing. "No?" I froze. The girl froze, perhaps wondering why she was alive, maybe planning her attack. I raised my machete again, sticking my other hand out to push back if that was needed. The girl's face turned to pure fright as she softly said, "Please." "What?" I asked in the same low tones. "Please, don't." I looked around the small room again, double-checking that no ambush lay in there. How could there be? The whole space couldn't have been more than 10 feet square with only the tunnel and the cables. No furnishings, only the girl. I looked her up and down. She carried no gun, but had a knife in a sheath on her hip, a bow in one hand, and a quiver over her shoulder. She wasn't a white. Well, she was. She had to be a slow burn. I moved my mouth to speak, but in my surprise I couldn't come to a choice of what to say first. The girl's free hand slowly slipped down to touch the handle of her knife. My surprise clicked off, and self-preservation kicked in. "Don't," I told her. "Don't move." Don't move? What the fuck kind of greeting is that? She took another half-step back, closer to the tunnel. "Stop," I said, much more gently. I slowly lowered my machete. I'm not here to hurt you.
That didn't change the girl's facial expression one bit. Her eyes darted from side to side, then went back to staring at me in what, for her at least, had to be very dim light. I realized she probably couldn't see much more than my silhouette against the moonlight coming in through the open door. I said, "I know you can't see in this light, but I'm like you." I raised my hand and slowly turned it. "White skin, just like yours." The girl touched the skin on her arm, running her fingers over a full sleeve tattoo, or so I guessed, based on how much of her arm was visible. She asked, "Who are you? How did you find this place?" This place? Okay, enough clues clicked into place. This little 10 by 10 concrete building was more than just some kind of switching station for the power company. "I just came in through the door," I told her. "I was curious." She glanced back at the tunnel. "I'm wearing night vision goggles," I told her. "You maybe can't see them in this light, but I can see everything you're doing." "What's in the tunnel?" Chapter 48. Something shuffled in the tunnel. The girl turned and started to speak. I raised my machete again and hissed, "Quiet." She froze. More shuffling in the tunnel, footsteps, the creak of rusty metal. A voice whispered, "Jazz. Jazz. Jasmine," it whispered again. "Wait up." I slowly lowered my machete and deliberately laid the edge on Jasmine's throat. I removed my pistol from its holster and pointed it at the tunnel. I tilted my head to the right, silently ordering Jasmine to move a little to her left. I needed a clear view of the tunnel. I stepped to the side so I'd be in a shadow rather than silhouetted by the moonlight coming through the open door. The dim light in the tunnel went out. Hands and feet were climbing a ladder.
A woman's head came up out of the tunnel, looking around in the darkness of the small structure. She saw the open door and cursed. She didn't see me. She didn't see Jazz either. She stopped halfway out of the hole, hearing or sensing something, and becoming suddenly tense. She had a pistol in a holster on her hip, and she was reaching for it when I said, "Don't do it. Come up out of the hole. Don't put that hand on your gun." She looked toward my voice, I guessed, seeing only blackness. Just moments before, she'd been down in the tunnel with a candle or flashlight on. Her eyes hadn't yet adjusted to darkness. "I'm wearing night vision goggles," I told her. "You've got medium-length, sandy-colored hair, mid-30s, good shape. You're wearing a black leather jacket. I can see everything." The woman's face turned hard, her eyes darting from side to side. She was going to try something. "Don't," I said. "Take a deep breath. Stop looking around for something to hit me with, okay? Be cool for a sec." Slow footsteps outside told me someone was coming up through the debris toward the hut. Not a surprise. I'd been out of sight long enough to make the guys curious. A moment later, Fritz's voice whispered, "Zed? Zed?" I whispered back, "I'm in here. Take it slow. Some people are in here with me." To the girl coming out of the tunnel, I said, "You're a white. I'm—" "A white?" she asked. "What?" "Your skin," I told her. "You caught the virus. You got better, right? So did I. My skin is white, just like yours." "You keep saying you're like us," said Jazz. "Why don't you put down your weapons and just go? Leave us alone." Why indeed? To trust or not to trust? "My name is Zed." It seemed like a good way to start the de-escalation. From outside, Fritz asked, "You okay in there, buddy?" "Come in slowly," I said over my shoulder. Fritz leaned around the edge of the doorframe, pistol first, pointed at the roof. Both girls tensed on seeing Fritz. "He's immune, but he's cool," I told them. "Here's what I'm gonna do.
I'm going to lower my machete and point my pistol at the floor. Please don't do anything stupid. I took my machete away from Jazz's neck, and she relaxed by a small fraction. As promised, I pointed my pistol down. We really don't mean you any harm, I told them. We were just trying to find a way down to the river to see if we could find a boat or something. For what? The girl from the tunnel asked, immediately trying to poke holes in my story. For what yourself? I took offense, although I probably shouldn't have. Who are you, Sherlock Holmes? We want to get the fuck out of town. Do you think we're going fishing? She shared a knowing glance with the other girl. I heaved a dramatic sigh and looked at the girl who'd had my machete at her neck. Your name is Jazz, right? And you? I asked, looking at the other girl. Grace, she said.
This is Fritz, I replied, nodding back toward the door where Fritz hadn't moved or spoken since coming in. He took that as a cue. Are they like you? He asked. Yeah, I answered. Slow burns? Grace and Jazz both looked at Fritz with silent questions on their faces. How could he not know that? At least, that's what it looked like to me. I said, He's not from around here. Apparently, we slow burns are a bit of a geographical oddity. Are you with the soldiers at the Capitol? Grace nodded in the general direction of the complex. You asking me or him? I replied. She was glaring at Fritz, but she said, Both. We're not with them, I said. As a matter of fact, they got kind of pissed when I burned down the governor's mansion and blew up one of their helicopters. That was you? Jazz asked. Grace shot her a look that said, Be quiet. Looking at Jazz, I replied, You know about that? Glaring petulantly at Grace, she said, We all saw the fires and heard the explosions. We were wondering. We all? Jazz, Grace scolded. That was us, I told them. Look, I don't know what y'all's deal is here. I don't know how many more people you've got hiding up the tunnel, and I don't care. We've been running around downtown Austin for a day and a half with assholes shooting at us and whites trying to have us for dinner. We just want to get the fuck out of downtown. So we're just gonna go and leave you to yourselves. Are we cool? Grace looked suspicious. More footsteps crunched in the debris outside. Jazz looked toward the door. There are 4 of us, I said. 1 like me, like us. Another slow burn. Fritz and his buddy are on some kind of mission to collect blood samples. Yeah, Fritz said. We don't have our stuff. Justice Baird's guys took it when they arrested us. I need to come back this way, though, and get samples from all of you. Fritz looked around outside. Can I come back here to find you? No, Grace told him. Don't ever come back here. You might bring them with you. The whites? I asked. Sure, she said. Whatever you call them. Let's go with whites, I told her. How many of you are there? Fritz asked. Grace and Jazz shared a look. Everything all right in there? Murphy whispered from outside. Cool, I softly called back. Fritz looked down at his uniform, looked back up at Grace and said, I'll bet you think that because I've got a uniform on, I'm tied with those guys at the Capitol. Grace said nothing, but to me it was clear Fritz had guessed exactly right. I'm not, he told them. Neither is Gabe. We're Aggies. We were in the Corps. We've got a safe zone, if you could call it that, set up at A&M on the campus. They're trying to develop a vaccine. A vaccine won't do us any good, said Grace. She raised an arm to show her white skin. We already caught the virus. It might do us some good, said Fritz, but it's not for us. It's for our future. Chapter 49. Fritz had been a home builder before the virus, but I think his forte was sales. He convinced the girls he was for real, the program at A&M was real, and that it had a chance at success. I'm not sure if any of them really believed it,
But we all grew up in a culture where we bought lottery tickets against impossible odds, if only for the small dose of hope. People need hope more than they know. Maybe that was it. Fritz was selling hope to the hopeless. We were all crowded into the utility building. Jazz had gone back up the tunnel to warn her people we were coming. Grace led the way down. Fritz and Gabe followed them, leaving only Murphy and me. Once the last of them was climbing down the ladder, Murphy said, "We could bail." "Leave 'em?" I asked, not pointlessly. It was a delaying action. Murphy had a good point. Scrape Fritz and Gabe off on the girls, relieving myself of the responsibility for them after risking so much to get them out of the capital.
But that plan also meant we'd leave Grace and Jazz, 2 slow burns, and possibly more, up the tunnel. Our people? I looked around as I thought about it. Every time we'd hooked up with normal people, it hadn't worked out. Would other slow burns accept us as equals? Of course. If we all had the same social handicap, why not? I said, "I think we should head up the tunnel and see." "You think they live in the tunnel?" Murphy asked. "It's got to be full of shit from the flood, right? I'll bet it stinks." I pointed north. The Seahome power plant is across the street. I think the tunnel leads there. I'll bet that's where their people are hiding out. "You know me," Murphy shrugged. "I'm up for anything. If you want to hang back and see if Fritz and Gabe get whacked, I'm cool. If you want to head over there and make some new friends, sure, why not? What's the worst that could happen? They shoot us? Or eat us," I joked. I stepped onto the ladder leading down into the tunnel.
Just as Murphy had guessed, it stank of rotting swamp mud.
Thick cables ran the length of the tunnel along one of the walls. They were coated with a layer of dirt, and pieces of debris were stuck on every bracket that held them in place. 2 pipes, larger than I could wrap my arms around, ran one on top of the other along the other wall. Perhaps those were for pumping cooling water in and out of the old power plant. Most of the light fixtures on the roof were broken away. The floor was thick with dirt, mud, and random bits of junk that had flowed in and settled with the water after the flood. Without a word between us, we followed the dim light of Grace's flashlight down the straight length of the tunnel, hearing the growing sound of whispers and a tense voice or two echo back down toward us. At the far end of the tunnel, there was no L-shaped elbow, nor ladder leading up. The tunnel opened straight into a basement-level room that was open to the ceiling 4 stories up, with 3 of those above ground level. The place appeared to have been going through a major renovation from power plant to trendy office space or expensive condos before the virus and before the flood. Much of the building's concrete structure was still intact, leaving me with the feeling that I'd just walked inside the shell of some enormous dead beetle. On concrete catwalks, looking down on us from the ground-level floor, 9 people stared, most armed, all slow burns. A few of them, mostly the ones with no weapons in hand, stood and gazed blankly at nothing in particular. I knew that look. They were the Russells of the group. As we all stood there, sizing up one another, silently evaluating whether we were a mutual danger, Fritz surprised me and spoke up. Not fazed by the threat of the guns held in the hands of the people above, he slipped comfortably into salesman mode. He told them his story about the professors sequestered in one of the buildings on the A&M campus. He told them about his job to collect samples. I'd heard the story a few times by then and got bored until I realized it might all be a lie. I wondered what that suspicion said about me. Had I lost all my faith in people, or did I simply never have any? Fritz told them about the dream of a vaccine. He told them he was risking his life for humanity's children. And he told them the virus that had infected all of them once could come back in another mutation, maybe in 6 months, maybe in a few years. Maybe it would return in an attenuated, benign form, or maybe more deadly. He assured them, though, it would be back. Billions of people on the planet were now walking virus farms, and in each of them, billions of virions were growing and mutating into untold varieties. It was possible we had not yet seen the worst of it.
If anything, Fritz's speech took everyone's mind off the most salient problem at hand. The necessity that we all trust one another, strangers bonded only by skin color.
An hour after arrival, we found ourselves sitting in a conference room on the 3rd floor. 2 wide, tall windows cut through the thick concrete on one wall. Drawn curtains blocked the view out those windows and kept the dim candlelight inside. Fritz, Gabe, Murphy, and me sat at a long oval conference table. Grace, Jazz, an older man named Bill, and another older woman named Janet sat across from us. They were curious about news, of which Murphy and I had little. Of course, their questions led to Murphy entertaining them for an hour, talking about the things that had happened to us. I was happy to let Murphy tell it. He was a natural at having his mouth open while basking in the attention it drew. A lot of it was even amusing when spun with his sense of exaggeration and humor.
When he got to the ugly, painful parts, he glossed over those with a pensive look and moved on. I'm sure I'd have dwelled on the blackest of those times. Those were the memorable images that had pasted themselves all over the walls in the gallery of my soul. Blood, teeth, grasping hands, death. Murphy's version was better. As Murphy recounted our exploits, I found myself thinking about all my missed opportunities with Steph, when I should have done something to act on what I knew we both felt. Of course, the way I tend to overthink things and twist them into negatives, I had to wonder if those lost opportunities only existed through exaggerations and selectively chosen memories, and that the reality was a hopelessness that I was avoiding. And people used to wonder why I was a drunk. It wasn't until Murphy nudged me and told me to wake up that I realized that I'd completely disconnected from the present. I'd been staring at a wall and thinking of my own painful experiences. I looked around the table. All eyes were on me. I said, "Sorry."
"You okay, man?"
Murphy asked. I smiled and shrugged. You know me. It was no kind of answer.
On my first inspiration of deflection, I looked at Bill. He was lanky and sallow-cheeked with a thin beard and a little wildness in his eyes. I asked, "What's your story?" He rubbed his hands across his face and looked over at Grace. "You should tell it." Grace said, "We used to live on the Capitol grounds before Justice Baird and his bunch came." "How long were you there?" I asked. "Murphy and I were downtown when the flood started. We passed by maybe a couple of blocks to the east." She spent a moment trying to remember the details. "We were there then." "We just missed you guys," I said. "We had a lot going on that day," said Murphy. "Why the Capitol?" I asked.
Why not out in the country somewhere?
Of course, as soon as I asked the question, I recalled that day in the first week of the infection after I'd helped the survivors in the hospital escape. Murphy, Mandy, and I were parked in a Humvee, looking down into the valley at Dr. Evans's family farm. We watched the naked horde swarm over their farmhouse and kill a dozen good people. Maybe out in the country wasn't the no-brainer good idea it seemed to be. "Father Ben," said Grace. "Father Ben?" I asked, making sure I understood correctly. "He was a slow burn like the rest of us." Grace's face took on an absent look. It was clear that Father Ben was no longer with us. "He started, I don't know what you'd call it." "A colony," said Bill. "A leper colony for people like us." Grace smiled at Bill and said, "Yes, Father Ben's colony at the Capitol. They took me in late in the first week." Grace's eyes glazed over with tears she held back. "I was in town from Dallas.
My son was starting at UT in the fall, and we'd found him an apartment and were getting him situated." Nobody asked about the son. In any conversation, anybody not present who was mentioned by anybody else was presumed dead or infected.
That's just the way the world was after the virus. I called home so many times, said Grace. At first, my daughter was there to pick up the phone. She said her father had never come home from work. She was alone. She was 16. I tried to get out of town after... She paused. Then I got sick. I was in the apartment with the doors locked, trying my best to keep the horrors outside. At one point, I got so sick I passed out on the bed, and I don't think I woke up for a couple of days. When I did wake, I was like this. The phones were out, the water was off. All I had was the food and drinks in the apartment. Grace took a deep breath. That only lasts so long. Everybody starts out in pretty much the same way, I thought.
I was scavenging through the other apartments in the building when Father Ben found me. Him and Bill.
Grace nodded and smiled at Bill.
We weren't alone, Bill added. There were 4 of us. We never went out in groups smaller than that. Too dangerous. The other whites, the really crazy ones, they'll attack anyone or anything that looks weak, normal or not.
I went with them back to the Capitol, said Grace. People like me were there, maybe 30 of them at the time. Is that right, Bill? He nodded. All of you, I looked for the right words to finish the question, were high-functioning? You know, white but not violent, not, I pointed at the side of my head, not debilitated. We had about half normal ones, said Bill, and half slow ones, the ones who can't talk. We've seen some of them, I said. Maybe as many as we've seen slow burns like us. Russell, that guy Murphy mentioned when he told you about us. He was a slow one. Russell was a good guy, said Murphy.
I nodded as another brutal ugliness came to mind. Russell was just one more person I wished hadn't died.
Father Ben felt like he had a duty to the slow ones, said Grace. He helped them. We all pitched in. We found them in the streets when we were out scavenging, often tagging along with a bunch of the violent ones. It got so you could pick them out pretty easily. They always seem to lag behind when the others are chasing something, never seeming to be in any hurry to eat, and most of the time they didn't. Most of the ones we brought in were half-starved to death.
But they weren't useless, said Bill. You just treat 'em like kids who ain't too bright. They'll pitch in and help as much as they can.
They helped us build the wall, said Grace. Around the Capitol grounds, I asked. Yes, she said. Father Ben thought that would be best. We were farming the grounds when Justice Baird's army showed up. Grace pierced me with the hate in her eyes.
I was glad her hate was meant for someone else. There were over 80 of us by then. 80? I was shocked. With all the time Murphy and I had spent by ourselves, I doubted we'd ever find more than a few other slow burns.
Not anymore, said Grace. Baird's army saw to that. Those of us who could escaped to this place.
I don't get this whole thing with Justice Baird, I said. Why does he feel like he needs to be the governor of Texas?
Murphy laughed derisively.
Like that matters anymore.
Nodding at Fritz, Grace said, I'm sure he knows a lot about Baird that we don't, but I'll tell you what we do know. The first time we saw the helicopter fly over, we were overjoyed, said Grace. The wall was done by then, so we didn't worry too much about the crazies outside. They were as fascinated with the helicopter as we were, but for different reasons. Nods all around the table. Everybody alive knew the whites were attracted to any mechanical sounds. The louder, the better.
Most of us ran out onto the Capitol grounds that first day and waved to get their attention, said Grace.
We knew they saw us because they circled the area several times before they flew off to the north. They didn't land that first day? I asked. No. Grace shook her head for emphasis. Did that seem odd? I asked. Grace said, all this sitting. She got up out of her chair, stretched, and started slowly pacing around the conference room table. You know how things were then, right? What would you do if you were flying the helicopter, Zed? You live in a world full of crazy, white-skinned people who want to kill and eat you. You probably know that at least some of them are smart and devious. Why would you risk landing among a bunch of them you'd only seen from 500 feet up? I shrugged. She was right. I felt a little stupid for asking.
By that time, she was around behind me and put a hand on my shoulder and said,
At first we thought it a little bit odd too, but we had time to talk about it, and that's what we figured. We decided, or maybe we just fooled ourselves into deciding. The behavior was exactly what we should have expected. Later that day, we fashioned a message. In one of the fields we'd been preparing to plant, we instead took a bunch of the bushes from the hedges we dug up and planted them in the shape of the word, hello. She smiled as she walked down to the other end of the table, but her eyes showed her sadness. Bill said, it seemed like the friendliest, shortest message to write. Everybody understands that, right? He shook his head and rubbed his eyes while he muttered, mostly to himself, naive. Stupid. I didn't say anything about that. From the ground, the helicopters overhead must have looked like hope. The next day, the helicopter came back, but it had another one with it, said Grace.
Again, they circled around for half an hour and flew off. They never came down, never gave any hint of what their intentions were. We saw soldiers inside through the open doors, or at least what we thought were soldiers. This all went on with the helicopters coming and going for about a week, usually in the morning, sometimes in the afternoon. Each time they'd come, we'd go out and wave and urge them to land. They didn't. Eventually they did, said Bill. Yeah, said Grace, taking her seat at the table again. One night we heard something different. It turned out to be Humvees speeding down 15th Street from east to west. It was a surprise for us when they came. They drew a lot of attention from the whites, but they didn't stop. They slowed down just outside the north entrance and then sped off. After that, maybe we made the biggest mistake. What was that? I asked. We made another sign and hung it on the gate facing the street. It said, Welcome. We'll open the gates for you.
Grace shook her head. A few days later, they showed up in force with their 6 helicopters and a couple dozen Humvees. We opened the gate. They drove in. Once all 12 Humvees were in, they opened fire. They didn't say anything. They didn't make any attempt to communicate. They just started shooting. Bill nodded in confirmation, and his face took on an angry scowl. He wanted revenge, and he was proud of that desire. But who wouldn't be? Father Ben was walking up to greet the convoy, said Grace. He was one of the first ones killed. A lot of the slow ones were outside. They didn't know what to do. They just stood there and watched while the men with the machine guns on top of the Humvees mowed them down. Most of the rest of us ran. Grace was staring at the table by then and shaking her head slowly as her memory of the day replayed in her imagination. People, good people, were being killed all around me.
I don't know how I managed it, but I ran for the south wall and climbed over. By that time, all the crazies in the area were getting excited and were running for the walls. The helicopters went to work, shooting down everything and everyone in the streets around the Capitol. Bill said, Grace and I found each other a couple blocks outside the wall, in the lobby of a bank building. We watched the helicopters do their work and listened to the machine gun fire inside the Capitol grounds. Long story short, we herded up some of the escapees and ended up here. Did many get away? I asked. Did some go to other places? Shaking her head, Grace said, Not that we've found. You're the first slow burns we've seen since the attack. That's awful, said Fritz. I can't believe they didn't even give you a chance to talk before they started shooting. Bill took offense. If you were their prisoner, like you say you were, then you could believe it. You saw how they are. "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry," said Fritz. "I didn't mean that literally. It's just a figure of speech." Bill didn't say anything about that. He glared at Fritz for a moment, then looked over at Grace before saying, "Tell him about Joseph." "Tomorrow," she said. "Jazz and I drew scavenger duty tonight. We need to get out there before it gets too late." "I thought you guys said you go out in groups of 4, I said. Shaking his head, Bill said, "Some things are a luxury. We don't have that many of us left." I glanced at Murphy. He rolled his eyes. He knew what I was thinking. I said, "Murphy and I have been switching over to the night shift. We'll tag along if that's cool. I mean, if you don't mind if we crash here for a day or 2. "What?" asked Murphy. "I don't work weekends." "Weekends?" asked Grace. "What day is this?" "Ignore him," I smiled. "Half of what he says is smart-ass bullshit."
Chapter 52.
We made quite an odd group, me with my machete and pistol, wearing my night vision goggles, of course, Murphy in his goggles with his suppressed M4, and Grace and Jazz, both with knives, bows, and one pistol between them. They had nothing to aid their vision. They were taking a different tack on silent defense. Since they were still alive, it was obvious it was working for them. Along the way through the tunnel, Grace explained that they'd fortified the lower levels of the old power plant, welding metal across all the windows and sealing the doors. The only way in or out now was through the utility tunnel that led under Cesar Chavez Street over to the town lake side. All of the jagged pieces of metal and glass sticking out from flood debris mounds along the path had been placed there by our new friends to discourage whites from wandering down. The thinking was that after a few sharp pokes, the whites might turn around.
Better yet, they were less likely to want to come back that way when they were out on their daily or nightly scavenging. The whites were dimwits, but not completely stupid. They could be trained. Along the way through the debris mounds, I whispered, "Do you guys have a plan on where we're headed tonight?" Jazz said, "We've mapped out the area, and we're working our way systematically through. We're headed to the Whole Foods grocery store tonight." "There's still food there?" I asked. She smiled and said, "The crazies went through it early on and ate everything they could figure out how to put in their mouths. After that, they made a mess of the place. Shelves are overturned, trash is everywhere. The remains of the dead are in there too." "Pretty much like everywhere," I suggested. "Yeah," Jazz nodded, as she kept an eye on our surroundings. "Like lots of places. We've been doing pretty well there."
We'd been going there for maybe 3 weeks. We were coming to the end of the path through the debris mounds, and Grace said, "You two be quiet." Murphy shot me a look and grinned. He wasn't impressed with Grace's authoritative air. We found ourselves walking uphill over what had been a small park adjacent to North Lamar, near where it crossed the river on a wide bridge. A block downriver from the North Lamar Bridge, a pedestrian bridge crossed the river as well. Just as we'd seen on our boat trip downriver a few months prior, both bridges were still jammed with cars and military vehicles, many burned. Even the park we walked through was jammed with cars abandoned there by people who presumably were going to chance a bridge crossing on foot. Once we made it up to the street level and were able to see across the North Lamar Bridge, Grace urged us to be silent and careful. Unnecessary warnings. Murphy and I had been out among the whites plenty of times.
Murphy climbed up onto a car, looking around as he did so. With the night vision goggles, he and I were able to see so much more, especially what lurked in the shadows cast by the moon. He slowly scanned right and left, taking a bit of time to examine the darkness under the trees across the road. Standing up and looking over the top of the car, I saw for myself that plenty of whites were around, depending on your definition of plenty. I guessed maybe 20 or 30 were walking or scavenging in groups of a few or a half dozen. Deep in the shadows at the inside corner of a building, I saw a group squatting down and huddling close,
settling down for the evening. Through windows on a few of the buildings, I spotted whites peeking out. The number of whites concerned me. I knew for each one I saw, there had to be hundreds not visible, both near and far. Our experiences over the past few days had proven that.
The thing that worried me about that was the question of how they were feeding themselves. Were Jeff Aubrey's equations at work? Were his predictions true? I had no accurate way to take a head count on whites, but I'd hoped by now I'd be seeing a reduction in their numbers as they slowly cannibalized themselves. It didn't seem like that was happening. With all I'd seen with the smart ones and semi-smart ones, and the whole spectrum of white behavior, I had to wonder whether they were intelligent enough to leave the city and search for food out on the farms, which had to be brimming with cattle and sheep. I wondered if they were eating the plentiful deer, maybe even the coyotes, stray dogs, and house cats. Jeff Aubrey's equations never took any of that into account. "Well?" Grace whispered to Murphy. He wasn't looking north up 3 blocks to the Whole Foods grocery store. He was looking south at the battle's aftermath on the bridge. Having been prompted by the sound of her voice, he hopped down and motioned for us all to lean in close. He said, "I saw a couple of those armored Humvees over there. I don't know what shape they're in, but there's one that looks like we can get it out. It's not jammed in by too many other vehicles." "For Fritz and Gabe?" I asked. He nodded. "Unless we're giving them a ride back to College Station. They need some transportation." "You're always so thoughtful, Murphy." "You can't get that Humvee," said Jazz. "Why?" I asked. "It's right there. Like Murphy said, maybe we push a car or two out of the way, but we can get it out." Shaking her head, Jazz said, "There's a group of crazies that live up there in the cars. They think the bridge is their turf." We didn't have any normals with us, so our options for doing anything out in the open were greatly expanded. That included going out on the bridge and disposing of however many aggressive whites lived up there. I said, "Fritz and Gabe need a safe vehicle." "We could always let them get their own ride," Murphy suggested. Shaking my head, knowing I was putting a mask on my own reasons, I said, "They'll get killed just trying to walk over there. I think there are way too many whites around for them to get very far on their own." "Wait," said Grace. "What are we talking about here? We're supposed to be going to get groceries at Whole Foods." "Yeah," I said. Murphy slapped me on the back and looked at Grace. "Don't mind him. Sometimes he looks for trouble for no good reason." "Why?" Grace asked sincerely, as she gave me a look like I might truly be insane. "Doesn't everybody get enough trouble for free these days?" She turned and headed for the sidewalk that led to Whole Foods. Jazz smiled at me, shrugged, and followed. Murphy said, "We'll get the Humvee later." I huffed and tagged along. Chapter 53. With Grace in the lead and Jazz behind her spending too much time looking at the floor and nudging an occasional bottle with her toe to read the label, I followed them while Murphy took up the rear. We were working our way through an aisle of handmade soaps, shampoos, and lotions on the second floor of the Whole Foods grocery. Most of the bottles that had been on the shelves were now on the floor. They'd been trampled and kicked, and many opened as whites had sampled what was inside to see if it was edible. When they'd discovered otherwise, they dropped the bottles and went on to other parts of the store. A tacky, multicolored mess now covered the linoleum underfoot and was evidence of all that had happened there. Unfortunately, walking through it, peeling our feet off the ground with each step, and trying not to kick the empty bottles too loudly, proved onerous and distracting. At the end of the aisle, the wine section took up a whole corner of the store. Grace told us that among the countless broken wine bottles were hundreds of unopened ones. We all pretended that wine wasn't a first choice, and that calories were just calories these days. But we needed little convincing to head through the sticky shampoo aisle, knowing what lay at the other end. Clinking noises in the glass up ahead made it clear that something or someone
was already rummaging among the overturned shelves and broken bottles. My guess was whites. First off, they were being noisy. Normals, still lucky enough to be alive, and even slow burns had learned silence was always best. That and the noise didn't seem to have any rhythmic order to it. Normal people engaged in tasks tended to do them in a steady fashion, so any noise associated with the task tended to have a certain regularity. Whites were fidgety and random. We were halfway up our aisle when a white peeked around the shelves to give us a look. He'd apparently heard us. No surprise. He stared.
He didn't know what to make of us. I hefted my machete. I already had a solution for him, and what I was guessing were 2 or 3 others up in the wine section. They were the only ones making noise on this floor of the store. If any others were hidden, they were being quiet about it. Grace looked over her shoulder in a quick glance at Jazz. The white leaned out a little farther and stepped out into the aisle, exposing half of his body. He cocked his head. Jazz knocked an aluminum-shafted arrow as she raised her bow. Just loud enough for the sound to reach the end of the aisle, Grace whispered, "Are you a bad boy?" The white's eyes went wide. He tensed and took a step out from behind the aisle's end cap as his mouth opened wide, baring his teeth. A howl just started in his throat as Jazz let fly the arrow that skewered the white's head. He fell over, twitching and gurgling as he died. Seeing the technique, I felt a little stupid. I'd have taken my machete and beat it on a shelf. Perhaps I'd have called out at the top of my lungs to get the attention of any whites on the floor. Then Murphy and I would have gambled that we could kill all that came running. Definitely a solution lacking the subtlety of Grace's and Jazz's method. By the time we'd taken a few more steps, another white made her noisy way through the broken wine bottles and squatted beside her fallen comrade as she looked up at us. Grace whispered, "Are you a good girl?" The white immediately lunged as another of Jazz's arrows buried itself in the infected girl's chest, ending its life in an instant. "Nice shot," I whispered over Jazz's shoulder. She ignored me as she knocked another arrow. Glass still clinked among the wine shelves. At least one more white was up ahead. Stepping over the 2 Jazz had killed, we started to crunch glass under our shoes as we walked around the perimeter of what had been a large wine department. Signs hung from the ceiling indicating the region the wine in the area below had come from. Beneath the Chile sign, we found a white, emaciated in clothes that hung off his thin frame. On his bloody knees with bleeding hands, he rummaged through bottles of wine, both full and broken, catching cockroaches and stuffing the crunchy little beasts into his mouth. When he noticed us, he stopped what he was doing, looked blankly at us for a moment, and then went back to pushing bottles out of the way to scare up his prey. "Are you a good boy?" Grace asked in her deathly whisper. The white stopped and looked at her. Jazz already had an arrow ready to fly. After a moment of doing nothing more, the white turned back to his work. "A slow one," she said to us. Feeling a little guilt, I knew I'd probably have killed him had it been just Murphy and me in the store. We'd have dispatched the 2 predatory whites with ease. Then, while our blood was running hot with the excitement of the kill, we'd have spotted Mr. Roach Wrangler, and I'd probably have lopped off his head. I asked, "You said you guys take the slow ones in. Is he coming back with us?" Shaking her head with a sadness that seemed too profound for the situation, she said, "We can't. Not anymore. When there were more of us, when we had a better place up at the Capitol, we could take care of them. They could be productive. Now..." She shook her head and started to push through the broken glass with the toes of her boots again, looking for salvageable wine bottles. Jazz left us and went back to the cosmetics and shampoo aisle, apparently making her way towards some coveted product she'd seen on our way through. Murphy shrugged and followed her. He was thinking the same thing I was.
Don't split up. I stayed with Grace. She picked up a couple of bottles of red wine. She read the labels, nodded approvingly, and handed them to me.
I pushed them into my backpack. I said, "It really bothers you not to take them in, doesn't it?" Without turning my way, she nodded. Why? For me, it was easy, or at least it had grown easy. I recalled how I felt about Russell on first coming across him. If left up to me, I'm sure I'd have abandoned him in his house to fend for himself, just as he had been doing. Over time, though, I grew attached. He was a human. Perhaps that's to say, in my mind, I accepted him as a human and, in a way, a friend. I felt a depth of responsibility for him that grew out of the attachment. It hurt like hell when he died. Early on, I'd killed plenty of whites. Hell, I was still doing it damn near every day. Some, I suspected afterward, were slow ones or even slow burns. That always bothered me when I had some downtime to think about it. The expressions on their faces, sometimes blank, sometimes vaguely pitiful, engendered a festering guilt that threatened my actions with doubt every time I faced a white-skinned monster. Finally, Grace said, "It feels wrong." "That's it?" I asked. "Yes." She stood up straight and looked at me. She pointed at the slow one rummaging for roaches. "You don't feel bad about leaving him here?" I shrugged and looked away. I knew I should have felt bad, but I didn't. Mostly I felt hollow. I couldn't get past the thought that I'd have simply killed the roach wrangler, and I was starting to feel just as guilty as if I had. Grace went back to her work. "I understand, I really do." She picked up a tall, skinny bottle of some kind of white wine, a Moscato. "This is so much better when it's cold." "Calories," I muttered, accepting the bottle for the collection in my bag. Jazz and Murphy came over, apparently finished shopping on the cosmetics aisle. She pointed a thumb at Murphy. "We're going to check back in the deli." Grace looked across to the other side of the store. "Don't go so far that we can't hear you." With plenty of sarcasm, Jazz said, "Yes, Mother." Murphy smiled. Unfazed, Grace went back to looking through the bottles. She turned the conversation back to the slow ones. "I've seen plenty of people lose their humanity. I wasn't sure that I started with my humanity intact, but that was a long story of shitty parents that I preferred to leave in the black hole of my memory for as much time as I could keep it there." "With all the death, all the violence," said Grace, "people have to protect themselves." She patted the center of her chest. "In here, in their hearts. Turning a callous eye on the world helps. For some, the weak ones, it's the only way." "The weak ones?" I asked. "Wait, are you saying I'm weak?" "Take it however you want," said Grace. "We've all been through indescribable brutalities to get where we are now. Some of us were strong enough to keep the best parts of ourselves alive. Some of us weren't." I wanted to say, "Fuck you." Yeah, I'm just that eloquent. Instead, I muttered, "For some of us, maybe this is the best part." I stomped off to check what lay down another aisle. I can't say I was any more or less interested in what was still on those shelves. I just wanted to get away from Grace. She was pushing me to think about things I'd rather not. I'd grown comfortable, well, maybe not comfortable. Perhaps I'd just reached a state of détente with what I felt and what I thought I should feel. I was okay with my stupid choices and my addiction to danger. I was fine going from day to day with few emotional ties. I was fine with the killing. The guilt was a price I paid, a necessary toll. Something about the killing filled an empty hole in me. I found myself looking at boxes and boxes of empty protein bars and empty bar wrappers. They were scattered near knee-deep on the floor. The whites had figured out how to tear open those packages. I guess not a hard thing. It was the intuitive leap of knowing that something might be edible inside.
That was the part that seemed like it should have been beyond the abilities of their simple brains. I took my time as I sorted through the trash, finding bars as I went, using my effort in the trivial search to focus my attention and hide from my thoughts. The darkest parts of my soul were thriving in the chaos of a world turned murderous black and bereft of dreams. I was a downcast demigod, slayer of monsters. I bore the machete that drained their veins, stole their breath, and cut the life from their hearts. I was the void. I was the null spot. Maybe I really was, but still, the guilt. By the time I was halfway down the aisle, I'd collected a few dozen bars, and they were stashed in my backpack along with the bottles of wine. Grace came wading down through the cardboard and silvery wrappers. When she stopped beside me, she asked, "Any luck?" "I'm finding plenty," I said. "Mind if I help?" "Of course." I looked at her. "I know sometimes I get pissed, but it's nothing. I'm not entirely comfortable with the things I've done to stay alive, but that just is what it is. I've got to deal with it in my own way." "I'm sorry," said Grace. "I didn't mean to sound like I was judging you. It's just the kind of things I think about when I can't sleep at night." Lying, I said, "I don't tend to think of anything except staying awake." "Afraid of what might happen if you go to sleep?" asked Grace. "The crazies might come?" I smiled and almost laughed before admitting, "The nightmares get pretty bad." "That's normal." Grace found a full box kicked up under the edge of a shelf and gave me a challenging look. "Beginner's luck," I told her. "What do you think of everything that Fritz and Gabe told us?" "I don't know," I shrugged.
What are you asking exactly?
She said, "I'm thinking about going with them." Chapter 54. Grace's announcement that she was thinking about going to College Station didn't matter much to me. I barely knew her. I barely knew Fritz and Gabe. If I'd said I barely gave a shit, that would have been an exaggeration. "Do you think they're being honest?" she asked me. I leaned an elbow on a shelf and said, "I think everybody lies about nearly everything." Grace shook her head and looked disappointed. "But," I continued, "I think it's always been that way. Back in the old life, lies didn't carry huge consequences, so we just lived with them. Now it's different. When somebody deceives you, you end up dead." Murphy laughed. I looked down to him and Jazz standing at the end of the aisle. "See," Murphy said, pointing at me and talking to Jazz. "That's what I was talking about. When he goes into professor mode, you might as well get a pillow. You can tell by that tone in his voice. It sounds like there's a corn cob in his butt." "Did you find anything good?" Grace asked. Murphy slipped his backpack off his shoulder and held it open to show a load of cans and jars. He grinned. "This is my new favorite store." Looking at Grace, he asked, "What's he lecturing you about?" "Liars," Grace smiled. "I was asking him if he trusted Fritz and Gabe. He went on about lying like he was the guy who discovered that humans don't tell the truth sometimes." Murphy laughed loudly. "Oh my God. You already know what he's like. I've been listening to this shit for like 3 months. Jazz giggled, looked at me and said, "What I heard sounded smart." I rolled my eyes. Whatever. Grace looked at Murphy and said, "I'm thinking about going with them to College Station." Murphy nodded and put on a thoughtful face. "If you go," said Jazz, "I'm going too." Shaking her head, Grace said, "You don't have to go just because I am. It could be dangerous." "No, it will be dangerous."
We don't know these guys.
"I don't have any friends here." Jazz looked down at the floor like she was ashamed of what she'd just admitted. "Just you." "You think about it," said Grace. She looked back up at Murphy. "Well?" "Man," he said, "I don't know. I hate to say it, but honestly, I'm with Zed on this kind of shit. People do some crappy stuff. As far as I can tell, Fritz and Gabe don't have any motivation to lie. I'd be inclined to think Fritz is telling the truth. I don't know if what they're doing is worth the time or whether they can get it done. I know he believes it. I think he's honest. If he was selling used cars, I'd sure buy one. He looked at me. What do you think, man? I mean, without all the professor shit. I shrugged and looked back up at Murphy. You about covered it, I guess. I pretty much think the same thing. Grace put a hand on my shoulder. Thank you. Why? Asked Murphy.
I know why the valiant Null Spot crusades across Texas, but what's your deal?
The valiant Null Spot? I asked. Are you ever going to let that go? Laughing, Murphy shook his head. He looked at each of the girls. He's got a thing about saving people and doing the right thing. I only hang out with him because he's lucky as hell, and he's invincible. Those are his superpowers. Grace and Jazz were laughing by then. Grace said, "You guys are a hoot. I can't remember the last time I actually laughed." I smiled and chuckled along. Why fight it? I said, "Murphy's a comedian. That's why I keep him around." When the laughing stopped, Murphy looked at us and said, "We should check and see if anybody heard us." He headed off to check the escalator by the deli. I nodded at Grace, and we waded back through the empty boxes. We'll check the stairs. When we were passing through the wine section, Grace said, "The valiant Null Spot?"
He really gave you a superhero name? It's been amusing him since he woke up from the fever.
What did you do?
Nothing. I headed down the cosmetic aisle that ran off in a direction perpendicular to the path of the protein bar aisle.
Not nothing. She punched me lightly in the arm. Spill it. You've been pretending like you don't care about people or anything, and now I find out that's not true. What's the story? You'll have to ask Murphy, I said. As far as I know, I'm just doing what anybody would have done. Like what? She persisted. You know, I said. You're still alive. You've been through plenty of shit. Sometimes you have to make some choices. Choices to help other people? Asked Grace. That's what it sounds like. Stopping and wheeling around to face her, I snapped. And every time it turns to shit, every single time. I'm not a fucking hero. I'm a bad luck charm who doesn't mind doing all the evil shit I have to do to get from day to day.
And I'm fucking good at it. We reached the staircase and I leaned over the rail to look and listen.
Grace whispered, "I think we're safe. I don't hear any more coming." Leaning back, I nodded. "Why does he stay with you?" Grace asked me. "If you're such a bad luck charm, feeling sorry for yourself so much, why doesn't he ditch you?" "Are you some kind of psychologist?" I asked. "High school geometry teacher," she said, "along with algebra and trig. I've seen spoiled rich kids like you pull that sorry crap in my classes since you were putting your hands in your diapers and playing with your own shit." "I don't feel sorry for myself," I told her. "Look, I did a lot of crazy shit to help people when I thought I could do some good. I'm angry because most of those people ended up dead anyway. I'm angry at myself, not sorry." Shaking her head, Grace said, "Do you think you're the only one?"
All of us have done good things to help each other, and most of us are dead.
She pointed out through the glass wall facing West Austin. "All of those houses are empty except for corpses and crazies. We're all trying, Zed. We're all failing over and over and over. Despite that, you're still here. I'm still here. Jazz and Murphy are here. We have to be doing something right. You can be a pussy if you want to." I laughed out loud. "What?" she asked. "What's so funny?" "Sorry. I wasn't expecting a geometry teacher to have the vocabulary of a sailor and call me a pussy." "Oh, God," she said with a smile. "I'm stuck with a 15-year-old. "Pretty much." How could I disagree? I'd been me my whole life. Grace planted herself in front of me and said, "Don't give up, Zed. Not now. If you can't do it for yourself, do it for Murphy. It's clear to everybody that he loves you." What? Sure, I wanted to spin it into a joke. That was the easiest way to deflect. "Grow up," she told me seriously.
He can't lose you. You can't lose him. At least stay in the game for that. Chapter 55. Having slept that day while the sun was up, I was wide awake, even though we were in the dead, silent hours of the morning, well before the sun was due to rise. We'd been back from the run to Whole Foods for a couple of hours. Most of the residents in the power plant was sleeping. A few stood watch. With Murphy along, we made our way to the upper floor of the power plant and climbed through a broken window up onto some giant piece of machinery on the north side of the building beside the smokestacks. All left there, perhaps, to keep the character of the old building and drive up rents with a steampunk appearance. The silhouette of the Austin skyline stood against the stars. Far to the northeast, lights glowing on the roof of the basketball arena made it pretty clear that Baird's helicopter assholes were still around. Murphy asked, "How long will the car hold a charge just sitting out on the street?" I don't know. In fact, it wasn't something I'd thought about. Would the batteries slowly drain whether the car was plugged in or not? What do you think about Grace and Jazz going off to College Station with Fritz and Gabe? She's a do-gooder, I said. She feels compelled to go. Like a Mrs. Nullspot? Murphy laughed. There's no Mrs. Nullspot. I shook my head. Besides, she's too old for me. Well, maybe Null Girl, kind of a sidekick role? Flatly, I said, I thought you were my sidekick. No, man, said Murphy. You've got that wrong. You're Mighty Murphy's surly sidekick. Surly? Don't be a denier, man, said Murphy. If you're going to be a surly little prick the rest of your life, at least be honest about it. I shook my head and muttered, Not you too. Seriously, man, said Murphy. It's time to move on. I didn't say anything in response. Instead, I let my thoughts slip into my introspective rationalizations as I tried to piece together who I thought I was with who I thought I wanted to be. Existential bullshit that 20-something philosophy graduates like to dwell on. It was all pointless. I was a man with a pistol and a machete in a world that required me to put them to use. I had a kill or be killed life. Nothing more. When I got tired of killing, I'd die. Life was simple. No gray, ambiguous questions to mull, no uncertainty about the future, only bleakness and pain until death. Man, said Murphy, you should start talking or something. You sound like you're sitting over there getting pissed off over nothing. What? I gave him a dubious look. How can you say that? I'm not saying anything. The way you're breathing through your nose, he said. It's like you're snorting like a raging bull or something. Yeah, whatever. Seriously? I sighed. What's on your mind? He asked. I took a moment before I asked. Honestly? Honestly, he said. I'll be your shrink. Spill it. I'm tired, I said. Steph's death hurt too much. I just don't give a fuck anymore. You know what I mean? Murphy crinkled his eyebrows and asked, You're not going to jump off a bridge, are you? I'm just tired of the pointlessness of it all. Murphy thought about things for a few minutes before saying, You gave up. How's that? It's not how anything, he said. You gave up. You go through the motions. I know you still get off on the adrenaline when the whites are chasing us and shit, but that's all you've got. You don't care anymore. You don't want to try. After Steph, you quit. Quit? I asked. You're not suicidal, said Murphy.
Maybe you're too big a pussy to whack yourself, I don't know. But you don't care anymore. I dragged you down here to the Capitol, I protested. What was that about if I'd given up? Doesn't matter what it was, said Murphy.
It can be whatever you tell yourself it was. The truth is, you've quit. Now I'm gonna have to chase you around town until you finally do something stupid enough to get yourself killed.
Sorry. Of course it sounded like I didn't mean it, but the truth was I did. I just didn't want to accept what Murphy was saying. I talked to Grace for a while after we got back, said Murphy. I didn't ask what they talked about. Since Murphy brought it up, I guessed they'd talked about me. I'm gonna go with Grace and Jazz. That felt like a punch in the face. It felt like more than that. My heart started to hurt all over again. He said he was going. He didn't say we were going. I looked off into the blackness of the sky and croaked out, "Okay." "Okay?" asked Murphy. "That's all you got to say?" I shook my head. It was actually all I could say. I'd never had a friend like Murphy before, and with all of my wallowing and bullshit, I'd fucked it up. He was tired of it. He was moving on.
What the fuck was I gonna do? Exactly what I wanted to do. Walk around among the whites and slaughter them until something in my soul finally felt better. After some time, trying to get used to the idea of Murphy bailing out, I finally said, "Grace has a good head on her shoulders. I hope whatever you guys end up doing out there in College Station helps." Shaking his head, happy to show me all the disappointment he was feeling, Murphy said, "Why don't you come with us?" "No," I said, feeling admittedly sorry for myself. "You guys go ahead." Man, Murphy was frustrated. This isn't some kind of boyfriend-girlfriend junior high bullshit. Don't do that. Look, dude, I'm going with Grace because I want my life to be more than killing whites and eating burritos. Burritos? I muttered. I haven't seen a burrito since August. When I get killed, said Murphy, I want it to be for a good reason. I know you used to feel the same way. That's why you tried to save Amber and her friends from the dorm that night. That's why you blew open the door on that bunker and saved Mandy. That's why you went all Tarzan at the hospital. That's why you dragged me halfway across Austin and saved my ass after the riot at the jail. That's why I'm trying to save your ass from yourself right now. You're a surly little whiny shit, but you're my friend. Pull your head out of your ass and listen to me. Let's go do this thing with Grace and Jazz. Let's do something with a little meaning to it instead of just running around this stinky-ass city waiting to die. Stop overthinking it. Life is simple now. Fucked up, but simple. Get your shit together and come. I don't know how long we sat there after that. I was shivering from the cold and staring at the stars, trying to work my way through the complex web of bullshit I'd woven inside my head. Murphy, to his credit, stayed with me the whole time. Maybe it was the cold. Maybe it was Murphy's patience. Whichever, I finally circled through all the thoughts enough times to realize that Murphy was right. I said, I'm sorry I've been such a useless turd. If you guys want me along, I'd like to come. I really would. Chapter 56. Before the dawn, Murphy woke Grace and explained that I'd be going to College Station with them. She seemed pleased with the choice. Afterwards, he and I hiked through town in the dark to retrieve the Mustang. We'd had such good luck driving it around, I didn't see myself using any other form of transportation in my future. When night fell again, Grace and Jazz said their goodbyes and packed their bags with essentials and whatever belongings were worth carrying while running for their lives. That's what it came down to, really. Anything in your bag slowed you down, so if it didn't contribute directly to your survival, it better have some significant sentimental value. For me, I had nothing but a change of underwear, a change of socks, a plastic poncho, a synthetic down coat that was warm and could be balled and packed in the space of my fist. I carried food, ammo, water, lighters, and a few other such things. The only sentimentality attached to my kit was the Hello Kitty bag itself. But it was only along because it had proven so damn resilient, holding up to all the abuse I put it through. At least, that's what I told myself most of the time. At other times, it felt like my good luck charm. Without much trouble, Murphy and Grace heisted the Humvee we'd spotted on the bridge the night before. The resident whites on the bridge got pretty pissed about it, but could only chase so far. With Murphy driving that vehicle using his night vision goggles, me behind the wheel of the electric Mustang, with the girls, Fritz and Gabe, along, we zigzagged our way out of town and started navigating the narrow country roads east toward Aggieland.
Book 8, Chapter 1. If only you could get your family far enough away, or get there fast enough. If only. Maybe to Grandma's house, or Uncle Jim's. If you could get to that safe bug-out cabin in the woods. If only. But there's all that goddamn traffic. And there you sit, thinking that instead of having spent the extra $2,500 on the four-wheel drive option that would have let you tear ass cross-country and get off these goddamn clogged roads, you'd opted instead for the two-wheel drive model and spent the difference on that fucking giant flat-screen television, so you could see even the tiniest of details, HD clarified to the point of perverse intrusiveness. Like those tiny glistening bubbles of sweat on the football player's skin when they were hammering it on 4th and 1. Sweat bubbles. How fucking important are those details in the grand apocalyptic view of a highway, clogged with cars all the way from San Antonio to Dallas, maybe beyond? Hell, maybe every damned highway in the country is constipated with four-wheeled steel, stalling in the heat, running out of gas, waiting for what all the panicked rumors said was coming. Virus. Worse. People, regular people, turned monster. You don't believe it even though you saw them on the TV with your own two eyes. You saw them on the internet. Coworkers shared videos on your phone. You told yourself over and over again there had to be a rational explanation. But there wasn't one. Only terrifying truths. And you're afraid those truths will turn every one of these fucking cars into coffins full of diminutive corpses and fat, dead parents. Don't think that way. Breathe slow. Solve the problem. Don't panic. The kids are already tense. Don't make it worse on them. The wife is bitching in the front seat about how you should have gone the other way, taken that shortcut that her friend Elva told her about, because Elva and her husband, number 3, was it, are already out of town.
Yeah, that was her on the phone a moment ago. The wife just said so. And the kids are whining in the back seat because the girl needs to piss, and that little fucker of a son won't stop agitating her. And the virus is coming. The radio is spewing fear like it's on a half-price Labor Day sale with a mattress thrown in, and the wife is ratcheting up her crazy-ass coulda-shouldas like there's one per-fuckety thing you can do about it now. And still, the fear. Every time you see somebody in the rearview mirror who's not in a car, you think, that's them. That's one of them. But it's not. Not yet. Still, people are outside, loitering, acting like idiots, spewing their anger on anyone stupid enough to come within range of their shouty voices and balled fists. Things aren't right. Understatement. The traffic isn't moving, and your biggest fear is that you're fucked. Not just you, but the kids in the back seat, the whiner and the agitator.
No matter how much they're pissing you right the fuck off, you know you love them more than anything else in this whole traffic-jammed town, in this whole god-fucked world. And you reach over and grab your wife and bury your face in her shoulder, even while her bitching is burning your ears, because you don't want her to hear you cry. And you do cry, because you know all the way down to your balls that they're going to die,
your wife, and your kids, because you fucked up. You picked the route. You drove the car up on the highway entrance ramp. You watched the traffic back up, slow, and then stop altogether. At so many points along the way, you could have made a different choice. You could have listened to her. You could have lost your temper and rammed your way between the assholes in the next lane and gotten away across the median 5 miles back, maybe. Maybe. But not now. Now you're stuck. And the wife is stuck. And the kids are stuck. And they don't even know what's going on, except that the smell of fear is in the car. It's running up their nostrils and slamming their brains full of primordial get the fuck out of here. But moving their feet is pointless because they're seatbelted into the upholstery tight enough to pillow it out around their spindly torsos. The taste of panic is in their mouths, and they're spinning off so much frenetic movement, you have to keep looking to make sure the belts are still buckled. Then the girl pisses her pants. The boy shrieks a laugh because he's half hysterical with new emotions that his little suburban cocooned ass never knew existed. And because he's just a little prick sometimes. And what the fuck are you gonna do about all of it? Nothing. Nothing. Just fucking nothing. Except wait while the engine idles, the wife screams at the boy, and the gas gauge creeps ominously closer to E. And you beat the steering wheel with your fist, and you curse all the dumbasses in front of you, because you're just sure that some accident by some idiot up there is the reason the traffic isn't moving, and you want to jump out of the car, run up there, find the dipshit that caused this mess and punch him in the nuts. But you don't. You can't. You can't leave your kids, not in this chaos. Something changes. The sounds are different, keening, malicious, hungry. You turn the radio down, hoping it's not a squealing belt in the engine, while you pray to God and your eyes plead with the apathetic clouds above that it is only that. It's not. Then they come. Fritz said, "Just drive across the bridge." I turned away from a Subaru with broken-out windows, streaky stains of sun-baked blood on the hood, and the dark shapes of flesh-scavenged corpses inside. For some reason, that one, of all those packed on the highway below in a similar state, captured my attention and caught me up in imagining what had happened to its occupants. I looked at Fritz, his words having woken me to the realization that I'd been staring and letting my imagination drag my mood down to an ugly depth. I turned toward the gaps between the burned wrecks on the bridge over the highway, exaggerating a nod as if I'd been going through a silent, evaluative process on whether to cross the highway at just that spot. "You all right?" Fritz asked, not bothering to hide with some tact his concern that I might be slipping a little too far from reality. "Yeah." Of course, I said yeah. That's the only answer to that question, when what somebody is really asking is the rhetorical, "What the fuck is wrong with you?" I put my foot to the accelerator, and the electric Mustang rolled over the bridge above the highway, crossing from West Austin to East Austin. Along the access road on the other side of the interstate, rummaging through the lines of burned hulks of cars that 4 months ago had been waiting their chance to get into the unmoving line on I-35, white-skinned monsters, formerly normal people, glowed in the moonlight. They didn't notice the silent Mustang. None had since I drove away from the old power plant down by the river. We'd passed hundreds on our rat maze race through Austin's gentrified warehouse district and into the high-rise condos and bank buildings closer to the capital. Along the way, as I caught glimpses of the State House, I saw that the fires I'd started in the subterranean Capitol Annex were still burning in the 150-year-old domed building. Now, beneath the red granite dome, the building's windows flickered orange and dribbled rivulets of acrid ash into the black sky, hiding the stars behind smoky ribbons of our ruin. The whites did notice the rattling diesel engine and the noisy off-road tires on the Humvee Murphy was driving at a distance,
a few blocks behind. His vehicle loudly announced the coming of a meal, and the whites reacted accordingly, waking up, chasing into the street to catch him and his passengers, pouncing on the armored Humvee from the sides. It was all a futile effort on the whites' part. They weren't fast enough to catch it from behind. They didn't get out in front of it in sufficient numbers to do anything but die as Murphy ran them down. The ones that did get on top didn't stay, as Murphy bounced them off by running over curbs or whatever lumps he might find in the road. With the bridge behind us, the Mustang glided silently through the ashen remnants of neighborhoods. The fire that burned most of East Austin back in August had left little intact. The pattern of the streets was deducible only from the ragged lines of rusty orange and brown car skeletons, each having had all non-metal components long since blazed away. Blackened brick chimneys stood as grave markers for each house that had smoldered to cinder around it. Trunks of trees still stood, some holding the thickest of their limbs to the sky. All of the storm drains along the curbs had clogged with ash and fire debris when the storms came. What was left when the rain clouds blew away and the floodwaters receded was an even blanket of blackened gray over everything not tall enough to reach above it. That was what the Mustang rolled through, 6 inches deep. I ran over brittle bone, which I'd come to know from the peculiar feel of the crunch it made under our wheels. Of the other metallic remnants of the East Austin disaster, I only hoped none hiding in the ash on the road in front of me were sharp enough to puncture my tires. Behind the Mustang, a cloud of fine ash thrown up by the tires hid the Humvee from sight. I knew that made it hard for Murphy to see, but it made it impossible for him to lose me. What's more, with East Austin burned nearly flat, any white who happened to be wandering through wouldn't be able to see the Humvee. They'd hear the noisy diesel, but they'd only see the big gray cloud instead of a rolling vehicle. Eventually, the ashen desolation turned to rolling hills, blanketed by farms. The fields were separated by barbed wire fences, draped in bramble and sprouting wind-tormented trees trying to birth hedgerows. Interspersed with the fields were homestead parcels, boasting anything from a decaying trailer to a plantation-style mansion. As often as not, something, or a whole host of somethings, old cars, obsolete farm equipment, and kitchen appliances, stood in tall weeds, rusting their way into the black clay. Within 10 or 20 miles of Austin's outskirts, oddly shaped plots of land that used to be farms had long since been sold to developers with a penchant for laying out little subdivisions with names like Green Hills, Vista Norte, or Sunny Shitboxes, probably on a landfill mound, all built from low-grade yellow pine and the cheapest Chinese siding the builder could import and staple together. Over the substandard constructs, built outside the city limits and beyond the reach of restrictive building codes, the builders slapped on one of 6 colors of fresh paint, all inspired by some shade of dried curb mud and cockroach turds. The newer of the subdivisions looked squeaky plain and tidy, with their 10-foot, 2-leaf twigs of trees staked into the center of the cut sod front lawns. None of the siding on those houses had yet warped. None of the paint had oxidized and washed away. Few of the shingles were yet blown off in the Texas wind. The older subdivisions, those built a decade or more in the past, looked like slums more than suburbs. Hard-working middle-class folk who couldn't afford the obscene real estate prices closer to town bought those houses on adjustable-rate mortgages, thinking they could afford growing future payments because they'd long ago been infected by the blinding disease of optimism that convinced them that despite the evidence of all their dismal yesterdays, their tomorrows would be dipped in gold. Fucked by the fine print, they were. The promo periods on their mortgages came to an end. Monthly installments bounced happily higher for the banks, at pretty much the same time that gasoline prices rocketed to a new record. Suddenly, that 20-mile commute into Austin, manageable a year before, ballooned into unaffordability along with their house payments.
They missed a payment on a credit card, and general default rules kicked in, doubling the interest rate and monthly payments on all of their revolving debt. Stagnating wages couldn't cover the difference. House repairs were skipped. Watering the lawn, a luxury in drought-parched Texas in those days, ceased. The twiggy trees died. The new sod turned to dirt. The house foundations, sitting on that porous, parched clay, shifted and cracked. Quarter-inch cracks zigzagged down brick walls. Roofs opened at the seams. On the occasions when it did rain, water leaked in. Mold followed, because even in the fucking Texas heat, the thick humidity makes sure that things never completely dry out. Because the insurance companies stopped covering mold damage a decade before, the houses turned unlivable and worthless. For the hard-working folk who hadn't figured it out by then, they learned how fucked was spelled, what it tasted like, what it smelled like.
They knew it with all the intimacy of a herpes-infected lover.
They loaded their shit into U-Haul vans, dropped their house keys into brown envelopes, and jingle-mailed their dreams away to the mortgage companies. A cancer of bleak despair wormed its way across the face of America in those years, creating open sores of pre-apocalyptic rot for the virus to settle in. Now it was hard to tell which houses had been abandoned for years and which held the recently deceased. The farther we drove from Austin, the more my mood turned to shit, the more the whole shitty world looked like something tormented by a biblical plague and forgotten by God. And the more I felt like I was running away, though the promise of fledgling hope lived in College Station, our destination 100 miles to the east. Fritz studied the map that was unfolded across his lap, running up the door panel and overhanging the console.
Yeah, with the passing of the smartphone into history's long list of lost technological marvels, paper maps were back in fashion. Using a tiny flashlight, one of those with a single LED designed for hanging on keychains, he said, "Turn left up at this next corner." I think that sign back there said 1704. I looked at the trees lining the road and craned my neck as though that would help me see around the corner we'd just passed. "That's the one," confirmed Fritz. "You guys mapped this out on your way here?" I asked as I drove the car through another turn. "Yeah." Fritz dragged his finger through the spot of light left on the paper by his tiny LED. "It took us 4 tries to find open roads all the way to Austin." "The roads are that bad out here?" I asked. "Some of them are," said Fritz. "In some places the bridges are blocked. I guess the farmers figured if they barricaded the bridges, they'd protect themselves." I made no attempt to hide the bitterness in my laugh. Most of these bridges run over dry creeks.
They were worried about people driving into their area, however they defined it, and bringing the infection with them, said Fritz. They didn't think about all the infected coming on foot. "It's hard to think of everything," I allowed. I'd been through plenty of mistakes where the thing or things I'd missed nearly cost me my life. That led directly to thoughts of all the lives my mistakes did cost. That, of course, led directly to thoughts of Steph and even Amber. Painful, festering shit. We passed a cluster of a dozen houses centered on an antique shop and a convenience store with signs out front advertising shelled pecans and gooey, nut-filled candies. I asked, "What's the story with all the little towns out this way? Are they road-blocked?" "Nope, not all of them." Fritz didn't look up from his map. "We'll have to go through Lexington. It's not that big, but we saw a bunch of the infected when we passed through on the way here."
That could be trouble.
In Dimebox, the locals tried to block the road, but did a pretty bad job. Getting through was easier than it looked like it would be. Caldwell might be a problem. I nodded knowingly. Caldwell was one of the largest of the small towns between Austin and College Station. Bigger town, more infected. Simple logic.
With apologies hiding in the tone of his voice, Fritz said, "We couldn't find a way without going through at least some towns. We tried." We crested a rolling hill that had a view of the paved road running over the terrain and across a bridge over a creek at the bottom. Past the creek, the road climbed back up to the crest of the next hill. Just ahead, a herd of cattle charged across, stampeding through the shrubs, weeds, and fencing. Without even thinking that I was wearing night vision goggles, I asked, "You seeing this?" Fritz looked up, raising his pistol as he tried to make out shapes in the darkness ahead.
The light coming off the thin sliver of moon was okay, but not great. I pointed as I took my foot off the accelerator. "Way up there, the cows." "I see something moving across the road," said Fritz. "It's hard to tell. It's like 1,000 cows on a stampede or something." "Stampeding?" he asked. The slower the car rolled, the more the beat of those hooves hitting the ground vibrated up through the tires. I laid a hand on the dashboard. "You can feel it." Fritz put a palm on the dash and cocked his head. "I feel it. I hear him, too." Looking to my left, across fields stretched over hills that rolled all the way to the black horizon, I said, "I don't know if you can make them out, but there are thousands of them, and I do mean thousands, already out there." I was hoping Fritz could make out the black silhouettes of individuals, separated from the herd, standing out against the tan-colored field. "Yeah," he said. I looked back ahead at the cattle still crossing the road.
"We can't get through that."
Fritz shook his head to agree, then looked out through the Mustang's rear window. I looked at the rear-view mirror. Murphy was slowing the Humvee, matching my speed and maintaining the gap between us. "You want to check the map?" I asked. "Or you want to wing it?" I looked over my shoulder as I braked, preparing to turn around. That's when something really important, something that I'd overlooked, became blazingly obvious. The trees and shrubs growing up the fence on the right side of the road were glowing red. The damned brake lights. Why didn't I think to take out those fucking brake light bulbs? Maybe a better question was why it had taken so long to notice. Was the virus cooking my brain into a new kind of dementia, immune even to introspection? And what about Murphy? Why didn't he signal me about the brake lights much earlier? Or maybe he did and I didn't notice. The sound of a bad tuba player reaching for octaves outside his range startled me. I jerked my head to my right. Dozens, maybe hundreds, of small and large branches snapped. Twigs, grass, and leaves exploded through the fence ahead of us from the right side of the road. A massive Hereford burst out of the flying debris, trailing strands of barbed wire and spewing a bloody froth. Other cattle broke through between the trees. Some got tangled in the barbed wire and wailed. Whites shrieked and poured through the holes in the fence, grasping at the big Hereford now in the center of the road. One of the whites pounced at the beast, and in the slow-motion, liquid time of surprise, the white flew through the air like a Neanderthal Superman with a knife in hand, trying to catch his prehistoric supper. As that image worked its way through my overindulgent imagination, I realized all of the whites coming through the fence were naked and bald. Many of those closest to the cattle, slashed and stabbed with kitchen knives, hunting knives, barbecue forks, and fireplace pokers. The gasping beasts blew a mist of red through moos that sounded more and more like cries. And my foot was still on the brakes, slowing the car to a baby crawl, a speed that would tempt any predator. The red light still glowed on the trees. Whites stopped and looked away from their prey, surprised by the red glow. They apparently took just as long as I did to wrap their virus-addled brains around the same conclusion I was getting to. I was about 5 seconds from being totally fucked. I slammed the brake pedal down. The Mustang jerked and the tires chirped as they bounced and skidded, just to make sure that I had the attention of every fucking white in the road. Not really.
I was startled by the noise and primal violence on the road in front of me. Instinctively, my emotions were revving up to full-blown scared shitless. I wasn't thinking. The car lurched to a stop.
I pushed the shifter into reverse, and the white reverse lights on the rear of the car illuminated the trees and bushes in a much brighter hue. It was like I was trying to get every one of the white fuckers to notice me. The only stupid thing I didn't do was lean on the horn. I mashed the accelerator all the way to the floor, and the car rocketed backward on the kind of instant acceleration that only electric motors with a flood of amps pouring through them can deliver. Still in liquid, slow time, I realized that poor Fritz should have followed my seatbelt example, harness, really, when he'd gotten in. Whereas I was buckled in tight, he was thrown against the dashboard, and his skull pounded a spiderweb of cracks across the glass, leaving a bloody smear. When I cut the wheels and slammed the brakes again, having warp drive jumped across a few hundred yards, Fritz's limp body rolled back into the passenger seat, and his weapon, keychain flashlight, and map tumbled to the floorboard.
Blood poured a red river over his face from the wound on his forehead. Shit. I hoped he was okay. But I'm a pragmatic fucker when I start to get my head cleared out, even while the shit is flying. Whatever damage I'd done wasn't going to get undone with hope and worry. The car spun as it came to a stop. I hadn't managed to turn it all the way around, but I turned the wheels and got the Mustang straightened in the road before Murphy had reversed the Humvee more than a few more car lengths in the other direction. I looked out the Mustang's back window and got a quick glimpse of cattle trying to escape the mauling, while hundreds of whites chased my red brake lights. In front of me, Murphy maneuvered the Humvee into a lumbering Y-turn, spinning up gravel on the shoulder as he urged the heavy armored vehicle to move. The whites behind me closed the gap.
I recalled how I'd been caught in that Humvee in front of the hospital back in August,
with what seemed like a million infected screamers surrounding me. I'd lost control of my Humvee then. It was only through luck or answers to hasty prayers that I made it out. As Murphy's Humvee plodded, I imagined all the whites I couldn't see running toward us at full speed from out in the fields on the other side of the trees. If enough of them surrounded the Humvee, our little expedition to College Station would have an unpleasant end. Fuck. None of us is going to make it. At least that was my thought, because I was still stuck in flight mode. I needed to reset and take control. It was time to put some dents in my fine electric machine and waste some whites. Reaching over and grabbing Fritz's collar to hold him steady, I put the Mustang back in reverse. Taking a half-second to be careful, I accelerated the Mustang backward at the chasing whites. Some of them stopped. Many of them slowed.
The stupid, aggressive ones kept after me at full speed. And I knew, at least I did all I could to convince myself, that no matter how many whites got in front of the Mustang, I had enough power under my hood to burrow through. I only hoped the car would hold together when it came to that. The Mustang lurched with the shock of the first white I plowed over. He went under the car, as I guess his knees buckled with the impact of the bumper. A second, third, and fourth went down. Whites were beside me by then. I mashed the brakes hard to stop. They grabbed at the car as I spun the wheels. The Mustang caught some traction, and the G-force pushed me into my seat. All the infected who'd managed to grab on either let go or lost their fingers as a gap instantly formed. Up ahead, Murphy had gotten the Humvee straightened out on the road and was rolling toward our escape when I drove up beside him. I goosed the Mustang and zipped out front. I needed to be in the lead again, not just because of the Mustang's stealth, but because I needed to find a place to stop and look after Fritz, and I didn't want Murphy driving off into the countryside without noticing. We only needed to get away from the naked horde first. Chapter 4. Drooling and mumbling, as if through a dream, Fritz blinked disorientation and blood out of his eyes as he tried to figure out what was happening.
At least he wasn't dead, though. With all the blood, I wasn't going to put a bet on his longevity. On the crest of the hill's roll, with a view of a mile or more in all directions, I brought the Mustang to a stop. A stand of trees crowded the road on one side, growing through a fence and filling a ditch. A billboard, with its paper ads peeling away in layers under the gaze of bulbless lamps, stood on warped pine creosote poles.
A quarter-mile down the slope in front of us, 2 neglected houses reigned over 1-acre homesteads, sharing an artificial pond in between. I studied those 2 houses through my night vision goggles, looking for whites in the dim moonlight, expecting them to be there, just knowing that at any minute those insufferable white monsters would come tumbling out the windows, running out from under the sagging roof of the squat barn, or pouring out from behind a row of round bales of hay. Nothing moved. My breathing slowed from adrenaline-driven, hyperventilated gasps to something in the vicinity of normal. I clicked the release on my harness, pulled it over my shoulders, swung the Mustang's door open, and got out in the middle of the road. Through habit more than thought, my machete found its way into my right hand, and the pistol filled my other. If any whites were hiding close enough to come at me, they were going to die while their goldfish brains were still trying to formulate the complex emotion of surprise. That thought turned my scowl into a narrow, wicked smile. I hated running. I liked killing. Murphy rolled the Humvee up behind the Mustang. He and Grace looked at me through the glass. I liked killing? Did I really? Was that a nasty truth I'd been hiding from myself beneath layers of conflicted emotions because it was such a reprehensible desire? To like killing? To crave it, maybe? What would that say about what kind of man I was down at my core? Or did I need to kill because I was halfway fucked in the head, and killing whites offered a perverse exorcism of the monsters that lived in my thoughts? Jazz, Grace, and Murphy all got out of the Humvee, examining everything nearby for a danger that might lurk there. Gabe got out last, glanced at the Mustang and then at me, a question stuck in his open mouth. Pointing at the car, I said, "Fritz got hurt." I put my fingers on my forehead. "He's bleeding pretty bad." Gabe's face showed his alarm. I said, "He bumped his head on the window when I was driving crazy. He's conscious now, but he was out until just about the time we pulled up here." Gabe ran to the passenger side of the Mustang. Murphy stepped up close to me. "Is he going to be okay?" "I think so," I said, as I looked back at Gabe. "How'd it happen?" Murphy asked. "Did one of those whites come through the window?" He wasn't wearing his seatbelt. I slowly shook my head as I thought it through. Maybe the seatbelt seemed like a no-brainer necessity to me because I'd been in the car before with the pedal all the way to the floor. I should have made him do it when we got in. Jazz jogged over to the Mustang, and Grace walked up beside Murphy and me. She asked about Fritz. I quickly explained again. "Head wounds bleed a lot," she said.
"It might not be as bad as it looks." That was good news, and did a lot to assuage the tinge of guilt I was feeling.
"What's the plan?" she asked. "Move him back to the Humvee?" I nodded. "You need to be careful with that thing," she said, pointing at the Mustang. I ignored the directive and refrained from saying, "You're not my mother." I don't know where the temptation to say immature shit like that comes from, but sometimes it seems like such a good idea. "He knows all the clear roads to get us to College Station," she said. "I'm sure Gabe knows too," I told her. "Besides, Fritz has a map. It's in the Mustang on the floor. It'll have the roads marked that are passable. All we'll need to do is avoid the horde, wherever they happen to be. We'll be fine." "I'll ride shotgun in the Mustang then." Grace looked at me, challenging me to disagree. I shrugged. I frankly didn't care who was navigating, as long as somebody was. Gabe had Fritz out of the Mustang and on his feet. Together with Jazz, they guided him slowly toward the Humvee. Murphy looked around, taking pause as he studied each shadow, a habit of the living. I looked out across the fields, scanning for whites, especially looking for a gang of them coming out of the trees, or the whole horde coming over the last hill we passed. Grace started talking, and the syllables sounded like unimportant monkey noises, because I was still hung up on the idea of killing for pleasure, if that was the right word for it. Zed, the killer. The idea had a cobweb stickiness to it that wouldn't let go of my other thoughts, and I wasn't entirely sure I wanted it to. It's as if, in those gossamer tendrils, a truth, something much more profound, hid from me. On their own, my feet carried me along the peeling double yellow line that traced the road's center. Grace's useless noise faded away from my ears. The sounds of the others busying themselves with Fritz became part of the night's background.
Some significant answer was waiting for me in my subconscious thoughts. Somehow, the stark sky and the empty night were making it easier to get close to. And I needed to find it.
Chapter 5. I suppose I had been standing in the middle of the road for a minute or two, or maybe an hour. The world of my thoughts obeys no clock's arbitrary segmentation of time. I found myself appreciating the exquisite blanket of an ink sky, dotted with pinprick stars and cast aglow in a faint silver from a thin crescent moon. Shadows moved all around me under swaying trees and around the tall weeds. Crisp brown leaves crackled against one another as gusts rolled over the unharvested crops. In the calm that came from stopping to listen for the first time in months, I knew no whites were near. We were all, for the moment, safe. I felt like I was thinking clearly for the first time in a good long while. Yet, as much as I indulged the meditative moment, I was fully aware of the others.
Fritz was in the Humvee, conscious, but dazed and bleeding where the glass had split the skin on his forehead.
Murphy was conversing tensely with Grace, who was asking questions, most of which sounded like some version of, "How crazy was I, and why was I off standing in the middle of the road a good distance from the vehicles?" They didn't know. Neither was I sure. I only knew that I had shit to get together. Shit I needed to get together, or I was going to stay on the path I was on, and I was going to end up dead. And Murphy was going to be dead too. And probably some of the others. As I ruminated, I understood with more and more clarity that I needed to do something significant to break the cycle of habit I was in. Imagine something stupid, do something stupid, run, kill, repeat. Even as I realized that, I convinced myself that my habit was itself the key to breaking it. And I imagined a solution that I knew conflated all the shit at the roots of my bad choices.
The epiphany of it all was in knowing my solution might very well be a lie and accepting that as okay. It was a lie I knew I could tell myself enough times to believe. Hell, why not? A person is nothing if not the product of the lies he believes about himself. And if I believed that, why couldn't I consciously select the specific lies that were going to define me? Why the fuck not? I shrugged in response to the conversation in my head. I slipped the Hello Kitty backpack's straps off my shoulders and let it drop to the asphalt. I lay my machete on the road and then took off my belt and holster. Each layer of clothing fell away until I was naked. The voices behind me stopped talking. I knew what they were thinking. It didn't matter. I had problems to fix. Being ostracized from our little social circle wasn't a worry that blipped on my radar. "What are you doing, man?" Murphy asked from a few steps behind me. I gave him a glance over my shoulder. His weapon was in his hands, ready for use. I turned toward the night and answered, "What I have to do."
"What's that?" His voice put his worry on full display. I bent over and picked up the knife I'd taken from Mr. Mays's house a few months prior. I tested the blade on my thumb. I kept the edge as razor-sharp as I had time to. I ran a hand over the crop of short hair on my scalp. It wasn't long enough yet to yank out again. I raised the knife, laid the sharp edge at the hairline on my forehead, and scraped backward. "Bald was never a good look on you," Murphy said with a fake laugh. I shrugged. At least this time someone was paying attention to the gesture. "What's that supposed to mean?" he asked. "Don't make me explain it," I said. "You guys take the cars." I pointed down at my backpack and clothes. "And my stuff. I'll meet you in College Station." "I will make you explain it," Murphy told me. "We need to see if one of these little towns has a drugstore.
I need to check your temperature.
I laughed. "Why's that funny?"
You don't need to check temperature to know that somebody is a white. You just have to look at them.
I turned to Murphy. "You only have to look to know the crazy ones. You know that." I didn't believe the lie I was going to tell, but in time I knew I was going to make myself believe it. I can tell too, just by looking. Murphy nodded, but kind of shook his head at the same time. Murphy saw through the lie for the same reason I knew I was lying. We'd both killed whites by the score, but we'd both also killed slow burns, and I knew I'd killed docile ones like Russell. I'd done so because I'd made the choice to live each time uncertainty arose. I always chose to kill rather than chance my death. Did that make me bad? Did the karmic scales of the deaths of the good and the bad balance out? I dropped a big clump of short hairs and watched them spread through the breeze as they fell.
I dragged the knife across my scalp and scraped another stripe bald.
I don't know what's up with you, said Murphy. You're not a white. You're not one of them. Back after Mark killed Amber. I choked on the words. Damn those emotions. I think I lost it for a while there. All that Tarzan shit at the hospital? That and more. I stopped to collect my thoughts into sentences that I hoped wouldn't leave me sounding insane. I wanted to find Mark and kill him. I wanted to make him suffer. I don't know if I've ever wanted anything so badly. It was like all the evil in the world, all the fucked up shit that ever happened to me, had found its focus in him. And I knew if I could just strangle the life out of him, see his eyes bulge, feel his last breath on my face. I thought... What? Murphy asked. That maybe revenge would make you something you're not? That it might fix something? I nodded. It doesn't. I turned away and scraped another row of hair off my head.
My scalp was turning slick with blood from my poor barber job. You tell me that story of those 3 gangbangers you killed. I know you say you found a way to get right with it eventually. You felt like you were a bad person for a long time. Do you ever wonder if killing them was a necessary step in the transformation of the lesser Murphy into who you are today? Murphy lost his way through whatever argument was formulating in his head. I know you're afraid to answer, I told him. You think I'm baiting you into agreeing with me, but I'm not. You had to find your way through life to get to where you are now. I looked at his face to see if I could read his feelings about what I was saying. I need to do the same. I told myself after Amber's death that revenge was a stupid, selfish endeavor. Now, and every day since Steph died, I can't get past the thought that if I'd figured out how to find that bald-headed fuck and kill him, she might still be alive. Shaking his head vigorously, Murphy said, "You didn't even see Mark there that night when Steph was killed. All we saw were a bunch of dumb whites. That's it. You don't even know he's alive. Is that what you're talking about here? You're just going to run around Texas with your dong hanging out until you find a bald-headed white that looks enough like Mark that you can kill him and feel good about yourself?" I nodded, not caring that Murphy's summation of my plan made it sound every bit as stupid as it was. I need to kill him. I don't know that I can find him, but I need to kill him.
I pointed to the crest of a hill against the star-sprinkled sky. The naked horde is over there somewhere. At least some of them are. If they're there, Mark won't be too far. They all stick together. No, they don't, Murphy argued.
Up at the lake, we saw parts of the horde, not the whole thing.
Maybe we only saw parts of the horde, I told him. With all the hills and trees up in that area, the whole horde could have been within a mile of us, and we wouldn't have known. What? Murphy's face showed how little he thought of my counterpoint. Am I supposed to accept that? Is that your whole argument? I shook my head. I'm not making a logical argument. I'm just telling you what I need to do. I need to find Mark, and I need to kill him. He's a roadblock for me in my drive toward happy Murphyville. It's that simple. It's revenge. It's justice. It's catharsis. It's whatever I want to call it. I only know I have to do it. I can't move forward until I do. At the end of it, Murphy understood. At least, he said he did. Grace made a perfunctory effort to dissuade me, but in the end she just shook her head and frowned, disappointment at a stupid choice.
It was a combination of gestures I'd seen from people my whole life. Jazz told me I was crazy and made the biggest effort to change my mind. Gabe watched some of it, but mostly stayed close to Fritz. After they all loaded up, they wouldn't drive away. Maybe they didn't want to feel the guilt of abandoning me. Maybe they were playing a mind game, allowing me to face the reality of my choice in hopes that I'd change my mind. Or maybe they thought I was being a junior high kid, acting out for attention. What do I know? I'm not a shrink. I waved at them and walked naked into the darkness. Well, naked except for the boots. I kept those, along with Mr. Mays's knife, tucked inside above my ankle. And of course, I carried my machete. I wrestled quite a bit with the choice of whether to wear the boots. They could mark me as different when I went among the naked whites in the horde.
But I didn't have 4 months' worth of calluses built up on shoeless feet, as I was sure the naked whites all did. I didn't know how many miles of thorns and rocks and broken glass were waiting out there to mangle my soles with cuts and sores. They would surely turn infected from running through all the pissy mud and shit they left along their way. I wondered how many whites simply died of infection that festered in untended wounds. As many, or more, had to be succumbing to exposure on the nights when the air turned frigid. How many would make it through the winter? Jeff Aubrey's apparently incorrect equations only took into account death by fratricide and starvation. What of the magnified lethality from sleeping naked outdoors, eating raw flesh, and drinking unclean water? And the thought came to me, as it often did, what if Mark was already dead? I stopped walking and looked back in the direction of the cars. I didn't see anything.
The black of the earth behind me was only distinguishable by the stars in the sky beyond.
I missed my night vision goggles, I think, as much as I'd have missed my machete had I chosen to go empty-handed. As awkward as the bulky goggles felt when strapped over my head, I'd become accustomed to seeing through the blackness of the nighttime world. I was alone with the weight of my choice. No turning back. Well, I guess I could have turned back to the original plan and started the long hike toward College Station. I could have ransacked some farmhouses along the way, and maybe even scavenged a running vehicle. If I put my mind to it and caught a little luck, I might even have made it there by dinner time. That thought comforted me. It assured me I wasn't trapped by the consequences of one bad choice. I was choosing to proceed based on my logical line of irrational thought. Or it proved I was an idiot. Roads seem so much longer when walking than driving. It's a truth that's obvious to the point of triviality, until you park your car and walk back the way you just drove, feeling the passing of slow miles in your feet and knees. Landmarks, too, are different to the point of unrecognizability. They're blurs of collage and detail that stand out by color and texture as drivers race by at 70 miles per hour. At walking speed, the eye focuses on different things, and the mind imagines a distinct farmhouse in one place, for instance, to be another in a different field on a different stretch of road. At least, that's what I was thinking about when I took a turn onto the road that I figured would lead me to the mob we'd seen chasing cattle across the road. I wasn't sure, and that wasn't taking into account the tizzy I was in when I'd sped away from the place earlier in the night. All I could do was hope my memory was solid as I took a chance and headed north. If I'd remembered incorrectly, I'd walk and walk some more.
One thing I figured I could count on was that I'd find the path of the horde, at least. A few 100,000 whites pillaging their way across the countryside would leave plenty of evidence of their passing. I didn't have to suffer my uncertainty long. I found the place in the road where we'd seen the whites come through the bushes while chasing the cattle. Blood coagulated in sticky spots on the road and puddled deeply enough to be slippery in others. Thick bones and pieces of cowhide lay in shreds and blankets, red with blood and white with fat on one side, dirty white and brown on the other. Up the road and in the ditches, naked whites smeared in blood still gnawed on bones and gobbled bits of meat missed by their faster, stronger comrades. I looked around at the trees growing up along the fence line. I looked at the bushes that were knocked down and the fence pushed over by frantic cattle and thousands of chasing whites. A sizable band of them had been through. What I didn't know was whether this band of naked whites was a peripheral bunch, scouts, laggards, a splinter group, or even copycats. I only hoped that in pursuing them, I'd find my way back to the main horde, and from there, to the smart ones at their core. And there, I'd find fucking Mark. The cattle and the whites had been moving from right to left across the road when I'd observed them from the Mustang. Looking across a field of flattened crops to the left of the road, I spotted stragglers moving off in that direction and whites on the ground filling their bellies on scraps of carcasses. Nullspot, the stealthy Indian tracker, immediately realized the naked horde had a long tail and left a wide path. The reality of seeing Mark bleed suddenly seemed within reach. On quick, excited steps, I scrambled down the steep incline of a roadside ditch and climbed the other side. I stomped my way through a trampled hedgerow of thorny bushes and twisted barbed wire, all the while patting myself on the back for my genius decision to keep the boots on my feet. I took off across a field carpeted in the husks of the crops that had dried out in the autumn weather before they were run flat by the passing horde. My breath flowed out in clouds of condensation. The night was turning a cold edge on all of us whites running through it with naked skin. I knew I would have been feeling the cold were it not for the numbness the virus left with me. And I was well aware that pain is a biological feedback mechanism that tells a living thing to stop doing whatever it's doing, lest it be injured or die. Without sensations of pain, I needed to pay close attention to my body, or I'd risk hypothermia. That thought gave me pause to look for the bodies of whites in the field who might have died of exposure. Surely some of them had succumbed to the elements.
They couldn't go all winter without clothing and not experience a pretty hefty casualty rate. I saw none. Then something else occurred to me. If any whites fell, they'd likely be consumed by their hungry brothers and sisters, leaving nothing but scattered bones. That was the sum of life and death among every band of whites. Run and kill until you die, then feed your comrades with your dead flesh. I jogged for a bit to get my blood flowing and to warm my body up. I walked and then jogged again, proceeding alternately as I focused on avoiding the divots in the dirt left by panicked hooves. To step in one of those at the wrong angle might result in a sprained ankle, a deadly injury with so many straggling whites around.
I guess those that followed the horde specialized in cleaning up the fallen, whether they were still alive or not. I crested a few hills, seemingly getting farther and farther from civilization as I went. I saw shadowy copses where the terrain was too uneven to plow.
Ponds with mirrored black surfaces sparkled starlight back at the sky. I realized I hadn't seen a fence in a good while. Roads, rotting mobile homes, and barns seemed to have been stolen from the countryside. All around me were only endless, cultivated fields, slowly turning fallow. As I came to a walk at the end of one of my jogs, I realized I was getting thirsty. Necessarily, though, my water bottles were keeping company with a few days' worth of food in my Hello Kitty bag in the back seat of the electric Mustang. The Mustang was probably 50 miles east by now. Looking around for a water source, I spotted a stock pond, but didn't want to chance a drink from one of those. Every kind of bacteria that lived in cow pies would be in that water, and would probably leave me with a case of diarrhea, or worse. I needed to find a creek. Flowing water had to be better for me than stagnant water. On the question of food, I'd gone hungry before. And thanks to my time convalescing by the lake with Murphy, I had a store of fat to burn off. If I lost 20 or 30 pounds again, I could afford it. I didn't think I'd be out that long, though. I'd just started my quest, and already I was tracking the naked horde. Once I found them, I'd find Mark, and I'd give him a few good whacks with my machete. Problem solved. Walk off. The whites wouldn't likely fuck with me, not while I looked like them, not while I carried my bloody machete. Did I say how simple all of my schemes sounded as they rolled down the roller coaster of their momentum, turning surprisingly fast into adrenaline-laced screaming shit? Yeah, I know I did. Still, what else was I going to do? Sit in an abandoned Walmart somewhere and eat stale rice cakes until I died of old age, remembering all the people I used to know, ruminating over all the goddamned stupid things I'd done? Fuck that. At the crest of a hill, I spotted a geometric black silhouette across the valley, on the crest of the next long roll in the earth. The thing was, though, that I had no idea what the strange object was. I stopped and cocked my head like a dog, trying to figure it out. What the fuck is that thing? I hurried over furrows that ran across the slope, eager to explore the thing I was looking at. Maybe the eagerness grew out of the boredom of having spent what felt like hours crossing nothing but empty fields. In a way, I was hoping the thing I was seeing might be a house, and that I might find some food and water inside. I stopped. The ground on the hill across the shallow valley was odd. I stared at it for a few minutes before I realized it wasn't as black as all the others I'd hiked up. Sure, some of them were covered in winter grasses that didn't mind the chill in the nights. Others were little more than black dirt full of tan weeds and crops, tilled under by all the white feet that had passed this way ahead of me. But this field seemed to glow a dull white in the darkness. Chapter 8. I'd crossed most of the wide, flat valley floor and neared what looked like a stark border between the trampled black dirt and the white glow when I realized what I was seeing. Whites. They were lying in an endless blanket across the valley, spooning, cuddled, skin touching skin, keeping each other warm by crowding themselves together tightly as they slept. That answered a question about freezing to death. I wondered how warm they stayed, snuggled together like that, with only one side of their bodies exposed to the cold air. Was it enough? I looked north as I thought about whites in the colder climates. What were they doing, with snows already having fallen in places, and sub-zero temperatures coming? Surely they'd have figured out already they needed to shelter indoors at night. And if not, would they all freeze to death over the winter and leave the northern states open to normals?
Would they migrate from north to south and back again with the seasons and become a new century version of America's great buffalo herds? That was something to think about in the long term, the possibility of leaving Texas and heading north. Of course, the same cold that could kill whites could also kill normals and slow burns like me. My thoughts ran down a rat hole, quantifying how much wood to chop for the winter and storing provisions for the long months with snow piled outside the door. And what about the smoke from the chimney? That would certainly draw in any whites who'd figured out how to survive in the snow. Thoughts for another day. Standing at the edge of a blanket of sleeping white bodies that stretched as far as I could see into the darkness, I had real business at hand, the kind that required every speck of my attention. I needed to decide what to do next. I raised my machete and looked up and down the battered edge of the blade. How many sleeping whites could I kill with it? Did I want to follow the herd, blending in during the daylight hours, looking like them and acting like them, risking getting busted with my boots on? It would be easy to wait for them to cuddle up to sleep for the night and run among their prone bodies, slashing their throats. I could be the monster of their nightmares. Did I want that? Oh, hell yeah, I did. I looked across the acres and acres of them, knowing the horde had probably spread itself over the crest of the hill, down into the next valley, and who knew how far beyond that? Maybe for miles. How many throats could I slash in a single night?
How many nights would it take to kill them all? Weeks? Months? Years? Would I ever finish? I scanned across all those bodies, breathing in that slow rhythm of sleep, snoring and mumbling through their dreams. I lost hope that I could kill enough of them with my machete to make a discernible difference in their numbers. Still, it was a hard fantasy to let go of. The idea of it tempted me into indulging more thought on how I could kill as many of those evil white monsters as possible. The problem with my whole plan, I decided, wasn't the futility of it. It was the method. Running among the sleeping with a swinging machete was a bad idea. If I wanted to kill whites in the mass numbers that my aspirations required, I needed a more industrial-scale solution. I sighed. The dirt and dark skies were not fertile ground for inspiration. Looking back at the unnatural shape at the crest of the hill, I wondered if the smart ones, who directed the horde, were holed up inside. More importantly, I wondered if Mark was with them, keeping himself warm and comfortable. That thought made me angry. He deserved no comfort. He deserved to be shivering in the cold with ticks crawling on his skin, looking for hidden places to sink their mandibles and suck his tainted blood. He needed to be itchy from poison ivy exposure and scratching incessantly. He needed a cramping gut that forced him to squat every 10 minutes for temporary relief from diarrhea. And he needed skin to be left raw from squatting so many times that it burned every time he relieved himself. But how much of that would he feel? He had a brain numbed to most pain by the virus, just like me. With a tight grip on the handle of my machete, I reached down to my boot and took out my knife. I needed both handy as I waded into the blanket of sleeping whites, carefully planting my feet in awkwardly spaced gaps, often squeezing my boot between bodies to find my footing. The going was slow. Some whites stirred as I pushed and nudged. A few looked up at me before laying their heads back down to sleep. None made any move to threaten me. By the time I was halfway up the hill, I came to the realization that the big, black silhouetted thing at the top wasn't one thing at all, but two. A giant harvesting machine parked next to a semi-tractor trailer. I'm not a country boy, but I'm not completely ignorant either. So it was obvious to me the truck was there to run alongside the harvester for offloading whatever crop had been in the field. Disappointment slowed my progress once I figured out what the massive machines were. The smart ones leading the naked horde wouldn't be sleeping inside.
Of course, that didn't mean the cab of one wouldn't be a great place for me to bed down for the night. It would be better than the alternative, snuggling up with the whites on the ground. Another thought occurred to me. I could use the harvester for a lookout tower. From up on top, I'd be able to see for miles in all directions. Perhaps I could spot the place where the smart ones were holed up. From the roof of the harvester, I searched. Out east, a series of black triangles and rectangles blocked the stars along the horizon. That had to be one of the countless tiny towns that dotted Texas's farm country. Over the rolling undulations in the terrain in that direction, I saw only sleeping whites, as though the crops that had grown in the fields had been replaced. So many. As I turned, looking for anything that might give me a bead on the smart ones, I uttered under my breath, "I'm your nightmare." I loved that thought. It tantalized me with its power. It made me feel like an invincible ninja, a black beast, a long-toothed devil with an appetite for white killer's blood that I could pour into the void in my soul. I teased myself with vignettes of whites waking in the morning and looking at the bloody, cold bodies lying around them.
I decided that their wretched little brains had the capacity to fear what haunted their nights. I wanted them to know the price of their sins and to dread the moment when they'd wake with a machete through their throats, choking as they drowned in their blood. The memory of Steph's dying hand wounded my heart again as I felt her lifeless fingers slip away from my grasp, and I hoped to God every white beneath my gaze would soon feel the heart-rending fear of the night monster that stalked them, reaping his revenge. I wanted them to walk through their days afraid to lie down to sleep. They needed to taste remorse, to suffer. Movement along a hill crest off to my left caught my attention. A discoloration on the downslope of the hill showed vaguely against the background of the whites sleeping there. I stared into the dark, missing my night vision goggles again, trying to discern what I was seeing. A house? A farmhouse? Along the crest, something moved again, and I watched the pale silhouettes against the starred background. 3, thin, muscular, and naked, walking together. Sentries? I continued to watch. To the right of the house, it had to be a house. Another 3 whites cast silhouettes as they tiptoed through the sleepers along the crest. Yes, definitely sentries, walking in wide circles around that farmhouse. Gotcha, motherfuckers. The smart ones leading the naked horde had to be in that house. Why else would sentries be walking a perimeter around it? My problem with Mark was going to find its solution before the night's end. I wished I had some hand grenades. Then all of those smart white fuckers in the house would die. I entertained a fantasy of pounding a grenade into Mark's mouth, breaking his teeth and watching the blood pour out, humiliating and hurting him before I pulled the pin. Pointless, but fun to think about. Still, I had my nicked-up machete. It had served me well in killing. It would do for turning Mark into a carcass. I climbed quietly down from the harvester and made my way through the sleeping whites. As I drew closer to the house, the whites seemed to get more aggressive. No longer did they docilely ignore my nudging and pushing as I stepped over them. Missteps earned me grunts and angry growls. More than once I bumped a white too hard, and the reaction knocked me off my feet. Of course, I landed on other sleeping whites who woke, none too pleased. Each time it happened, I brandished my machete and faced aggressive whites with a silent promise to swing my blade. Their goldfish brains understood the threat, because they'd seen blades kill. None pushed me past the threat to slice their throats. Not that I minded killing any of them. My concern lay in making enough of a commotion that I'd chance waking the smart ones in the farmhouse. I was maybe 100 yards from the house when I caught the attention of one of the trios of sentries. They were a good distance to my left, standing still and apparently staring at me.
I raised my machete and shook it at them, hoping to ward them off. They were unfazed and continued staring. I pressed on toward the house, keeping an eye alternately on it and on the three whites who were keeping an eye on me. It was only through the luck of hearing an animal scampering on the metal roof of a shed near the farmhouse that I looked to my right and realized I'd fucked up. Chapter 10. 6 or 7 whites had fanned out to my right, the closest standing only a few dozen paces away as I tiptoed between sleeping bodies on the ground. A few sentries were coming directly at me, others weren't. The lizard core of my brain recognized the trap immediately and shouted inside my head, "Run, motherfucker!" I ignored it as irrationality trying to raise a panic, and I looked at the house where I knew the smart ones were sleeping. I estimated the distance to the whites closing in on my right. I looked at the 3 who'd been standing to my left but were now hurrying past their sleeping brothers and sisters. There had to be smart ones, or semi-smart ones, among them, because their actions were too deliberate for stupid white monsters. They were clearly coming at me, or at least encircling me, but they weren't running. Why? Maybe they couldn't because of all the sleepers littering the ground who might wake and make a mess of everything. Maybe the sentries weren't sure what I was. Maybe they were afraid of me and my machete. Maybe they wanted to capture rather than kill me. That last one was a frightening thought because it implied a lot about the command and control abilities of my adversaries in the house. The panic I'd felt a moment before was the correct response. It wasn't irrationality. It was time to move my feet. Glancing back and forth for the safest vector, I spun around and took quick steps over the sleeping whites. No surprise, the pursuing sentries quickened their pace. And if anything, they were moving faster than I was. Running wasn't a solution I thought would work. That was only a path to twisted ankles and falling into a tumble of whites, from which I suspected I'd never get up again. Instead, I put my own virus-tainted brain to work and dredged out an inspiration. I usually have no trouble coming up with an idea on the fly, though I try not to evaluate the quality of those ideas too closely. I smacked a sleeping white across the head with the flat of my blade and leapt across a few sleepers, not aiming my foot at a shadowy spot of ground between 2 prone whites, but at the nearest, flattest spot I saw on a white body. As my foot landed, driving the wind out of an unsuspecting dreamer, the guy I'd smacked with my machete was already winding up an irate bellow, and before the sleeper was awake enough to catch his breath, I'd leapt to my next victim, taking care to swing my machete across as many whites as I could reach, hoping to hit them hard enough to wake them. Leap number 2 worked as hoped. I was off again. The trick, it turned out, was to get off fast. To linger too long on a single step was to risk all kinds of bad outcomes. As that thought came to me, I figured the faster I ran, the better my chances, as long as I didn't misplace a foot. So I bet my sense of balance and what I hoped was a traction advantage with the soles of my boots against my pursuers. I sprinted, leaving a wake of commotion I hoped would slow them down. I'd made it a few hundred yards when I came to a clear spot and stopped, panting heavily. I turned to get an idea of the state of things behind me. My plan was working. Oh yeah, bitch, that's right. The genius is back in the game. A wedge-shaped swath of pandemonium grew out along my path and pointed right at me. It was a sign that even the stupidest of whites coming after me would be able to figure out. Too bad for them that they were caught up in the crowd of grouchy whites waking from their sleep and bouncing to their feet. Whites were sitting up in all directions or climbing to their hands and knees. Awakened by the sounds, many were already on their feet. Things were about to get dicey, and if enough pissed-off whites decided I was the entree, things would zip right past dicey and onto straight-up fucked again. It was time for a new tactic. Time to put that ever-useful machete back to work. I spun in a quick circle
and whacked or lacerated the skull of every white within reach. It's surprising how quickly some of those damn things wake. They don't waste any time groaning about needing a coffee. They bounce right up, ready to rumble. I pushed between a pair of them and took off at a jog, zigzagging back and forth, kicking and slashing, running in circles. I was trying to raise as big a mob of them as I could in the 20 or 30 seconds of safety I figured I had before the first of the sentries reached that clear spot I just left. I was putting the smell of blood in the air, wounding a bunch of whites, some enough to make them vulnerable to their hungry comrades, and I was inciting a riot, or whatever passed for a riot, among the naked whites. I was betting that, if I got enough of them up, the odds of the sentries finding me would sink to 0. Whites started to howl as the smell of blood worked its way into their nostrils and reminded their empty stomachs that a meal would come in awful handy. Screaming started as some saw the machete cuts as an invitation to partake of their comrades' flesh. The noise woke more, and the undefined perimeter of my mob spread. Before I knew it, thousands were up all around, and none seemed particularly interested in me. I couldn't have hoped for better. It was time to go. I hurried through the mob, keeping a wary eye out for any smart one with a knife, or any stupid one looking to make a bad decision. Bad, as defined by my possession of a machete I'd use without hesitation or guilt. Soon enough, I found myself among whites, of whom only about half were on their feet, the other half either still sleeping or lying down and looking around. I wasn't irritating them with my kicks and slashes by then, just being careful as I passed so as not to disturb any more. I kept on in that fashion while I continually glanced back to make sure that no whites were following along my path. When I got to the crest of the hill, from which I'd originally spotted the house that contained the smart ones, I figured I was home free. The valley floor was in a state of pandemonium, and still, no whites appeared to be moving in my direction. None was paying me any attention.
Off to my left, along the crest and a good distance away, that combine and its accompanying tractor-trailer still stood, inviting me to go over and make myself comfortable, sleeping on a padded seat. To do that would probably have been a mistake, as I figured that the sentries might look there for me if they suspected I was intelligent. Instead, I dropped to the ground in a gap between two females, laid my machete in the dirt, and lay down on top of it. I then spooned my way in close to one of the females and pretended at being as sleepy still as I could manage while I kept my eyes open and listened. Well aware of the trouble that always seemed to come when I dared such thoughts, I congratulated myself for my quick wits and clever plan. I'd escaped my pursuers and slipped away from another brush with death's dirty maw. I wanted to laugh. Of course I didn't. I snuggled with my new girlfriend, thankful the night was chilly enough to keep my little friend at bay, and I watched. Chapter 11. For all the adrenaline pumping through my veins, stoked by the memory of my victory, escape, as I replayed the event in my mind over and over again, I didn't sleep. What I wanted more than anything was for Murphy to have witnessed it or lived through it with me, so we could grin and laugh and retell the story to one another. As it was, all I had to distract me from my story were naughty thoughts, as the female white in front of me kept pushing back, sandwiching me tight with the naked woman in back who'd embraced me and pressed her chest against me. When I wasn't looking around, I laid my head on my bent arm, which put my face in the dirty mop of blonde hair on the head of the girl in front of me. Though I'd expected it to stink with all manner of rot, it didn't smell bad. Or maybe I was just so used to the stench of my own unwashed odors that the woman's smell didn't bother me.
And then the smell of the blonde's dirty hair would remind me of all the times I'd wished I'd run my hand through Steph's hair and smelled it over my face as I held her tight, and that only served to bring my rage to a boil. It took a few hours, I guess, but the mob I'd aroused down in the valley finally found their way clear to lying back down, and a kind of peace settled over the sleeping horde again. No whites ever wandered up from the valley to the hill crest on which I lay. I did prop myself up on my elbow with some frequency to look around at the valley behind. There was always that possibility the white sentries had seen through my plan and had snuck up behind me. But they didn't. It all worked out just as I'd hoped. As the night wore on, I found myself looking again and again at that combine, thinking what I could do with that hulking beast of a machine. I started to think that if I could make my way over to it, and I surely could, I might be able to get it started up.
And I bet myself I could get all that spinning harvesting machinery running at full tilt and just plow it over that farmhouse on the other side of the valley. I wouldn't get the satisfaction of seeing Mark's bulging eyes as I choked him to death, but there was always that remote chance that I might see his lopped-off head fly over the cab, eyes still blinking, when the farmhouse and its occupants disintegrated under the harvester's violent might. I almost giggled wickedly at that, but did my best to make it sound like a cough that twitched through my body and prompted the girls to snuggle closer. It was time to go. I extricated myself from the embrace of my girls and took another good look around. Nobody on his or her feet was nearby. I headed through the sleeping whites. I arrived at the side of the truck first and figured I'd check it out before moving on to the combine. Besides, I saw in a movie once where one of these big rigs had been driven through a house or something.
I wasn't married to the idea of the harvester. I just wanted to kill Mark and his smart, infected buddies. The first thing I noticed was that the truck had sunk into the dirt up to its axles. A result of the torrential rains back in September, I guessed. All that water had turned the field into a soupy mix of mud and chaff. I saw that the driver's side door was swung open and pushed all the way forward on bent hinges, likely caught in a howling wind in that same storm. I didn't have high hopes for the tractor-trailer. Inside the truck's cab, a couple of whites lay entangled across the seat, looking the part of two lovers, worn out after wrestling for hours to bring one another to pleasure. Pressed together as they were, I couldn't tell if they were male and female or two of a kind. Were they lovers, or simply two beasts sharing the comfort of a padded, narrow bed and the warmth of one another's bodies, while the cold air bit at their skin? Of course, the pair made me think of missed opportunities. Anger followed, and I hefted my machete, feeling ghoulish for wanting to hack and slash at two people, entwined and looking as human as any that lived before the virus came. Why couldn't the certainty of my hatred for these things stand a little more firmly? I asked myself whether the pair had feelings for each other. Was it possible? Did any of these whites still have clear thoughts about anything? Did they feel sorrow for those they killed to fill their bellies? Did they cry in the dark for the children they'd lost, or the ones they murdered? I blinked away emotions that threatened to swell, as the shameful side of everything I'd seen and done found room to run in my thoughts. I turned away from the two lovers and gritted my teeth, doing my best to embrace the hate I felt for all in the naked horde. I brought to mind memories of the friends I'd seen die, and that was all I needed. Rage. I turned away from the truck's cab and nearly stepped on a gaunt-faced white, lying on his side, with a grimace on his sleeping face. I told myself it was meanness and rammed the pointy end of my machete down through his temple. He jerked and choked, and then a slow exhalation of his last breath leaked out of his throat. He didn't move after that, though a few of the whites lying by him stirred. I'd taken my first step toward being the nightmare beast I'd been imagining all evening. It wasn't as satisfying as I'd imagined. It felt more like stomping on a rat and hearing it squeak as it died. I wrenched the machete out of the dead white's skull and made my way past the other sleepers until I was next to the combine. It was a big green monster, shaped roughly like an enormous refrigerator pushed over on its side, with huge wheels on the back and large triangular-shaped tracks on the front.
The tracks hadn't sunk into the mud. That was good.
On the front of the harvester, a glass cab bigger than the kitchen in my apartment was tinted in black and looked like a dark-colored head on a giant green bug. The yellow stripes painted down the sides were worn and scraped from years of hard work. Out of a big storage bin on the back, a boom swung, with its tip angled down toward the following truck's trailer. I made my way past the